Who's ready for more KPMM? What's up, one and all, and a happy Monday to all. Hopefully you had a good weekend, and now you're ready to smoothen the experience, the pain of weekdays, and hopefully KPMM can do that. And hopefully I will not die before we've done it. But that's right, we're back again. I really need to move that camera, I think. I might bring it deeper in, angle it more cross table. Kind of like... Here we go, live production. How much have I tightened this? A lot.
I'm hopeless in the crossfire. There's nowhere to go. I'm holding my desires. My heart overflows. The only direction that
Interesting. So I tightened it so much that the underpad stuck really hard to the table. I'm actually struggling to get it off there. Okay. Now the top is also stuck. Jesus. Got it. So here's my thought chat. This will be a bad idea because I know I'm going to smack the crap out of the camera when I go to get my drink, but we'll spitball. Wow. We don't have a mouse sponsor, so pass. My thought is almost like that. Because otherwise we're getting booby cam. Which I don't like. Because I'm a guy, I'm not meant to have boobs. I don't know, like that. I don't know, it kind of feels like it focuses on the camera less like that. I might move it to that side, but we'll do that another time. One sec, let's get rid of the trash bots on Kick. Oh, are you tired of streaming to 0 people? No, mate, because I've got an amazing bunch of people on both Twitch and YouTube who watch me, so I'm not streaming to 0 people, so suck a dingus. Alrighty, anyway, we're going to be kicking off with a fun one here. Dumu versus Jif, first series of the day, but we've got plenty more where that came from. Wham versus Recon is one that I think promises to be incredible. Also, B versus Sword Off is on the menu. Anatan versus Denisa, Vodemar versus Scatterbrain. So plenty of things to sink our teeth into. In fact, let me just double check that everything's up there quickly. You see the door now? Oh, I'm sorry, is that a problem? Too much door. I don't know, it kind of looks weird because of the mic arm. I wonder if this like does less service to the amazing laptop. Might have to rethink that. But one sec. Let me update that. We'll get on the game. We'll get ready to go. Cool vibe music, but let's go a bit more chill, a bit more somber. We've got to build up to it. Jeez. Have music like that, everyone's going to like, oh my god, hardcore. Das ist incredible, ja? It's like, whoa, chill. Alright, I have a bad feeling that this setup, like moving the camera arm may be a mistake, because my feeling now, I can feel it, man. I'm going to open a can of Red Bull, I'm going to slap it down near this camera, and then I'm going to come to grab it and smack it over in the process of smacking the camera. Can I ask about the laptop? Do you have OBS mainly? Yeah, so the way we configure this setup, the PC, the game PC, is running games, but that is encoding multiple outputs to Kick, YouTube, Twitch. It's then also local recording 1440p. So it's doing a lot, and it does it all seamlessly. Courtesy of just how much of a banger of a laptop it is. Shout out to PCS for that one. 1 sec. Let me check data. Okay. I'm going to mold because 2 people, both in that matchup, do not have their data public. I'm going to add them. 1 sec. I mean, it's like, I literally put in everyone in the chat already. Seems like some people need to be watching that chat. Hopefully, I don't think Dumu will respond because he's like off doing whatever he does on Mondays. But I think Jif's online, so hopefully we can get that resolved now. I guess we'll start with a different series and come back to this one. A little bit annoying. Sorry about that, guys. But players sometimes don't listen. A lot of the time, it feels like. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead. Let me open the draft for... Let's see what we can do instead. Let's do Wham versus Recon to kick off. That's right. It's nice to be back on KPMM where it's like, well, we just got oodles and boodles of sets, you know? Like, I don't know. This is kind of my... I think this is my most looked forward to one after what we saw from Recon and what we know Wham has been able to do in the KPMMs. So this will be a really cool way to start off the stream. So let's go upcoming, set that all up. House of Lancaster getting drafted. Rocky River, Frisian Marshes, Dry Arabia. So what, probably Frisian is going to be the House of Lancaster? Dude, Wham yoinked though. You guys see that? He took it from Recon. Recon absolutely loves his thingy picks, his IBA picks, but it's been taken away from him. When's the first game start? We're looking to start it up in a second. So, chill. I'm just double checking everything is right in the background, and I bumped 1 or 2 guys. Yeah. All right, we're good to go. So hopefully Dumu or either Dumu or Jif will see that and fix it within the hour so that we can then get in the next. Oh, that's right. It's not Recon like that. It's Tag Recon, isn't it? I wonder why I couldn't find him. Yeah, this Recon has been kind of secretly hard on the grind, and it's been quite exciting to actually see. So, you know, True Test coming in is going to be up against Wham. Reigning champ, right? Like, Recon kind of got a rough bracket. I guess there's no truly easy bracket. But, like, I don't know. If I had to take a Dumu or a Wham right now as an opponent, I don't think Dumu will mind me saying. I think I'd take a Wham, right? Like, Wham has looked a bit more scary in these consistently. Dumu's definitely no pushover, but like Numenor as well is another thought process there. Yeah, gonna be an interesting one. And what is up, my boy Choom? How's it going, bud? Hope you're well. Thank you very much for the sub. Welcome back to the Swarm. All right, guys, let's hop into it though. If there was any doubts that KPMM works, that it is back, well, how about this? The return of our champion, but also you are seeing that correctly, folks. My face not fully in the way. We have got the return of Recon. He's back, he's tagged up, he's ready to brawl as we hop in for our midweek muster 31, or season 2, week 1, if you will. Wow, I'm going to be kicking us off with the Byzantines. Recon taking to the Rus. Ooh. I don't know if Recon has been back long enough and aware enough to know about this matchup. Guys, this matchup is actually like pretty hard for Rus these days. The Byzantines have some really solid timings around Kira Siphon pushes that can completely ruin these old school Horse Archer rush builds where you rush Castle Age as the Rus. So curious to see how Recon's going to be able to deal with that. That is an interesting start. We've got Rax Beginner from Rus. All right. Props to him. You know what? I like that Recon is thinking different because we already highlighted like this Kira Siphon build that can shut down a fast castle. So instead, he's going to prioritize aggro. If he can get the right position, he can starve stone, he can starve berries. The crazy thing, guys, is look at what Wham has done. Wham has immediately gone out onto the gold, out onto the stone. He hasn't rushed the berries. He's just assumed he's going to get it his way because why would you ever expect a Rax opening from the Roos? Wait, it's a... it's a bait and switch. Why has he not queued up anything yet? This is a bait and switch by Recon, but... And we saw this worked really well against his previous opponent, right? He was actually able to fully bamboozle him. He was able to trick sort of with the trade open. Not sort of, who was it? My brain has forgotten now. He had an opponent, like, because he actually was, like, tightly seated, right? So, like, he had a decent opponent, and he tricked him. It was Mahoda, wasn't it? Yes. He tricked him with a trade opening as Mongols and then didn't do anything. We do finally have a Spinman coming out, but it does feel quite delayed. A little bit of a weird order. I wonder if Recon would have been better off just, like, prioritizing getting the second scout out and then doing the racks on delay. This is so different to what we're used to seeing, guys, because the other thing is, remember, this is solo hunting cabin, not two. Which means if he's thinking about pro scouts, his timing is going to be really off unless he goes on to gold actively, which is something that Roost players usually don't lean into with their builds. It kind of pulls away from their strengths. Ground Winery is now on the way. So he is going to arrive in time to be annoying, but this is where I thought this was a little bit odd, but also unexpected, is you can go for the spears, but you wouldn't realistically go for the outpost, right? Because wooden fortresses, although incredibly powerful, are incredibly expensive. 175 wood in the early game is nothing to sneer your nose up at. It's quite an expensive investment. Wow, man. Quite the investment in these systems. Already going to be ready for level 3. Still, at this point, Wham is probably going, why is there a spearman in my... He's probably at this stage just double checked. He's like, he is playing Roos, right? I didn't miss something here. Because this is just odd. Oh my god, he's doing it. Recon is going for the wooden fortress rush. Alright, this boy is built diff. This takes me back, guys. I remember Recon when he was young and naive and he queued into Kasva in the very early days of Age of Empires 4. HRE versus Roos, and he was HRE. And Kasva showed him the way of the outpost rush. I remember that man dropped a wooden fortress, a Kremlin, a wooden fortress, a wooden fortress, and a wooden fortress to surround the base. Now, I don't think Recon's going to have the same amount of time here, but it's a good start blocking the landmark. That Grand Winery is going to be a very sad one, but Wham can whine about. Oh my god. I mean, I know Byzantines are weak against this, but come on. When do you ever see this? Bloody brilliant. Villages are now being pulled. Wham. Is he thinking about the pull with Akratoy? Recon's trying to get rid of the threat. If he removes the system, there's no Akratoy. And here we go. Goes for the stabbing. Wham is just going to pull away, though. He's not going to contest this. No. No, and this is rough because, like, think about the spawn. In fairness, if Recon pulls this off, it's 100% going to pay off. Think about what's happened here. Wham has everything at the back. The issue for Recon is this is such an expensive investment. 3 villages, 175 wood. Look at his food. Look at his gold. He doesn't have enough food for a tech up, which is a shame. I don't know if he'd really do Kremlin here. Possibly. Instead, it's going to be a walk all the way home. Maybe stop off at the deer, but even then, you force your opponent to archers. You can't really stay out your base easily. Still, archer comes out. And yep, Recon has moved out to the deer on the back of his base. So hunting cab is being built. He's also going to move the deer down here. So this is no pro scouts. This is double pocket economy. This is weird beyond weird. Can we get some people from different RTSs to come back across the AoE4, please? Like, we need more of this. I don't know. Like, this is the weird thing as well. Like, could he have stayed and got the berries? Maybe, but you need to build a hunting cabin. That's really expensive. I mean, he's walked all the way back. He still doesn't have the wood to build a hunting cabin here. This is just getting weird. Wham has, in the meantime, found his way to berries anyway. He's like, well, that was a bit weird. I'll come back for that later because I got the most ridiculous spawn imaginable. Double back stone, double back berries. Even the gold is back. Like, this man is bringing sexy back harder than a Justin Timberlake song at this point. This is just ridiculous. I can't... I actually kind of feel bad for Recon. I don't know if this was always the plan, per se. I can't imagine this was a reaction to spawn, necessarily. Pretty ballsy, if so. And yeah, now the forward gold. This gold is much further out of TC range, but the problem is Recon has no sort of real aggro. He's going to try with the spears, but there's already 2 feudal archers and you're Dark Age Spearman. You don't win that fight. Yeah, so walk back off to just be a glorified archer on the spot. Stuck inside a building. Recon. Age up almost complete. But Wham's in a good way, really. I mean, what does he really have to threaten him here? He's got Arislets coming in to now protect the back berries. He's got the secondary berries being set up. Cistern's not quite in range, but he'll fix that. That'll be where the final cistern goes. It'll be perfect. And the blacksmith on the forward side. So he's going to look to get aggressive as well, which I don't blame him. There's either a very delayed pro scouts or your opponent's out on the deer. And he's about to discover him on the deer. That's huge. Oh boy. Goodness for Recon. He's gathering a lot of food here. So this should be gone probably before the archers are... Nah, they're going to get there. Alright, this is becoming a bit disastrous. He is going for the double stables. And Recon, this man is obsessed with horsemen right now. Yeah, not knights, because knights would be really slow to produce as a defense here. He's going horseman. And what, horseman spear? I don't know. I have my doubts. Then again, we've seen Recon do marvelous things. Remember, this is the guy who's bringing Master Smiths back in a big way right now. But Wham, like, economically, everything just has to be feeling thumbs up. Like, is Recon's goal here to rush castle now? I mean, he's building horsemen, but he is also holding a ridiculous amount of food. Might just be that his wood income isn't good enough yet. Wooden Fortress is coming up, so that'll fix that. If this is a timing attack, I wonder if it's going to be a little bit slow. Because Wham, I mean, once he's fleshed out all these cisterns, which I think level 5 is due soon. He's got more than enough stone. Once the cisterns are in, you can just start to kind of focus on a lean approach towards Castle Age. We do have the Curious Siphon also. Smart choice here. Merc House also being prepped. I wonder, is he going to be going Javelins or Lombos? Lombos usually feels better when you're stuck in your base. Javelins, of course, much nicer if you're worried about the fast castle build from Roos. Not that we're really going to classify this as fast castle even if he does it now. Like, we're 9.5 minutes into the game. This man Wooden Fortress rushed in the Dark Age. There are a few things different than a standard fast castle Roos build in this game. And it is going to be Western. Yep, so hunkering down. And he's going to get a lot of mercs, actually. He's already ready for his first longbow pump. And once he gets access to this again, remember, Grand Wire's an accelerated rate. Curious Siphon doing good work here. Spearmen are going to chase back the enemy into the garrison spot. But the Wooden Fortress is not going to last long here. There's no repair crew. Horsemen are coming. But Limitane have already been prepared by Wham. Going to steer off to the side. 6 villages here, only garrisons for 5. The spearmen are close by, and I love that. Yeah, he just goes hunting, leaves the archers to deal with the spearmen. The Wooden Fortress is going to go down, and the horsemen cannot get in. Oh, boy. And Recon has more horsemen. This is not... I don't know, call me crazy, but I'm not really sold on the game plan anymore. At some point, you've got to change unit type, surely. Because it feels like what Recon's trying to do is just look for an opening to raid in. He's like, oh yeah, Limitane are threatening, but if I go away from them, if they can't reach me, they can't hurt me. You know? Just kind of avoiding the problem. The problem with that concept, though, is like you're paying 120, your opponent's paying 90 resources per. So you can scale a decent amount ahead of you to kind of cover multiple angles. And then he has a really good spawn to just kind of pad the small gaps with like tree lines. Not to mention the vision. Like, look at their swam. I mean, what does he not see at this stage with the outposts? The triple outpost was a smart read. Yeah, it just gives him early warnings every time. Not just that. Steel Arrow is in. Recon does not have undermesh. Yeah, so this actually hurts. Bear's going to try to come through. He's trying to buy time now for the fortification. Spearmen not coming, actually. They went far off. Oh, my. Well, I don't know what happened over here. Some weird-ass glows, but he's hunting towards the Winter Fortress. The outpost is not going down. No, and the Lombos, they're actually sniping these off easy peasy. Villagers pull out again. He re-garrisons. It is on fire now. The torch damage, maybe he'll be able to do it. Elsewhere, the Winter Fortress has secured. But the clutch repair there, fortification into a quick rapid repair. Now, it does cost Wham a villager, but a lot better than what that should have been for the amount of horsemen that went in. Looks like Recon might be steering off towards Castle himself. Recon will be able to beat Wham in that regard, but Wham now has an opportunity to put in an attack. Yeah, I mean, he's already doing that with the spears, right? Difficulty is diving the base. If only he knew, for the first time in forever, there's a Roost player on goal before 15 minutes. But no, that will be left uncontested. What happened here? Whoops. I don't think Wham realized. He might want to drag those away. Otherwise, the ball play is going to have inflated value. Instead, we've got Curious Siphons again. Oh, boy. Recon, that is expensive. Please tell me he got more than 400. Oh, my God. He didn't even get 100 food off the ball. That is disastrous. So that's going to be wasted out of time of walking over here. Wasted time of building these structures. 275 wood spent as well, remember? That's ridiculous. And on top of that, Recon, you've always got to remember, this is a Roost game where they do not have pro scouts. Recon has no food in his base other than the berries. The backberries even are almost exhausted. High Trade House is going to be coming in, but Wham, no doubt about it, economically in a more stable position. Horseman not really able to threaten that. Wham does seem to be a worker ahead. I think there was some weird idle time here from Recon. Okay, yeah, like about 75% of a villager. And Recon, it is going to be an archer blow. Smart choice. Does need to buy time, though. Steel Dagger isn't even in yet. He doesn't have veterancy for archers. Doesn't even have the gold for it, actually. High Trade House. Not bad. We'll get in the gold necessary, but the dive is going to be coming through in the meantime as the Lombos go hunting. Limitane are going to be chasing through as well. Recon cannot really trust in a reproduction of horsemen here. He just needs to rely on archers wholly to stabilize in this area, but the dive comes past the Winter Fortress, past the TC, and he is outnumbered, but has got the gate to get through to the other side. However, the problem is, although Recon's idea is corrected to archers, there's a lot of troops now camping your production. It's going to be very difficult to get freshly produced archers out of here alive. If Wham attacks. He's not attacking them. Golden Horn Tower is coming in, though. New wave following. He's going to pinch from both sides here. Yeah, Recon just needs to get the hell out of Dodge. Villagers will be safe. No textiles, but not needed. Somehow, by some miracle, Recon has yet to lose any villagers to this attack. Horsemen are going to be melted, though. Knights queued up by Recon, but he doesn't have any sort of veterancy coming in on them, so they're feudal knights. And villagers are finally starting to struggle. Two go down. Wham, this is an expensive dive, though. I mean, he's got tech up coming behind this. He's going to be happy with a few kills. Realistically, like, this is a firm hold by Recon, but the negatives of what's happened here, guys, is that Recon may have survived for now. But the reality is, your opponent's economy is just getting better and better. Wham, he threw away an army, sure, but he's got a 26% buff on his eco. He's got an extra 12 villages at this stage, essentially. Recon can't compete with that. Recon is about to be out of food. Yeah, the berries, there's 1,000 food left here. Then he's got the deer, 350 a minute. This is not good. Not enough to sustain. That's the other reason why Recon, it was ideal that he was able to go into archers, by the way. Like, if he had to counter with something else, he would have been screwed here due to lack of food. But yeah, Wham, just queued up a cajillion archers. Canifract Lombo is perfect for dealing with archer play. And Recon can't really afford a counter. Why Varangian? Archers. You know your opponent only has archers. He dove the base. He saw nothing but archery ranges at the back. He's not even paranoid about the potential for horse archers because he's got a decent number of lombos already. And also, that's just more food. It's just a great read. Wham just understands that the map is not something that Recon should have access to. I say that. He has snuck out to the boar again. The Monk shouldn't really reveal that. But the Cataphracts are into the base. Trample going to come through. Should be 2 worker kills. As long as they don't cancel their animation again. On a scaling lead. Recon, he is now trying to go towards those horse archers after accessing the boar again. I mean, it also just kind of feels like you need to raid. It is 50 food more per is the problem. In a game where you have no food. So this rate, Recon's probably going to have to consider going for, like, what, farms? Or building more wooden fortresses to the south. Either one feels kind of expensive right now. Wow. He's also just doing a great job of getting info. Like, this double Cata raid, it already found some value, but the most important follow-up here is the reaction. For a start, he's going relics while dragging his opponent to the back corner. But also, even when the Catas eventually die, he's going to see everything he's up against, and I cannot believe this. Recon doesn't have veterancy for these knights. I mean, he never built more than 2, but that means the Cataphracts have already paid off practically their entire value. 240 versus the 330. This just kind of looks short now, folks. I mean, the horse archer idea is cool, but it's 25 longbowmen. And more to come. Not just that. It's a switch up. Wham, he's looking for horsemen. Crazy how fast the Lombo's remasked. I mean, when you have berries this safe, you just rush them. You just gobble them all up, right? On top of that, it's like he had some really weird timings to the Grand Winery delayed access. And then let's not forget, the Golden Horn Tower is just, quite frankly, absurd. It takes 1 minute and 20 seconds at this stage with the Conscriptio level 5. This matchup is tough for Rus. I mean, it's usually meant to be, but not because of the way that this one was played. This was a very different Rus-Byzantine game. Usually, it's Byzantines just blocking the fast castle, but Recon tried to get creative. I think just, unfortunately for him, the spawn in particular made it an irrelevant detail. That was the biggest concern. And the Cataphracts now just get the free dive in, and the GG gets called. The Trash Panda cannot put a dent in the Canadian. Oof. That was clean. I was like... Let's have a look. So 1 point on the board for Wham. Byzantines versus Rus. Is that one uploadable? I think maybe. I don't know. Like, the opening was interesting, but it's like... That was kind of it. It's always weird with those type of ones, where you feel like people just clock out after about 5 minutes. Yeah, I think like maybe I think the spearman maybe need to be a little bit sooner, and then you can potentially harass. But like it's weird because he went double scout, obviously to get more sheep, but you're gonna go deer. And if the plan is always to go deer, could you just skip the scout to get the spearman out sooner so you could harass the stone earlier? I don't know if it's really gonna make a difference. I think the biggest concern even then is like when he walks home. Like that walk home was so horrible. He lost all value at that stage. Like, yeah, you know, you've idled your opponent off of his landmark, but 3 villages idle that long, they also make a trek over to the deer, and then they don't even work, and then they just continue on home. It's pretty rough looking. So game number 2 is going to be HRE versus Mali. The first game of this series showed that Recon still may have a lot to relearn about Age of Empires 4. So let's hop in for our second here to see if he's learned already how to deal with that frustrating HRE. That's right. Welcome back, folks. Game number 2 on your screen. And Wham is already leading After a pretty brutal, clean execution of Byzantines, this man is full Roman. He's gone from the Eastern Roman Empire to the Holy Roman Empire on Rocky River. Recon, meanwhile, that's a horrible spawn. That is like a truly horrible spawn. Did he get blocked out of 2 houses there? I think he got blocked by 2, right? Yeah, he's blocked one here, and I think one's hit here. So this is already starting to look like a rough day for Recon. The poor Trash Panda needs to get creative here. I mean, HRE, I think they have a lot of dominance if they play aggro and feudal. But they can also just pivot into castle really well. What is up with these spawns? I actually feel really bad for Recon. Like, game 1 was the perfect defensive spawn for Wham. And game 2 is like, you know, I guess you've got the second pit mine close and fully accessible, so there's upsides to what's happened here. Meanwhile, for Wham, his gold, his berries, they are fort spawn, but the berries are close to the tree line, so you could think about an Arcan here. Or if you're feeling adventurous, an Arcan a bit further out, but normally HRE players don't tend to build their Arcan out of TC range. Funnily enough, this guy is one of the exceptions. If you guys remember, Wham had that incredible game a while back against Killi that just sticks in the memory, where he walked out halfway across the map to build an Arcan chapel, just to get all the goodies around it. I wonder. I'm trying to figure out like what you could do here as Recon to be creative the way he's trying to be, because Recon's always looking for the aggressive line to take. I'm just not really sure you can be aggressive into HRE with Malians. And what I mean by that is, like, there's a timing, but it's very delayed. I think Malians is inherently a civ that in a lot of matchups is much better off sitting in their base, basically. Building to the point where they can actually fight. Because you think about what they build, Donzos, Javelins, like, these are not bad units, but they're very expensive. And they're best used when they're able to hide in their base. So I guess we'll get a feel for it quickly. Arcan is going to be coming in towards that gold we talked about, so he does go a little bit looser. Not on the tree line, which is a little bit rough, but this is what we were highlighting. Like, typically with Arcan, you tend to build it in TC range always. Yeah, especially because you want to guarantee you're going to be in range of the sheep. I believe if he dropped the Arcan perfectly here, he might be just out of range on gathering the sheep. But then again, I don't think that's a bad thing. You just drag the sheep over. The only concern then is the attack point we talked about. Like, for anyone who's played a lot of HRE and has built an Arcan out of range of the TC, you know exactly why you don't do it. You know exactly what goes wrong every time. Yeah, I mean, I guess these days it's a bit more acceptable, because the thing is nowadays, folks, HRE loves to play feudal. So because they're playing aggressive, they can theoretically get away with having a looser Arcan. The Arcan had to be built under the TC back in the castle rush only days, because if you're rushing castle, you're not building anything to defend yourself, right? Like, even outpost is going to be expensive, and then it's usually just on the gold. But if you build an Arcan out, stay like here, you have to have an outpost here, an outpost here, an outpost here, or you just get hit. Recon, by the way, did get one of the civs he's been practicing most. We mentioned in the draft that he had the Ibids taken away from him, but Recon has also been pumping when it comes to the Malians. I also did just check his profile. He has been spamming the crap out of the Chinese for the last week on this account. Like a ridiculous number of games. I don't even want to count. That must be like 30, maybe 40 games. I know it's Kazi Johan in the YouTube chat. As an Abbasid spammer, he can probably respect this vile commitment to one civ at a time. How do we do on the sheep hall? 17's not too bad. Looks like Wham got... Yeah, same. That's really good for HRE because of the buff gathering rate. Like, they would have eaten more sheep already. And we do have a horseman beginning, but it looks like this is to... Yeah, pro scouts. I was about to say to steer into pro scouts. So he's going to be looking to just absorb the map. And Recon, I think he's mirroring. Yeah, we've got Vanguard scouts coming out. Gold is being amassed. Second pit mine also being set up. So a pro scouts war about to erupt here. I think this is like a decent map for Malian pro scout wars with HRE. On thinner maps, I think there's a problem because of this detail here, the racks. But because of the wide spread of deer up and down the map, in theory anyway, a Malian player should be able to sneak more deer back. because a lot of the fights should just end up being scout and scout. At least if you're quick enough. He's already up to 3. Has got the Warrior Scout upgrade coming in, which will allow him to beat out the enemy scouts. And that is interesting. Okay, so Wham's going to go 1-1-1. I quite like this choice. I think the problem with the Pro Scouts is obviously it's going to inherently delay your Javelin timing. If you even want to get into Javelins. But now with the Archer's existence, you're kind of forced to it. Archers that also, by the way, are great at sniping out Warrior Scouts, because although Warrior Scouts seem like a mid-ground between Scouts and Horsemen, they don't get a lot of the bonuses of being a Horseman until Castle. Including bonus damage against ranged, and including the fact that they just have no ranged armor anyway. So yeah, Archers do work quite well. Warrior Scouts are going to club in a little in the meantime. So Wham will get idled up, and there's that Arcane detail we talked about. The looser placement does leave you a lot more prone to punishment. The Spearman's already reacting. So Recon, probably happy with the other time he forced. Didn't get all the info though, did he? No, I don't. I hope he saw the archery range because it was on the front, but he was raiding east side of the base. It's really important he knows the full comp. He did scout the Spearman. He's not seen the secondary ranks coming in though. And Wham is just going to go for a full spear blob. Intriguing. So the archery range kind of looks like a bait and switch. Because there's a good chance now that Recon like sees this and goes, okay, I need to start building javelins. Javelins are really pricey in your economy early on. And spears are actually a decent counter, especially HRE spearmen. They gap close really fast, and they don't take bonus damage from a slower attacking range unit. Spear's going to start poking. The hardened upgrade is coming in a second. Recon, this is so greedy. What? 10 Warrior Scouts now? Are we just doing a Warrior Scout only challenge? You know, I know you want the deer, but... Oh dear. How badly must you want it here? I mean, the problem is your opponent's going double rats, which allows him to block this player at a decent frequency. For now, Recon... He did get Pro Scouts, right? I'm not... Oh my... No, he didn't. Wait, what? I'm so glad this kid's back. It's a Warrior Scout only build. This isn't even about Pro Scouts. I thought he'd just try to hoover the whole map. He's not. He's trying to beat him with cavalry only. Mate, you can tell that Recon has been playing a lot of Age of Mythology. This has got Greeks, Poseidon pick written all over it. Oh my god. What on earth? I think against like a standard movement speed civ, I can kind of see the concept of this. But HRE spearmen are just so fast. Remember, they move at 1.38, and then when they charge, they're almost... Actually, I think they match your Warrior Scout speed, right? So they're able to gap close. Horseman is going to take a poke at it. Spearmen are also following this up, by the way. He also has just enough spears to defend against the attempted dives on the other side of the map. Recon, meanwhile, if he wanted to beat these spearmen, he'd need all Warrior Scouts in one location, and even then, it would not be pretty. A worker loss already. And Steel Arrow coming in. Yeah, he's just going to be able to... So this is kind of interesting. He's going to be able to defend at home with archers, and then just spam spears into the enemy base. You can actually do it vice versa as well. The idea is that because there's no ranged armor at all in the Warrior Scouts, archers actually do counterplay into them very well. The only threat to you is if Recon can find Castle, which is looking easier said than done. Good little interception here. We dive into the tree line as well. Recon starting to whittle away at it. Should be able to get one worker kill. So finally a strike back. He needed it as well because on the other side of the map, additional villages and the Malians going down. It's Wham's third kill of economy this game. Recon now up to 20 Warrior Scouts. The problem is Wham is keeping pace with Spearmen. Yeah, this is the brutality of this civ. Is that in theory, from like a mathematical standpoint, you should be able to keep an edge. Right? Like, yes, you're paying more. You're paying 10 more, but 10 more food compared to the 80 resource overall of the Spearmen. But like, HRE went Pro Scouts. It doesn't matter. This is the power of Arcane. Like, that gathering rate is just allowing him to inflate at a crazy rate here. And Spears now diving into the base. Look at the state of this. The Farimba idea. I mean, it just looks like a disaster. Recon, he's not even moving the villagers away anymore. He's distracted because he's busy diving into Spearman. Not just that, a TC that can easily kill. Remember, no undermesh, no armor. Means a bad TC diver are you. Other side of this, the ranged armor is in for Wham. He's able to stand here a little bit longer. Idle time achieved, and now an even bigger lead. He's up by 7 workers, almost 8. Ay. And at this stage, I mean, like, what do you do? Textiles is in for Wham. He understands. The Warrior Scouts are a little bit threatening when they're up against standard villager health, but once it's 75 HP, very difficult to pin and kill. Not just that. Wham knows exactly what Recon's up to, so halt of production looks like he's probably thinking about, what, taking up himself at this stage, which makes a lot of sense. These Warrior Scouts do pose a threat if they get towards castle, the upgrades. So I think for Wham, he's probably thinking about, like, how do I now balance my economy to make sure I got enough spears, but also that I don't fall behind on the tech up. Because when you see that many ranches in the Malian base, you know they're doing one thing. Is it reading a novel? No. Although, you know, that might be a nicer outcome for Recon. He's prepping the sofa wave. I get the desire of this, but I think this is where the strategy reaches its point of being flawed, right? It's like, you've built Warrior Scouts already. You're going to force a reaction to that. The reaction was spears. Because the reaction was spears, why would you now go sofa that also get countered by spears? I guess Recon just feels like once veterancy's in, it doesn't matter. He's good enough. I'm inclined to disagree. I also think this is not very sustainable. You don't have much gold access. Guys, like right now, Recon has no way of actually getting out of the feudal age. The weird part to me still is just that he's chosen to build sofa over, say, archers. Maybe he's worried that Wham is going to age up, and if he does, then the archers are pointless, right? Because H3 will just start building men-at-arms or knights. He's going to try to reveal and defend. The Wham, just looking to pop block him. Raid attempt by the Warrior Scouts, not going to work out. Double outpost set up for Wham, and more deer are coming in. Too many deer, in fact. He has got the gold out here, so it looks like he's resecured. I do respect Recon's desire to just not play the age up. He understands that, and this is true of the current meta, a lot of the time teching up equal death. You have to earn it, and he hasn't really earned an age up. So like for some people watching this who are more traditionalists and they've played AoE for years, they'll think Recon is just being silly. Like, why is he building all this army? He needs to just like get up in age so his Fulani works and he gets more food. He understands too well at this level, at this caliber. Doing that is pretty much a death sentence. He needs a reason. He needs a justification. I don't know if this is going to be the fight to justify it, though. Like, do you really want to be fighting 10 spearmen? He's going to try. Love that Wham. He hugs the gold, so he can't be fully surrounded easily. Starts to stab down at this. Death seems an inevitability for Wham's forward army, but they're going to trade out decently. Not to mention the horseman got worker kills there. Another 2 workers going down. There will be a cleanup. However, it'll also be a tech up. Regnit's Cathedral now on the way for Wham. And villagers. Oh my god, the horseman, he finds him again. A 13 worker lead now for Wham. And the horseman is stopping Recon from just running across the map, which is what he desperately needs to be doing right now. Yeah, I am not really liking the look of this right now for Recon. Because the problem now is your opponent's going to have veterancy in time. Because if you now dive, it's going to be like hard spear versus, you know, hardened units, right? Cavalry feudal age. If you wait and go castle age now, your opponent's definitely getting veterancy on spears in time. On top of that, you've now given Wham plenty of validity for going into crossbow. The sofa play, right? The sofa play will get countered by crossbow. There you go, Veteran C already queued up for the spears. Bam, only one archer range. Wonder if he considers just adding in a few knights to raid. It's a little bit tricky because your opponent has a lot of cavalry, so I would say knights is a little bit wasteful. The problem is that knights take ages to get into the fight. You need fighters now, and on top of that, there's so many enemy cavalry units, you'll just get surrounded and killed. Okay, he does queue them up. I guess he just thinks that there's not enough cavalry to dive him. Like, I think if you were worried about being attacked deep in your base right now, you'd probably just not build the knights because they're just a huge burden. Like 35 seconds of 240 resources paused is not great. But it's also comes down to Recon's position, right? Like he's so up in his face right now. The expectation is that Wham can just ride across. And that detail we mentioned about knights getting pinned doesn't really matter because the cavalry won't be in position to pin them at all. It's just ridiculous. Like, the way Recon's playing this is almost like someone discovering Malians the first time. You know what I mean? Not saying like he's playing it bad, but it's almost like he's trying to like limit test this unit comp. He sees the spearman, and along the way, he constantly resists the temptation. Only a few spears here. Will be a surround. Bit ambitious from Wham. Maybe a little bit greedy. Oh my god. The worst spearman there. Once upon a time. Yeah, that's how you do actually beat a counter unit. 5 spearmen for 2 warrior scouts. Not bad. Fulani now on the way for Recon, finally. The 1 relic. Also coming home for Wham. Playing for the second one. He's actually taking them from Recon's side of the map. Meanwhile, the spears are chasing. He finds another relic on the north side. He's taking all the risky ones first. For good reason. Recon has pretty much camped himself on this west side. Spears Knights are going to show up. And there's enough there to convince Recon it's a bad idea. East side, however, the cav is in. And they are starting to get some worker kills. Okay, so he's finally starting to develop the strategy a bit, but you gotta wonder, is it getting a little bit late? The spearmen, look at how quick they move. 1.38 into the base. Looking for targets. The archer transition now on the way for Recon, but reminder, the Fulani is still not complete. Wham gets in there at the perfect time. With a landmark not even half complete, there's no way Recon can just stand there and try to build it up. Not with this many spearmen. Archers get chased down. Out on the gold. Knight Spears chasing away the sofa. It's all just unraveling before his eyes. Recon rushes extra workers across now. The spearmen, they're coming back in though. Looking for that target. Recon surely just has to commit, but he knows if he does, he can't protect the cow. So Ranch gonna go down. I love this from Wham. He's not contesting the tech up truly. He doesn't want the worker kills. Even if they were there, you just take all the cow kills. Stabs them down. One by one, the bovine abuse occurs. Extra ranch from Rico is like, hey, you haven't blocked everything. Oh, but he will. Wham, he's drawn all attention home. Recon is no longer raiding. All that effort, and he got what? 3 kills. 3 kills with over 40 cavalry. Over how many minutes of trying? Just a depressing whimper at the end of a grand effort from Recon. Wham already with 3 relics. Soon to be 4. 5th one maybe a bit too ambitious. Knight Spears, they have found the flank. The villagers won't be safe in this area either. I just think he's dead. The Spears are going to get cleared up. The Knights as well. So, like, tech up is coming, but look at that. Dead. Cow's relatives all just spread out, lined up, shot down. This is so silly. Like, this strategy, it looks so silly, but I do understand what Recon was conceptualizing. And we did say you needed to think outside the box, right? Like, if you play standard Malian HRE, I think HRE just rolls you. This was creative. It's just you've done this against a guy that like I class as a masterful defender. You know, Wham has made a lot of effort to try and convince you he's not about the mid game, late game, and sure he plays more aggressive these days, but inherently over the years being about mid and late game means you have to be naturally good at defending, and Wham is a phenomenal defender. You know, we meme about Wham's walls for a reason. In this game though, it's going to be a body of wall, a full body wall of heavily armored knights and veteran spearmen to erase any hope, to dash any belief that Recon can go deeper. Bit of a heartbreaker. Let me know what you think about Recon's first time back in the competitive seat in Midweek Muster. A bit unfortunate for him that he went up against our seed number 1 so early, but I look forward to seeing more of him in the future. I mean, if nothing else, what I'll say about Recon is he just constantly provides games that you just like could upload, you know? I gotta give that to him. I think I'll just name that one 4 legs are better than 2. Oh dear, oh dear. Alright, so first series of the day done. Has Jiff made his data public? He has not. He is online. KPMM brings all the boys to yard, and damn right, it's better than y'all. One sec. Got someone who needs stuff last second because they missed stuff. Alright, guys. So, we should have Dumu versus Jiff shortly. Yo, Cal updated the theme. Thank you very much, Cal. Let me double check. Check if you're a filthy liar. Now, okay. Wait a second. Did you? I need to refresh. Yeah, give me a sec. Let's have a look. Nope. Still showing up with the old one. What's that? Let me mash the button a few times. Sometimes you need to refresh it like 4 times. No, you still got the old one. Oh god, now I need to realize which one. What one were we on? Oh, wait, you updated to him, Scott. Ah, okay. Thank you. Oh, you mean which? Oh, no, we were on Himscup. Yeah, you're right. All right, I'll leave it back on that. Let me know when it's updated. Because KPMM doesn't seem to be working as intended. Thank you. Yeah, so hopefully Cal can get that sorted, and then we'll be able to have the map names and whatnot, because we currently don't have that. In fact, let me double check. How have I done the trim on the bottom? Yeah, we should be good. So hopefully that gets fixed. All right, in the meantime, though, so Jiff will open his match history shortly. Up next, should we do Anatan versus Denisa? Yeah, let's do Anatan versus Denisa. So I'll reset this all. Oh, by the way, Cal, you're also missing the new King of the Rockies map. Figured you want that in there for the upcoming Rising Empires event. Yeah, but I figured that one would be a high priority for you, considering qualities are coming up and whatnot. But yes, it's true. There's a lot of maps missing. Time to add all the maps, lol. So, Anno on the left side. Who got... Okay, he didn't get... Wait. He gave Chinese? What? He valued the Byzantine band more and then picked Japan first pick. All right, this is crazy. Entire pipeline's like... Yeah, like, I mean... How hard is it to just let me, like, manually add some things as well? Like with map draft and whatnot. Because there's still not an option to do that, right? Which is baiting, because it feels like you should be able to. Very hard? Maybe like a separate dashboard tab? I don't know. Anyway, let's see. Vez Anatan. We'll also update stream title. And I'm bummed out that was a 2-0 though. Built yourself in the corner? Had a feeling you did. You didn't modularize it, did you? So you could expand it like that, I'm guessing. Because I'm guessing... No, it is? Okay. So you can't just like add on to an extra... Essentially like an extra tab field that would share some input, but not all. Yeah, I let him eat my grass outside my house. That's how I pay him. Alright, anyway. Let's go ahead. Game 1, Japan versus Rus. That's true. I pay him by giving him more work to do. Also, in fairness, it's like a mutual like relationship beneficial thing. Like I get the tools and what he gets is a test money. Because I'm always the one like testing stuff for him. Let me test something quickly. You've already started, haven't you? I can tell because the text just changed. Let's have a look. It is not working still. Let me refresh. Uno momento. Yeah, I don't understand why either. Have you got like a push live and you haven't pushed it live? Like it's your own version, maybe? I'm using Callandia.net/live game, which is the right one, right? That should be the right one. Yeah. Like it shows correctly for me in the browser as well. It's just not showing correctly in client for some reason. Like I can see it too. I can see it in browser. Custom CSS? It's got the default one. Let me try removing that. Nope. I removed the default CSS. Didn't change it. YouTube chat isn't working? Is it not? Oh, you're right. Why is it not working? 1 second. YouTube chat should definitely be there. Because I can see it. I'll fix that now. I think for some reason it logged me out. So we'll log back in. Okay, StreamVault's been relogged. So it should show now. No, so like, yeah, so like I need to resize this and I know I do. Basically, like it's, the size isn't the problem we're talking about. It's the assets that's wrong. So like the size is fine. The reason we know the size, like the size we can fix. The reason the size is like that is because when I use a different scene, I basically adapted something. Asset is correct in the browser. Yes, it's correct in the browser. It's just not correct in OBS. Which is really weird. Let me try removing the entire URL. And then we'll repaste. Nope. That is very odd. We're using a custom frame rate of 5. That shouldn't be a problem. page permissions, maybe? We got read access to OBS status information. Do I need something else? What if we delete and reread? Let me check. I hope I have a reference of the thingy somewhere. Otherwise, it's going to be very annoying. In fact, let me try adding browser. If I just add a fresh one. Your crap is always so weird, man. Nope. I guess, like, yeah, let's try a totally fresh one. Browser. New score. What was it? You have it at 1920, 1080, don't you? And I just scale upwards. Nope. New browsers of this as well. What have you done? What is going on? Must be on cursed. I don't understand. Alright, should we just leave... Like, do you want to just put it back to how it was and we'll sort this after my stream? Because, like, like, let's just sort it after stream. Wait. Oh, yeah, you turned back. Okay. It changed on my thing. I was like, oh, what's he done? Thank you. Yeah, let's just do it later when I'm not live. Because I think people want to watch the games, not watch us scratch our heads and our balls over this. That's my theory anyway. Maybe they're big fans of ball scratching. Yeah, this is the real content. The pit fires you guys don't see. Alright. Anyway, let's get into it. Let me crack open an account as well. We've got Volder Esports Anatan going up against Denisa. This right here is a round of 16 series. Denisa with the Rus, Ano to the Japanese. And it is going to be an immediate rack soap. Now, we've seen Anatan dismantle even Beastie with this type of matchup, Rus versus Japan. Because remember, it actually happened twice at the LAN in Denmark because there was a remake in which the build was altered on the opening and yet Anatan still managed to control the map fantastically. And what is up, Calistasia? I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well as well. But yeah, so this is like, going to be interesting to see if Denisa made the mistake. Ooh, beautifully done, Denisa. He took the lower value in the hunting cabins to keep them both in range. This one might be slightly on the edge of being hit. But the idea here is that the spearmen can't do anything if the hunting cabins are just kept a little bit back. The trade-off is going to be the amount of gold gen. Like, you see how bad this is, right? Like, honestly, I think Denisa maybe was a bit greedy about this. I don't think that the second hunting cabin was worth it. He got 9 wood on that one compared to the 24. So his gold gen is going to be, like, what, 20 plus 10. Normally, you're looking at, like, 19 plus 20 or something like that. But the idea is I think he believes that this will give him a cleaner timing to pro scouts. I'm not entirely sure it's, like, worth the extra 100 wood. So let's crack open a red ball and see how this opening is going to play for Ano. He hasn't even done the double spear, which makes this pretty lean, pretty efficient. 75 resources per plus the 160 isn't too bad. You're close to what your opponent spent on hunting cabin. Passive gold is always worth it. About that. So 11 gold gen a minute. That means this is going to take, what, 9 minutes to pay back? That's a long, long time in early game. Now, the question mark is how much of a difference it's going to make to his actual triggered pro scouts timing. I would guess he maybe stays 15 or 20 seconds. Which sounds good. But I don't know, I'm just not convinced on the Wooden Fortress, the Hunt Cabin situation, because I think this delays your Wooden Fortress as well. Dear. I'm going to start getting lane. Anatan's just going to camp them. Both of them are left side steer, which is great for blocking pro scouts. Yeah, I mean, Denisa, that's the other thing, right? Like, you want the pro scouts in optimally with the tech timing. It means you have to build the hunting cabin straight away, which means he didn't actually check to see how good or bad the deer swarm was, unless he RNG'd out on the correct side, which I don't think he did. Yeah, I think this scout was a little bit later. Does go up to 3 already, though. He's checking to see if there's any more spearmen coming. And Golden Gate now being added in. Meanwhile, Anatan should just be moments away from Kura's storehouse. Ah, them melons are real refreshing. I'm kind of just waiting at this stage for summer to end. I'm not a big fan. I'm still trying to figure out with my business partner whether I go to Gamescom. I've been like eyeballing up, so that there was an opportunity, but he was sleeping when I was like, "Do we do this? Don't we do it?" Where there was like an Airbnb for I think it was like 90 euros a night, which is really cheap for the middle of Cologne, by the way. But my instincts are telling me it's just rushed. Like I didn't have time to really book it ahead of time, because we were talking about it kind of last second, and then obviously we had KPMM starting up. So there you go, guys. I chose you and KPMM over going to Gamescom for big business. You're welcome. So I might just like say to him, let's just prep well in advance next year and do it. Because the more people I've talked to, the more they've said it's absolutely worth it for business relationships to go to Gamescom. Which does make sense. Actually, it's probably more true now than it's ever been since E3 died. Right? Because before there would have been a split between Gamescom and E3. Actually, E3 would have been the one. But now Gamescom is what? The biggest game conference in the world, right? There's none other that comes close. So Kura's in. First few farms going to be coming through. Denisa, I'm imagining, is he just doing an old school fast castle? No. Was that a misclick? I mean, yeah, I think he forgot about Pro Scouts there, which costs 150 wood. The cost of a production building. No, I think he just like... He might still go back to the stables. He just miscalibrated. Like, he needs to go for Pro Scouts first because Pro Scouts is heavily delayed. And then you get the stables or whatever afterwards. But, I don't know. I'm a bit shocked by the night choice just because there's already rack showing. However, it is going to be the right call because look at what Anatan is up to. We've got Bugacia. Bugacia's pretty sick here, guys. Bugacia is like an underrated blocker to Pro Scouts. Compared to Spears, like, they're pretty phenomenal because they're chase potential. Speaking of which, did he scout it? He did! Oh my god, Denisa. He didn't even try to subtly build it somewhere else. He gets seen. So Spearman reaction coming through. Anatan optimally wanted the Bugacia for the blocker. But now because there are knights coming, Spears just makes way too much sense. And yeah, he's even going Yumi to just make sure he's kind of like protected against an archer switch, which is realistic for Roos. It's one of the things they do best because of all the wood gen. Silk Song. Wait, what's Silk Song? Oh, the new Hollow Knight, right? So, I don't know. Am I a bad person? I still haven't played Hollow Knight to this day. I still haven't played Hades, actually. I really got to find some time to catch up on those. Plus Yumi arriving. Wooden Fortress is being built up, though. And the scouts, like... Wait, have they actually been doing anything? Have they just been... They've just been staring the whole time. You've got 7 scouts, and they are doing... Oh, my God. Like, someone put the song on. You get 7 scouts just to have 6 sheep? What's going on? Yumi are going to get scared away by the horseman coming in. I like that Denisa went horseman over just going knights here. Leaves him a bit more lean. I think part of that wasn't his choice, though. He's just lacking the gold. If he can't start getting deer home soon... He won't be able to actually afford knights, right? He won't have the bounty system working in his favor. He's only got 6 sheep after all. Yeah, I don't know. I think Denisa, he saw the writing on the wall to a certain degree, but this just felt like the incorrect call for a full one-sided deer stack. I'm wondering why Denisa didn't just go archers. What was he concerned about? Maybe he was worried that this is going to be a fast castle Japan build, but if it is, I mean, you have answers there, right? You start scaling to horse archers, you can contest. Yeah, no. He's going to get poked out here. Have to return said poke. Actually goes after the scout because, I mean, Yumi do no damage anyway, so might as well. Bugacia are going to be mopped up. Spearman to come around the back, though. Denisa actually target fires down the Yumi, which is a bit questionable with the Spearman there. Yeah, and now instead the horsemen are just brutally beaten. Reminder, all while this is going on, the spearmen are still camping the deer. Yeah, I think he's got 1 deer back, guys. 1 whole deer. 1 whole shekel for the neighborhood. Yumi also just great at stabbing in like this. Especially considering Denisa does not have wheelbarrow. That's going to be 2 workers down. Lucky it's not 3. Well, this is just looking horrible. I mean, let's not sugarcoat the crap, right? This is looking terrible right now for Denisa. Yeah, he's got like triple stables. I don't even know why he's adding a 3rd one. He doesn't have the food. He can't afford this. Denisa, like realistically, the correct judgment call here would be archers. But for whatever reason, Denisa just keeps resisting it. Maybe he thinks if I can scale knights, I get enough knights, I go castle, I've got a full army anyway. I think he's worried about Anno going castle. Because like he hasn't seen much more of Anatan's army so far. He's just seen the same group of Yumi. But we can see Anno is committing. Knights gonna come around the back. We'll be able to raid down a few. So does get himself a worker kill in response. It does cost him dearly. His only knight dying like that. And finally, we do have archery ranges being built by Denisa. Now that he knows, now that he has confirmation of what it is, but the problem is, does he know too late? It's 14 spearmen, which is justification for archers, sure. But your opponent also has a huge advantage when it comes to archer timing here. Undermesh is already on the way. Denisa hasn't invested his tickets, so he hasn't got blacksmith techs to play with. Yeah, like this is an in hindsight type game where you can see Denisa, he's trying to be optimal. He wants to be able to think about the tickets in the castle and whatnot. He just doesn't have the food to pay through, right? So now, because he's like being so stingy with his food and not converting into gold, he will not be able to contest Yumi. Like right now, this change that's coming in, this undermesh, means that each Yumi is almost going to be equal to an archer. Only a lot cheaper. And a lot faster too. I wonder if Anno just goes Steeled Arrow. Definitely feels worth it here. Spears. I'm going to stab in. Anno. He's actually removing the scouts with the Yumi. So that the spearmen on auto attack just attack the right target quicker. And now the dive comes in, and that is a brutal wipe of the very little army Denisa had. Archers are trying to trade out the spearmen instead. It's the only way they can actually win a fight. But yeah, make no mistake about it. This many Yumi definitely beat this many archers. Especially with the reinforcements now arriving. Floating gate now coming in behind this from Anno. Spears are going to get the attention of the villagers. But I don't think Anno cares. Like, he's done everything he needs to. Denisa still cannot pick up tier. Oh my god. I mean, this doesn't even feel like a game anymore. It just feels like bullying. Like, let him have 1 more deer, maybe? Just 1 more deer? Spears come back around. Knight is down to 4 HP. I mean, there's not really much left to say about this game. Denisa is stuck. Yeah, he has no scouts because they just all had to fight for him. He lost all 7 of them? This is... Oh my god. Oh, I just realized it hit the record button. Oh, no, dude, this might be the single worst Pro Scouts game I've ever cast. Actually, that's not true. No. I've seen one where they didn't get any deer. He at least got 1 deer. So Golf Clapper's there, but... And now wheelbarrowless running out like this? Oh, god. And Anatan's aware, by the way. He was watching for this. He just didn't expect Denisa to be so forward about it. He actually walked on the south side of the tree line. That pathing might save Denisa. But not for long. Mounted Samurai now right in the way. We've got Fuda Sashi coming in. Anatan just ramping up his berry gathering rate. He's moved out for the deer. Both, in fact. This is just ridiculous. I mean, Spearman, Yumi, you can handle. It's the Mounted Samurai I'm afraid of. Pumba has been pulled. Denisa has just lost a worker to it. It's alright, we can eat him too. With how hungry Deniska's whole civilization has been, I don't think they're going to be picky about what they eat at this stage. Like, oh man, I could eat a whole horse. Or the man on the back of the horse. Oh, he just scouted it. Look at the discipline. The positioning. Anatan just out of range here. Not looking for more info than he needs. There is no outpost up. Deniska's in trouble. The Mounted Samurai is even rallying over. He was camping. I don't know what, like, what, I don't know what's going on here. He keeps the Mounted Samurai back in the deer. I think he just seems to be forgetting about them. And there's the reveal. Deniska. It's just not going to get any better, bud. He hasn't even realized yet. Wait, he gets shivs out? Oh, God. Well, it's too late to run away now. The Mounted Samurai is already coming. It's munch time. Not just that. There's a second one coming through as well. Maybe he's lucky and he gets one worker away. Maybe. Reminder, these have textiles, by the way, and this is still a beatdown. Spearmen or whatever. Yeah, archers can beat that, but, like, Denisa has nothing for Mounted Samurai now. Like, this whole army could just lose to 2 Mounted Samurai. It actually might. It will. But to accelerate the process... Alright, this is where you call GG because you have no knights. He did, however, finally get pro scouts. I think it might be a bit late. Like, I hate to be the Mad Hatter with my little pocket watch, but it feels like your time is up. Alright. That was, not a very competitive game. Pretty rough one for Denisa. That is definitely, I feel like, is that the most stompy game we've had? I don't know. We had some, like, stompy ones in round of 32. But, like, expectation and reality, that felt insanely stompy. One sec. I need to just send a message, and then we'll get into game 2. One of my creators in his War Thunder. Oh, yeah. Okay, no, it's good. He didn't need that detail. Look. All right, so G2. We are going to Hillendale. English versus HR. Denisa is so tunnel vision with the strategy you started with. But that's like not an uncommon thing in Age of Empires 4. We've already highlighted that in the past. Like that's always been a big sticking point. Is like the top 16, top 20. Like they understand how the fluid nature of the game is. You've got people who are in the top 100 who are still very rigid in their approach because they want to execute in a certain way, right? Has China but goes English. He wants them for is it Gorge? Yeah, he wants them for Gorge. Actually, dude, no, he's got Delhi. You're right. Like that's kind of weird. But I guess is he worried about the Shushi pick? Maybe. I actually like China over Shushi, especially on this map. English get hard counted by this. Well, they get hard counted by everything. It doesn't really count. All right, welcome back, one and all. It's time for game number 2 between Denisa and Anatan here in the midweek muster. And already, it's not Denisa leading. It's the expected. Anatan now with the HRE on Hillendale. Meanwhile, Denisa takes to the English. English, I see where he's coming from on this map, but I think like HRE, can't they just play aggro into you? I feel like we're probably looking at a 2TC build from English, aren't we? Because like if you try to go longbow rush, like I've seen it way too many times, guys. If you try to longbow rush with English, HRE could just archer mass and kill you. It's that kind of dented straightforward. I remember when we first had it revealed to us when Don shoo it off in like a high level game. I was like, I did not realize it was that broken. He's like, yep. Just kind of run them through. So probably looking at an eco game, but if you get into an eco race, HRE with map control just rushing castle is dangerous. So Denisa is going to have to be on point with the king if he's going for your typical Abbey of Kings 2TC. Actually, guys, there is a way for English to win this. You know what it is? You do your 2TC, but you know what you do your 2TC? You wall the relics. You almost beat Dumu with early wall Barret into forward proxy council hall. Why? Why? What did you do? Block his wood line? You must have blocked his wood line. That's the only way I think that would work, right? Yeah, okay, that's not a bad idea. Still, it'd be kind of hard here, right? Like, if you get scouted at all, like, Hillendale's a more linear map. Like, your rush across would be hard to hide. And if there's just, like, one tiny wall here, your opponent has backup wood, rather, and then Craps Creek without a paddle, right? Like, what map was that on? I imagine that was on some sort of map that has, like, 4 tree lines. Was it a dry Arabia spawn with a weird placement? And that's cheeky. Got English Rush Castle Bow with White Tower? If you want to lose every single game you ever play against high-level players, yes. So just to clarify, you're asking if you can gather 1,800 resources and then run into the enemy base to drop a landmark? It's a bit tricky. And yes, these are BO frees. So if Denisa loses here, he is out. We do not have a lower bracket. I would love to get to the stage where we have a lower bracket, but realistically, we need people to actually be on point with the scheduling. Like, I believe... I'd have to double check. I think one of these series is still waiting to be scheduled. But I don't know. Maybe like, this time, if we're a few weeks in, I'm like, hey, everyone's actually being really fluid on the scheduling, then I'll look to, like, set up some sort of lower bracket for maybe the top 4 or something. And yeah, Abbey of Kings, 2TC, it's coming. It's also telegraphed if you go 1TC fast castle. Exactly. Like, if you're not building any Lombos or anything, it's obvious. But I like this, by the way. We're getting Minework from Anatan. Minework's pretty cool. I think it's actually slept on a lot with these fast castle builds in particular. Because the idea here is if you're worried about your opponent, like, kind of macroing up it too fast, but he hasn't got any map control, building extra prelates isn't a negative. It's a positive waiting to be cashed in. Because it will allow you, on a delay, to go and rush out the relics. As soon as you castle up, you'll be able to rush out for 3 relics straight away. In fact, you'll be able to bring them back once you've teched up, right? So, like, the moment you do the tech up, you've already cut half the distance. Is he going burger? I don't think necessarily it has to be burger. It's got 14 sheep plus the deer. It's feasible, but, like, realistically, you can just get away with regnants here. Oh my god. This is annoying. I've got that thing where, like, you ever get, like, a hair stuck in your teeth? Being a cannibal's hard, man. Yeah, I don't even know how it got there. I can feel it. It's driving me crazy. Just like the fact that English players only ever want to do one thing. That drives me crazy too. Is he at least going to get good placement? No, it's just going to be in the gold, isn't it? We're getting a normie TC. This is like how every English player plays 2TC. Honestly, I would have been all for, like, a deer drop. Or just actually the deer in your base. Like, this is just being neglected, which is crazy. Oh, guys, it's going to be free No. No. And you know what? Actually, I think you're right. This is Burgrave. I think it could still... Like, it could realistically still be in Regnants, but he stopped at 2 prelates. Like, I feel like you'd want to go maybe 3 prelates if it was going to be Regnants. Just so that you're in position on the relics already. He also hasn't pulled a prelate yet to walk for relics. So this almost guaranteed is going to be Burgrave. So good call. And that gold in the center was very hungry. This was a tree line. I swear these type of spawns happen more often these days. It's happened over here as well, by the way. What I need is a situation where, like, the boar spawns here and you just can't find it. For people to really have something to drama about. Okay, hold on a sec. He's got Spearman coming in. Could this not be Burgrave? I mean, it could just be double spear to defend his tech up against the king. My issue with Burgrave here is, like, do you really need it? And my feeling is no. Like, if you go for Regnants, you just get so much gold intake that the 2TC detail is kind of irrelevant. Like, at that stage, you could probably just hunker down and play towards Castle Imp. And there we go. It is going to be Regnets. So yeah, like, this now keeps the door open for Anatan to either aggro after getting relics, or he just stays on his high ground and goes for Imperial Age. Because remember, the design of this map, like, there's two things they changed over time on Hill and Dale to force you off the high ground. One was the gold, and two was the wood. But with this type of spawn, like, I don't think you really care about wood. You've got plenty of it. So gold is the main thing that would force you off of the high ground. King. Not going to be able to touch too much here. You won't really even be able to fish for a kill because the prelate can just heal everything. Does almost lose the scout. Lucky he didn't. I think the mine works for the knight armor upgrade. Yes. Steel barding, like that. It's not just steel barding actually. Like it's the undermesh timing. Something that really gets slept on is just how ridiculous the mine works discounts and research speeds are. Right. 40 seconds and half price is crazy. You know, could you actually imagine if there was like a Civ that paid somewhere between a half price and only 2/3 of what a blacksmith would cost, and they got it in like 30 seconds? There isn't a Civ in the game that like that other than the mine work, right? I'm being sarcastic. China exists, and you get a third back of what you spend on your first blacksmith decks. But this is going to be steel barding plus undermesh 2 discounted. Then you're talking about 4 extra ranged armor. That means you can have 8 ranged armor when you dive a TC that does 8 damage on his primary shot. That's nuts. I think, have we got the stables coming in? No, he's prioritizing the prelates. So Anatan was very disciplined. We talked about this timing of walking out early, but because he was waiting for the king to arrive, he didn't want to leave his base and just lose gold. So prelates are going to be marching out now after the king got half HP'd and forced home. He does not know where all relics are, by the way. Anatan is missing info on the northern one, but has plenty of info currently to operate off of. Do we have the stables? He's got enough wood for it now. I feel like he's waiting to see what his opponent's going to do. Because remember what we said, if you get 4 relics plus back, you can just go into Imperial Age. You don't care. Big investment on the spears. I think he's going Imperial, though. And he's going Imperial. Like, this is the thing, right? Like, when you see veteran spears and you see no knights, it's pretty obvious at that stage what he's doing. But this is the flexibility you get of HRE these days in the Minework build. Like, the Minework build could have been steel barding if necessary, and then a Night Rush. The other interesting thing, by the way, is there's also the psychological element of, like, did Denisa think he was going to get rushed and pull back, right? Was he so freaked out? Because, like, this is the thing. The counterplay here for English to keep up would have been actually to go King's Palace over White Tower, and then wall yourself in as well. And then you have a late game situation. It's still grim because it's going to be 5 relic HRE, but you exist. Now with White Tower, you don't have scalability against Palace of Swabia, and Anatan will catch up with your eco difference. In fact, once all these relics are home, he's already eco ahead. And the other cool thing about this type of timing, we mentioned that you can usually get the relics quicker if the prelates can move out because there's no harassment. The other thing is once you've got this many prelates and they come home, they have a purpose for your economy, right? You just spread them out, you buff up. How on earth is English going to win this? Hey, if there's anything I've learned in the history of Age of Empires 4, competitive Age of Empires 4, there's always the opportunity for a disconnect. Too soon? No, of course it's not too soon. It happens like every other week. So reminder, anyone who tells you absolutely need Arkan, Anatan's about to crack Imperial at like, what, pre-13 minutes? Without Arkan. So you only need to stop yarking about Arkan. It doesn't matter. A little bit of food still needs to be dropped off. The prelate buff goes hard, man. And Denisa, wait, is he's I think he knows. He's trying to go Imperial too. Why did I stop casting Dota 2? Lack of tournaments to cast, really. Can't do much if you can't be hired, right? And everyone has the little in crew. And there's not much deviation. I was kind of hopeful, like, with certain new TOs entering the scene, that they would actually look for, like, different casters, different cast lineups. But most that have entered have used the same people. So, Pasta Swabia. Pre-12 minutes complete. How do you like them apples? This is the map, right? Like, if you guys remember, Hill and Dale was the classic OG map for HRE. It wasn't until Delhi came along where they got counterplayed, right? I think Mongols was an interesting one back in the day. You used to build outposts on all the relics and then spring on placement, but it didn't really feel that ideal as time went on. And English, in fairness to Denisa, his own age-up timing is not going to be that terrible. But also, in fairness to Denisa, he's just dead on economy now. The only upside is that Anatan doesn't know where the 5th relic is. The downside is he's looking in all the right places. So 5th relic, to be picked up by Anno. At which stage, you're talking about a pretty ludicrous amount of gold. Right? Like, you're going to end up with 800 passive gold a minute. He doesn't really need to come out of the base at that point. Even though this vein's about to be tapped dry, it's not going to matter. I expect Anatan will still play for gold because the reality is with Pulse of Swabia, why not? You know, the crazy thing you have to remember about Swabia, and this is why I still think it's crazy, once you have Wheelbarrow on HRE, if a villager does one drop-off, they pay for themselves and then some. Because with Wheelbarrow, plus push carts, people always forget about push carts, which is a default built-in thing, baked-in thing for HRE. You get 21 resources before you have to drop off. 21 resources, which will happen quickly because you've got Prolate buff. So that means we're talking about, like, what? You're paying yourself off in probably about... Not even... Is it 20 seconds? Probably about 20 seconds. That's nuts. And it's going to be Wingard. So... Someone's going to say Deniska's dead, and I'm going to refute it. Here's the thing. He's fairly dead. That's right, got you on a technicality. The thing about Denisa is if he can drag late enough, like, English is English, right? Like, they have got good plans in the late game with their attack aura, with mass farms, their men-at-arms, armor-clad, like, good generic unit. Sure, your opponent's going to build into their maces, but, like, you have other good supporting units. So there are ways. Also things like Roboticons, etc. There are ways for English here. The challenge is HRE peaks much faster. HRE is not really a great late game civ. They're a great tempo late game civ. Does that make sense? Like, if you had to line up all the civs in Age of Empires 4 and then tag them at which point in the game, give me a minute that they reach their peak, that they are fully imped out, all upgrades, etc., you probably put HRE number 1. They get there quicker than anyone else because of the Regnit's timing. However, once they're there, once they've reached the peak, their peak is technically lower than a lot of civs in the game because they don't have great unique units. I mean, they now have the Black Rider edition, which changes things a bit, but overall don't have great late game units. Then you compare it to English that has got the attack speed or 30%. They've got some good options in there, such as the Footmen, the Rangers. Like, they handle themselves very well comparatively. And they also have a good economy when it comes to the mass farms. When you got like 80 farms plus. The food plus gold gen is pretty nice. I'd say English isn't like the hyper best late game, but they are up there compared to HRE. The question is, if this goes late enough, would Anatan then be able to just pivot Black Riders? Because without the L's back, it's very difficult. I think the bigger question is, KP, why are you aiming that late in the game? I don't think we're going that late. No, this one does feel like it might be a little bit quick.
Good a worker, done a Rita. Lockers greater.
Good a worker, done a Rita. We have an Hestis coming on.
Mass Spearman. Wow, I've never seen this before. Do we have relics in Outposts? We do. Yeah. He's saving 3 of them in the Regnit's Cathedral right now. Just want more Outposts, being greedy. We also got Cistercian Abbeys pretty early, so additional farms coming through. Anatan is already up to 30 farms Meanwhile, Deniska starts scaling much earlier, is at 28. This is bad. But good for the sheep because they no longer get touched. Actually, no, bad for the sheep. They're already all dead, right? No, Deniska, what a lad. Deniska kept 2 sheep alive so he can breed them again. And that's how Lancaster was born. Our raid attempt. Anatan is getting ready for the stone wall. Might need to get ready quicker. He has spears, though. I shouldn't be touching sheep. I'm not. You're just encouraging them to touch each other. Because if enough of them touch each other, then you can have your glorious doner kebab. But if they stop touching each other, then you never get doner kebab. Like, what's the problem here? Yeah, these are late spears. You don't really want to be fighting them. He's got Wingard Raider, which is a cool idea, but he doesn't have elite text. Deniska needs gold now, and oh my. That's gonna hurt. Deniska still hasn't prioritized any elite upgrades. I just don't think he'll be able to get them in time. Like, this is way too many spears. It's also Inspired Warriors buff on Spearman, by the way. And all pikes is now coming in. There you go, guys. Mine work so that you can get the techs in Imperial Age. Villagers are going to get harassed, but it just doesn't matter. There's 32 workers here. You're not going to stop this construction. Shortbow from the... This is just desperation mode, Deniska. Even with those losses, Anatan still has the worker lead. Welcome to swabification. How is this still a build, man? All the years that pass, and at the core of HRE, no matter how you play against them, there's always this lurking thought in the back of your brain that tells you they're going to go for Swabia. And it's going to get ridiculous. And it really has. It's getting even more ridiculous. We've got elite upgrades for knights. He's going to be switching into the armor now. Mine work for Imperial, guys. How about that for a unique take, a unique swing? Didn't use one of the unique techs until he got the 4th age. And yeah, Deniska, his castle is looking a lot worse for wear. He'll get it up, but he's already lost, like, what? Same, maybe more villagers? And this will be torches out. He'll go over to clean up the knights, but then you just go back in for the castle. It's unlimited speardom. Elite army tactics also on the way. This is over. Yeah, I think Anatan's series against Deniska might be one of, like, the cleanest executions I've seen in, like, a round of 16 that I can think of. This just didn't even look remotely close. And that's no offense to Deniska, that's praise to Anatan. It probably doesn't help Deniska that him and Anatan, I believe they regularly scrim together, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to double check that. And then Anno is statistically the better player anyway, right? But this is crazy. I mean, Anatan made Deniska look like a gold level player. And reminder, folks, Deniska's ranked like 84th in the world. He's not bad at the game. It's just Anatan made him look bad. What's up with mass scouts? Because at this point, you just want burn. Anatan's just doing it in honor of Recon. I think Denisa will call GG in a sec. He's got enclosures, but he's way off on the gold requirement still. He needs active gold gathering or he's dead. He can't gather from this gold due to the castle placement. By the way, Anatan has been gathering in this tree line the entire time. Talk about a safety gold. Now the castle. It's going to be going down. The burn's just too strong. And now the Empire truly has crumbled. He's Are we just going to move castle to castle losing them? I think that's what's happening here. But each time, Anatan just has more torches. And there it is. Steel Barding coming in. Mine work for Imperial. That's a unique take. I mean, going Imperial and Rush, no, but mine work untouched until Imperial is... It's something. I'll give Anatan that. It's most definitely something. This one is going to go up. No, it's not even going to bother. Chi gets called. Anatan with one of the most brutal beatdowns in the round 16 and one of the cleanest H3 executions I think we've seen. Oof. I don't know, like, is that one, like, uploadable? I don't know, it's so stompy. This is weird when they're stompy like this. Like, it's intriguing from the build perspective. Like, mine work for age 4 sort of thing, right? What did he get out of mine work? He got all pikes for his spearmen, and then he got steel barding for his knights. So he got value out of it. All right. So next up, though, hopefully less stompy, because that was human toilet levels of stompy. I'm sorry, but it was. Poor Denise got a little bit of battered and bruised after that one. Next up, we have got Dumu versus Jif. Dude, this guy, I'm sorry, but he rolled you over, mate. It's like, it's okay, it happens. Like I even said, it's not that you're a bad player. It's just like he made you look like a toy. Like Anatan is a monster, dude. Be honest, did you not feel like Rapunzel stuck in the castle in that game 1? Bless him. Do I even want to know what you typed? That's right. You're like Rapunzel waiting for Marine Lord to come and save you. Wait, no. Oh, so let me check the brackets. You're like Rapunzel now waiting for Killi to come and save you? B to come and save you. I don't know, dude. Like, what I just saw Anatan do to you, I don't know. I got a weird feeling he might just be taken this week. That was the strongest performance. Like, the people we watched so far, and we haven't watched all of them, obviously, but like, Wham and Anatan seem like the obvious ones. But we'll be able to check in on B versus Sword Off shortly. But up next, we've got Jif versus Dumu. And game 1 will be on Dry Arabia. At least it should. Jif, where the hell's the game? What? It's all the way back here. All right, Malians versus Shushi. Trying to remember, isn't this usually quite good for... Shushi just get pro scouts quite quick, right? But I think Mali can intercept. Alright, guys, be nice to Denisa. You have not experienced Anatan's fury, alright? This man went into the arena with him and came out alive. Okay, alive might be in it. He came out. He's still here with us. Big shout out to Denisa. Looking forward to seeing him in the future weeks. Johan, I think they're asking about game 1. Because in game... Actually, let's... Denisa, you can answer if he wants to or not. I think a fair point would be in game 1... Did you feel like it was a little bit weird that you went, you went so many stables when you had no food access? Because I thought you were gonna just go archers, especially after the spearman opening. But I'm assuming you probably felt like you were being baited because you see spearman and you're like, oh, Anno wants me to react to this. Because like, in theory, archers is the thing that you can spam best as Roos, right? What features from other AoE titles would you add to AoE 4? Reconnect! Hey! It's sad. Reconnect is like one obvious one. I think outside of that, co-op campaigns. I think a lot of the things that we need are technical based. So like co-op campaigns, reconnect. And yo, what is up? How you going? How you doing, my boy? So thank you very much for the raid. Thank you. Welcome one and all. Perfect time to catch up the midweek musters. In fact, we're going to be having a look at B versus Sword Of after this series. We're doing Dumu versus Jif. So far today, we've done Wham versus Recon. We've done Anatan versus Denisa. In fact, shall I add in the scores of that? We'll probably be able to squeeze in like Voldemar Scatterbrain as well. And I'm keeping an eye out for some live series. I heard Myriad versus Philosbert was an interesting one also. But yeah, if you guys didn't, even though it was a 2-0, I highly recommend watching the Wham Recon games, there was a lot of creativity in there. Like, if nothing else, it was bloody creative what was coming out there. So we said, what was the other one we done? We done Anatan. So here you go. I'll push the updated version now for you guys. Oh, I forgot to create. I usually create 2 versions of the Photoshop file. Start of week. 1 second. So yeah, I usually create 2 versions so that it's easier on me later to reset. All right, so that should be updated now. And let's get ready to roll. All right. Wait, I didn't click the button. I'm genius. We've already seen Dumu almost bleed to a conk 1 this week. So what happens when you put him in the arena with the most powerful man from the Isle of Man? That's right, it's Jiff. Welcome back, one and all, to the channel for another midweek muster clash. Round of 16 in Season 2, Week 1. And last time we saw these two face off, I believe Jiff was able to bleed Dumu, actually. It was a very close series, if I'm not mistaken, 2-1. And they will be returning to the arena again. This time, though, Jiff with a Shushi to kick off, while Dumu takes to the Malians. And a pretty good spawn already. Back gold. Deer's going to be all forward spawn. I wonder if we're going to get a Pro Scout contest or if we get Shushi going more aggressive. Because I feel like Shushi have been looking really good with these more aggressive lines recently than just being baited into Pro Scouts. The thing that worries me about that, though, is like if you're going Chugnu, which would be the heart of being aggressive, into Malians, you're going to be in a lot of pain. Jiff, does he have a good spawn at all? I mean, you could play it safe with Meditation Garden with the berries and gold. Nothing outrageous, though. I think it's very rare to get a broken spawn for Meditation Gardens on Dry Arabia these days. Unless your name's Dumu. Somehow, whenever I watch Dumu, he gets like these corner food spawns on Dry Arabia that gets him like 100 resources Meditation Gardens, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's actually really good for a Shushi. Oh, and we need to update the bracket command, don't we? I'll remind me afterwards because I can't remember the command. There's an edit com bracket, and then we need to give the midweek muster. Reminder, by the way, whenever you look at those, there will be a mixture of live games and not live games happening. So if you click on it, you're probably going to spoil things for yourself. One second. Doink. So Demo should be going for the Manta. Ring of Roses a little bit. And by the way, the reason why he moves them over here, I'm pretty sure Dumu's planning to put 6 onto the wood line to then rush into like a stables play here. He's already putting 3 on the tree line. This would be good to get the mill down so that like when you're prepped and tech. He's still got some way to go. Actually, ooh. Yeah, no, he's lacking houses a lot, isn't he? I wonder, is this going to be aggro over Pro Scouts? It just feels a little bit weird to only have the 4 houses already. Because his gold is going to be quite low for a PS timing. But in fairness, usually you do want to have some scouts out before you go towards PS. This, however, may change his mind. Did he scout that? No, Jiff, this is subtle. He's gone for a Rax play. It's unseen. Okay. Shushi even participating in the Dark Age these days. That feels like a rare thing to say. I think Shushi's one of those civs that has benefited most in the last few months from just getting out of the Dark Age as quickly as possible. At least from what we've seen. He has just revealed it. So, I mean, in fairness, Jiff probably got the best value possible. He revealed the Spearman as he is being seen. And yes, Recon is indeed back from the Age of Mythology prison. I definitely recommend watching his opening series in this weekly against Mahodo. That was an incredible set of games. The Wham one, I think, yeah, like, Recon's got some calibrating still to do. Let's just say that. And the mini-gun, pretty underwhelming. Like we did say, he probably wasn't going to get a good one. He just wants to tech up because he's an age behind now, guys. So, like, you don't want to idle around much longer. You do have the stables coming in, though, so it looks like it is going to be Dumu on a slower Pro Scouts. Just courtesy of the fact that he didn't, like, mass up houses, right? Still, makes sense. I think the reason why you don't want to mass houses here is it kind of takes options away from you. You want to kind of know what you're up against first. Instead of just blind punting. No, he did not miss the one berry. You can see by the hitbox, it should be in there. So you just have to clip part of it, and you should get the goodies. Usually it's gold and stone that has some weird interactions with its hitbox. That comes down to the fact that, like, usually circles aren't circles in this game. They're squircles. So, like, for example, the shape is more like this, like a line, and then curves in the corners. A squircle. A squircle? A squarecle? What, squarecle? Is it squarecle or squircle? The problem with squircle is it sounds like squirrel. And that just sets you up for disappointment. Like, alright, I'm a big squirrel fan. There you go. Final tick should be coming in. So it'll be 36 food and 25 gold. It's a pretty mediocre meditation garden, but welcome to Dry Arabia. So far, 2 houses burnt down there. Dumu? Ooh. Okay, hold on. That's kind of cool. He's going Sofa. This is pretty awesome, actually. To kind of intercept raid on the other side. Because Jiff isn't doing a standard Pro Scout build, right? Which means there's a risk that he's going to come out of his base for food. In fact, Jiff, he's only got 10 sheep, which isn't a great old deal with this type of strategy. Yeah, because think about his comp so far. Spearman, Palace Guard, like, this is all food heavy. It's not like he's adding in archers, and you can't add in archers as Shushi. Like, pretty much every option you're looking at feels a little bit expensive. Remember, if you forward with the Warrior Scouts, they can absorb and heal, so the sofas don't die. I think that's the goal here. Guess the villagers in there love the villager detail. Villagers won't die fast to Spearmen. The micro, so far on point. Dumu, just resisting losses. Even pulls back the worker at the last second there. Teasing Jiff, thinking he can get a kill. That was sick. Dumu, elegant micro, no losses at all. Bad thing here was he took a lot of damage on the sofas, but to get rid of, what was that, 5 spearmen? Absolutely and utterly worth it. Not even a single worker kill after all that. That's got to be feeling brutal. And I mean, Jiff, you can see what he done here. He assumed Pro Scouts. Dumu is not Pro Scouting. Not yet, anyway. He's just reinvesting. He's actually putting the gold into ranches because he understands he can't access this yet. And now Jiff is going to be the one going Pro Scouts. But the problem now is you're against a bunch of anti-scouters. You got the Warrior Scouts that can beat Scouts, so you got Sofas to chase as well. Yeah, Sofas that are quicker than Scouts. Dumu already 1 ranch full. Non-stop cattle pump. Does he consider just adding in a handful of archers? Probably not. It's not really something you're looking for as Malians. Like, if you're playing Feudal, you're adding in Javelins. And if you're playing for Castle, Archers isn't the plan, but Archers isn't the first step of the plan, right? It's further down the line. Dumu, he's just looking for freebies. He knows he can't beat the Spearmen directly head-on, but he can poke at anything that isn't with them. Jiff, of course, with Pro Scouts on Chuchi, you get it so quick anyway, so they're already coming home. I'm a little bit concerned he didn't take the closer deer because Jiff doesn't have much food, right? Like, he's got 6 sheep. But those 6 have already been clubbed down, so it's probably more like 3 or 4 food worth of sheep. Or sheep worth of food. And the archer timing is there, Dumu. There we go. So the switch is going to be coming in. Interesting. I guess he just sees enough spears to justify it this early. And probably sees that his opponent is playing this loose for the food anyway. Not just that. Think about the way that Jiff just reacted. He's getting the first load of deer home, but he pulled his whole army away from the front side of Dumu's base. So you can already start blocking any sort of retrieval from here. Wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at some sort of timing soon around, like, Stilled Arrow. If he's going to pump 9+ archers, it would make sense. Instead, though, it looks like Dumu is just going to up the cow game. I mean, why not? Your opponent, even if he gets the Pro Scouts now, it's already delayed, and it's not exactly an infinite food supply. it's not at all an infinite food supply. Jiff is going to be going for that castle play. Which makes sense. Like, Sushi is a bit of a weird sieve. There's definitely some matchups where you can play castle, feudal limb rather, but like, I'd say the majority, probably like 70% of matchups, maybe even 75, maybe 80. Sushi are just asking the question, how do I get to castle? Jiff of Knight's going to be a different game. If he has enough food, yes. That's the big if for Jiff. And so far, I think he's only got 3 deer there. He's going to have no backup sheep. So he needs every deer coming home without any harassment, any delay. Dumu already setting up the additional pit mine. Ranch count, we're halfway there. Mount Lu Academy is coming through, though. This is going to give him the push timing. So Jiff, probably looking at what? Mass Palace Guard to counterplay. We'll also allow him to get the spearman upgrading ASAP here. Remember, with supervision, it doesn't take very long. He definitely has the goal to do so. Even just getting a few lances out ASAP. Because at this stage, the Sofa aren't that tanky. They're not that threatening. It's time for Grenadiers. This is why we need Faye in the KPMMs. PG to be wrecked by Sofa and Archer. You don't think you can do both? Actually, in fairness, like I think you're right. Like it's not just those two you mentioned, Johan. There's another thing. It's like Malians can build Musafadi, and Musafadi can beat PG from an age behind. So yeah, good call. Still, my problem with like the Knights here is, are you not going to exhaust the gold a bit too fast? Well, I guess the second one's not too far away. Still, Sofa, mirrored play. Fulani is almost there, guys. It's going to be full. And there's a matter of just saving up. He's on the berries just to rush this up, being as lean as possible. We'll even move in for a poke on the Medigard in the meantime. Dumu. He's going to continue going Archer Sofa, just ready for the next stage when it arrives. Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like Jiff's comp is just counted. It looks like it anyway. Archer deal with the spears, Sofa to mirror the knights. I mean, if Jiff can get ahead on the knight count, I think that's when things look really good here. If you can be about 1.4, 1.5x the Sofa count, it's weird as well because like a Lancer should beat a Sofa anyway, even when they're both casted up. But I think it's the Archer difference. The Archer just gets so good with the poison arrow as an assister. Another problem for Jiff. Okay, he is getting the second deer pack, so that's getting a little bit better. So he will have the food to work with. Speaking of Dumu's food, he can't actually commit it for the next stage. It has to go into more units now. This is looking really good. I think Jiff, there's a little bit concerned he might roll this slow at the beginning. But he's finding his timing here. Archers will scare him away. Does Dumu cancel the Sofa is the question. Kind of feels like if you're going to, now would be the time. Instead, he's investing more. Stilled Arrow now coming through, which is going to be okay against the Spearman, irrelevant against the Lancer, though, because they already have the Undermesh. Ranged Armor 2 now in. Not really necessary for those Lancers, as I mentioned, but be good for the Spears to last a little bit longer. Now, this is looking rough, man. I think Dumu, like, there's some highlights about the pit mine. I mean, it's a forward pit mine. It was difficult. Remember, Jiff attacked here, so, like, I don't blame Dumu for a delayed pit mine. Maybe in hindsight, like, not going Archers opening sooner hurt his timing slightly. This is the thing. If Dumu can age up, he's got a really strong army, and it upgrades really fast. The veteran Cs only take 30 seconds. Imported armor is a bit more difficult, though. Jiff. He really needs to start this brawl soon. I think he's looking for the timing when the tech up occurs. The problem is, the more you kind of limbo like this, the more easy it is for Dumu to tech up because of all the extra food coming through. Like, he's competing with pro scouts right now because of the cow. Jeff now with Dali horses on the way. Doesn't kill the pit mine. And Dumu, he's got what he needs. Fulani now on the way. But a reminder, there's some extra things that are going to be needed here. 30 seconds wait, but that's easily affordable and achievable. The important armors is a bit more of a stretch though. The 350 gold, 150 food, and a whole minute wait. That's going to be the challenge one. Whether Dumu can hold out long enough for that. Dumu just cheekily looking for some yoinks where he can get them. Courtesy of the fact he's the only one with a range unit. But he's maybe awoken the beast here. Jiff now with the chase. Starts to move in. Fulani is going to complete in time. These veteran spearmen are lethal for the sofa. Villagers, they go back to work! Dumu! What was that? Miss Rally. Miss Reed. 4 workers down. Lancers. Baiting the army deeper, allowing the spearmen to catch up here. Chases him past. Villagers running to the north side are going to start to get intercepted. There's reinforcements also on the way. Jiff looks like he's got this one locked in. Veteran sees it almost there. Dumu needs to wait for them. Archers are starting to be sacrificed because of it, though. Upgrades are in. This is meant to be the moment. If he can do it, it would be now. But Jiff, he's finding the kills. The workers aren't moving. Dumu is down to 35 eco, and this is it. Jiff, the patience, the timing, the read, perfect. The most manly man from the Isle of Man can and will destroy Dumu in game number 1. What a timing as well. I was a little bit skeptical for a moment. It almost looked like Jiff was going to be slow rolling and not committing when he needed to most, but my doubts alleviated. No doubt about it. Jiff has this one locked in. There's just nothing left of Dumu. 25 to 56 economy, and the burning of the cow should be the final signaling, the ringing of the cowbell. To count Dumu out. Game 1 to Jiff. Who saw that coming? Shushi, once again, just looking pretty good in this matchup. We talked about like the feudal being bad if you can force Shushi to commit, but Malians are better when they're being attacked to force people to commit to feudal. Great difference with the way that Jiff opened this one up. Gets him off to a great early start up against one of the fan favorites in Dumu. That was impressive. That timing was really, really impressive, actually. So game 1 for Mr. Jiff. G2. Did we have a reconnect? We did. Okay. Gorge. Roos versus Choina. Let me mark it in. Could Sofa Musafadi save him? Musafadi are actually really underrated, so there's a possibility. Like, Musafadi aren't too bad against Lancers, especially when you got Sofa to kind of tank a little bit. The problem is, like, you're choke point defending, so you kind of want to have archers. Optimally, he needs archers. Musafadi equal out against spears, but, like, I think then you've just got Lancers being Sofa. You still need the age up, right? And I think if you're going Musafadi in age 2, you're just not going to, like, be allowed to go next age, you know? Like, that's the difference. The archers are at least threatening to the spearmen. But if you go Muso into veteran spearmen, like, if you get castle, sure, your Muso can beat spearmen. But if you're feudal versus castle, it's just going to convince Jiff to dive sooner. Didn't we lost from DC? No. It's just for map number 2, we had a remake at 1 minute in for some reason. But we are ready to get underway. Let me mark it up. You're seeing that correctly. Dumu is at risk of elimination in round 16 as Jiff has got off to a great early lead, but I think we're going to see Benny Boy striking back. China, just the boogeyman Civ, man. This is still the Civ I put at the top of any tier list ranking. Doesn't have any weaknesses, it feels like, actually. Or any weakness that it does have is completely outshadowed by its upsides. Rus, one that has historically been up there, but recently hasn't been looking as threatening. Went from being a first man material to a kind of, whatever it gets through. Let it happen. So, Jiff is going to be on Gorge. Deer Spawn is great for a pullback, but also great for an intercept. And I wonder if that's something Dumu's going to try to exploit. When you get this type of Deer Spawn, China is really good at actually blocking it with some archery timings, right? So you can just rush out archers with supervision and then block the play entirely, which is frustrating for Roos because their number one opening play is going to be Pro Scouts, preferably into something like Rax to just protect the Pro Scouts. It'll force him off gear into things like archers, or even further off into Knight/Horseman. Oh, by the way, I heard some comments earlier about YouTube. Does YouTube not look better? I just noticed that it's not... That's weird. It's not pushing at 1440. It should have. So we've been trying some different encoding settings on YouTube, and it should have been coming out at 1440. I'll have to review that again later and see why it hasn't. Because I'm actually pushing a bitrate of 35,000, which is a lot. That's a lot of bitrate. Yeah, how odd. I'll look into that later. I think it's got something to do with the multi-streaming, not multi-stream, the multi-enhanced broadcasting we use for Twitch, where it sends out the signal in all forms, is that it's muddying what can be sent. Because I used that so that on Kick, we could push out at 1080p correctly, and it worked. But then by that same lieu, I should have been able to push out at 1440p on YouTube. But it didn't. Anyway. Dumu, age up now coming through. And remember, this is going to be really quick. Like, this is the other part of the problem. It's not just that the timings are so great at the start of the age. It's also just they get there so fast. 3 villages is more like having 5 with a Civ. And you might say, oh, but KP, Jiff is using 5. Yeah, but the difference is because he's using 2 extra less villages, they're gathering. This is going to be a no IO build, so at least it's not an extra 20% on top. And in fairness, Roos do have ways of competing via their passive gen at this point in the game. Sheep haul also looks pretty good. 20 sheep for Jiff. Dumu with only 10 might force him actually towards Pro Scouts instead of that archer timing we talked about. And considering he hasn't pulled more workers onto wood, it looks like that's where we're heading. I wonder, who do you guys like more? One's if you like Roos in this matchup, or two's if you prefer China. Why is the camera zooming in now? Because I can do that. Ooh. It builds intensity, doesn't it? Leroy rode out into the wild. Not sure of what waited for him out in the Neverlands that he had never scouted before, but soon he felt determined to discover his true destiny. And alongside him on that journey, his one true companion, Billy, the sheep goat. Why is he a sheep goat? No, I'm going to stop now. You'll not get the final answer to that. 18 sheep, though. Great final position to be in, up against the 9. So Jiff has plenty of food to work with if he was to get blocked on the Pro Scouts. I wonder if he could actually block China on Pro Scouts. Seems unlikely. I just think China's a little bit too fast. You could probably stop him getting the second deer stack. The problem here is, like, Dumu has a perfect type of spawn to try and be greedy because he's got split deer. Right, you'd think that this is the perfect spawn, but the problem with this type of spawn, in the old deer shove meta, yes, this was a broken spawn. In the current meta, this is a, oh no, I'm not going to get deer spawn. Because if someone attacks this, you're just blocked entirely. So Dumu, he's got 2 on gold. And there's the stables to confirm it is definitely going to be Pro Scouts. Wait a second. Jiff, you son of a gun. Guys, it's Fast Castle. No Pro Scouts. Okay, that's kind of wild. Is it worth it? I wonder why Jiff didn't just want to go Pro Scouts himself and split the deer. Because we talked about this being a really good spawn. He might have just been paranoid about being attacked there, like we highlighted. how does this work out for Jif? If he's quick enough and he gets horse archers out, he could block the second deer stack being pulled home. So it's feasible what is it trying to achieve? But something I've noticed with China is if they get one deer stack, they can afford to rush castle easy peasy. You won't actually have as much of an advantage as you think because of just how good the Chinese economy is now that the imperial officials have been added in. Yeah, already 3 out of 4. Soon it could be 4th. I mean, normally at this stage, your economy doesn't necessarily need the 4th tax man. Usually 3 is good enough because you supervise wood, food, and then you just supervise production. That's normally all you need. And because you're supervising food, you're already supervising pro scouts as well. Like, there's a lot of layers to this that makes it such a fluid and efficient play for China. Diff. The good news is, this no pro scouts fast castle is going to give him the best high trade house he can get. Get your numbers in, folks. Because that right there is a delicious one. Yeah, reminder, it doesn't impact the hunting cabins, by the way, so we'll get the full gen. Those hunting cabins were perfectly placed by Jif. Yes, you got 18-18. One of the negatives of this, though, is it just kind of feels like his bounty timing is going to be pretty weak, so you won't have the tier 2 bounty to ramp up the high trade house a little bit quicker. Spears are already on the way as well from Dumu, but if the plan was always horse archers, you don't actually care about that. You might care about is the fact that one deer stack has already been taken. Dumu should be rushing off the second. I think... Wait, did he... What happened? Did he lose aggro on them because they got sniped by Jif? Is that a thing? And I just haven't noticed? Looks like something went wrong with them. They're on the way now. So second deer stack coming in. If Jif can get some map control, guys, remember that he can actually play deer without pro scouts very efficiently here. Like, if he controls map, he can just move out for this. Yes, a crafty little Jif did buy some seconds by laming the deer there, slowing Dumu down, but... So he's merry way back with the goodies. He built a few spears and archers. I'd be surprised if he builds more. That is very greedy from Jif, though. Monastery first. Jif has no units to fight with, really. He only is now getting the Wooden Fortress. This looks ambitious. High trade house is going to be 116, by the way. So, not bad. My Warriors is going to be contained. Like, we talked about Dumu mirroring the age up, but there's no reason to right now. Jif looking to give him a reason, though. Archer range finally on the way. Has he snuck out? He has. So it looks like Jif is going to be finding his way towards the relics. One of the challenges for Dumu is his army isn't big enough to actually block both sides yet. No food. Jif still has food, guys. He's got 9 sheep. Remember, he got a really good sheep haul. And now, because he got a high trade house so early, he's getting this very impactful deer drop every minute. So that's 350 infinite food per minute. So he can definitely afford horse archers. Second range coming through. Relic is now on the way home from Jif. Dumu's starting to stockpile some resources. It's not going to take him much longer to reach castle. No, he only needs about a minute. And these horse archers can't fight just yet. Like, this is way too much army. They'll just die. Even at 7 or 8, you don't feel that safe. Because the archers can just keep spamming into you while the spears force you to retreat. For the pro scouts, oh man. Dumu, he's getting exactly what he wants out of this. We talked about this being the backup plan for Jif. I just think Jif, his army isn't there, man. I think maybe, was it even worth getting the warrior monks this early? Or would it have been better to have gotten units first to then push your opponent away so you could have had this? Because that's now almost 3 entire deer stacks for Dumu. And the Imperial Palace is indeed on the way. Smart read. So why did Dumu go Imperial Palace in this type of game? For a start, it's going to let him see horse archer raids super early. Especially with the position. He's going to see a giant circle around the front of his base, all the way towards the sacred site, basically. But the other funny thing is because Jif now can't get deer here, he can't pull them back home. He hasn't got pro scouts. He knows that Jif doesn't have enough food at home. So Jif is going to have to start taking risks out onto Berry, out onto Boar. with the Imperial Palace's scouting ability, its spy ability, he'll be able to know exactly when that occurs without needing to go to the locations. Oh, just a little bit of harassment. Second relic is on the way home, so Jif has got something out of the warrior monk play. Yeah, and he's going to be scouring for a third one now, which does seem quite feasible. Not really much to contest him there. As Dumu has been fixated on the northern relic, the most obvious one that you'd think Jif would go for. But so far, he hasn't. Ooh, that's not good though. The warrior monks have been seen. Psych! We move at 1.22 movement speed. XD. Seriously, like... Alright, here's the change. It's very simple. Warrior monks just get off of the horse and then pull the horse along with the relic on top of it. It's easy. That's how you'd explain why they move so slow. Alright, they're just walking the donkey. Actually, give them donkeys as well. Screw it, why not? And then you could probably decrease their cost a little. Right, then they could be like 190 resources. And it's weird because I do feel like warrior monks probably needed enough in general. The thing is, we just won't see that until warrior monks control grouping gets fixed. Because they're not an army unit, right? So select all army doesn't work on them. Which is a shame, because actually warrior monk Saint's Blessing is really powerful in the late game as well. It's just too clunky to use in the late game. Because of the extra micromanagement. Horse Archer count looking good. It's going to be able to start scaring away the enemy army. Pro Scouts still has a little bit of value less to tap from the map. And it looks like... did he see him? Yeah, he did. Jif. We'll chase that down. So we'll at least deny the final deer stack, which is crucial here. Jif does not want to be stuck going farms at 17 minutes. No, instead we stuck doing it at 12 minutes. Alright, guys, this is bad. This is really bad to have to do. This is what makes Pro Scout so dominant, or has historically made it so dominant. Not just the first year. I think often people forget that in the first year, 1.5 years of AoE4's existence, Pro Scouts was just as oppressive back then. Right? It's the type of tech that when it comes back into the meta, it looks so bullish. So we have got ranged armor 2 on the way for Dumu, understandably. And this is exactly the type of position where horse archers are really bad at defending in. Horse archers are great when you have room to maneuver. But when you're in your own base, you can't move. Because if you move, then your villagers take the hit. That's the difference. That's why you see horse archers fall flat so often these days, is people got a lot better at finding these all-in timings to commit. Horse archers are about raiding, not about direct fighting. The reason why you often can see them win direct fights is because the raiding got them to that point, not because they are inherently good fighters. Yeah, it's like if we didn't deal with all these hornet nests and we just let them loom and exist over years, eventually hornets would kill us. But because we burn those little critters, quite rightly as is deserved, and smoke them out, they never become a real problem. Meet Age of Empires hornets. Okay, in fairness, they're one of those giant, was it Japanese hornets? But still, for anyone scared of those, shotgun will beat Japanese hornet. Unless you can't aim. In which case, Darwin's Fury. How about this for a crazy Fury? I think Dumu is steering towards a win here. Jif might have 5 relics, but his issue is food, not gold. He needs food. For everything. Because that gold, like, what would you do with it? Put it in knights? You need food. And the one place where you're getting food right now is being dove. Has got a sprint placement on the way. That could be big. Horse archers. Starting to stand the ground. No boys fortitude, mind you. The spearmen are going to start reaching. And this is what we talked about. Jif, if he moves away now, the villagers take the hit. And he tries to retreat, and you see the result. Look at it. The villagers die just so much quicker. Dumu, the ride by onto that tree line, going to find additional worker kills. Nowhere for these two to hide. And that is now going to be Dumu up by 15 with Song Dynasty. Knights coming in behind to slow down the retreat. As he runs right through the base, comes out the other side, still with a bigger military force. And the archers trade out pretty well here. They're one-hit killing onto the horse archers. A lot of them actually injured. A difference in attack speed actually mattering. Damage truly done. Yeah, Jif. Horrible position to now find himself in. Dumu, of course, has used the Barbican to make it a Barbican. He secured the boar out here, so he's got plenty more food to work with. There's still some Pro Scout play left. There's still also deer here. He left two alive to reproduce. We'll eventually go and eat them as well. And even once Dumu's out of food, remember, Jif hasn't fixed his food issue. And this is what kind of needed to happen earlier, but Jif couldn't. Just move in, snipe a few of the reinforcing units, move out. If you can, shake it all about. What's worrisome for Jif here as well is by playing into Horse Archer only, you're allowing Dumu to make this Pro Scout's food go a lot further. Because archers are primarily wood-based, and there's plenty of wood on this map. So you've actually kind of assisted him by him not needing to go things like knights instead. Sorry, what was that? Watch military count for Dumu? Oh, I watched it. The count looked good. I swear, people get baited by horse archers all the time. Said deer reproduce? In real life, yes. But we're a child-friendly game, so we can't show that. We ain't the Discovery Channel. Anyone ever remember Stronghold rabbits? Those things reproduce, good lord. Needed like 10 archers on rabbit culling duty. Knights. Oh, he finds him! Without wheelbarrow. Yeah, because Jif has been stuck in his base. When would the villagers ever run? Well, there was that time they get dove and completely needed to run but couldn't. Oh, this is just brutal. Without wheelbarrow, you lose so many workers. Barely any of them are going to make it back. Jif, it just gets worse and worse with every passing minute. Now trying to rush your stables in front of Double Lancer, which are going to auto aggro over. God, just make it end. Just make it end. I think that's exactly what Dumu's planning to do. 55 archers now. And even if this dive fails, the thing to now realize is that Dumu's so far ahead that he can achieve the scary point in the game. He can do the thing that most people don't want to do when they play China because it kills their game. He can farm transition. With this type of eco lead, it's easily feasible. Horse Archers just trying to do what they've done before, but Dumu's gotten wise to it. Yeah, a little bit surprised. Like, Dumu, he's been trickling a lot, but I think it's because he feels the obvious end of the game. Normally, Dumu's one of those type of players who keeps waves back. So instead of sending troops out one by one, he'll bulk up, 10, 15, then send them out sort of thing. Which does it a lot better against these Horse Archer raids. Still, while they play with themselves in the middle, Dumu looks to move into the back. His bulk of archers are heading on in. Triple Ram is coming against the double wooden fortress. Lancer archers are chasing. I mean, he could just turn around with the archers right now and sandwich this. Be a perfect way to just wipe the horse archers. Second wave now arriving. There's nothing to deal with rams. Only the villagers can do that, and Jif cannot afford to sacrifice any of them. Not that he's going to have a choice at this rate. Nope. Archers move in. Villagers gone. First wooden fortress down. Backstab's going to be there, but reinforcements are on the way, and this archer count, they can contest it easy peasy. 23 versus, what, 26? But with the second wave coming in, numbers will remain in favor of Dumu. Jif is evaporating. He just doesn't have the comeback potential. 150 food, no more farms. GG gets called. Dumu shows you just how brutish China can be. A reminder, they went pro scouts and whoopty freaking doodah, it just didn't matter. So Jif tried to get cute with the no pro scouts fast castle build. Did not work. Yeah, I'm telling you, like, horse archers are overrated. Horse archers are like 100% an overrated unit. Like, I understand the fear of them, and it's not that they aren't useful, but I think they are heavily overvalued, would be the fair point. And kind of have been for a long time. Right, up next, though. Where am I at? Ah, here. We are going to Rocky River. It is going to be Lancaster versus Japan. Dirty Lancaster. I just realized we need to center that camera, don't we? Okay, it won't let me center it. That's weird. There we go. There is nothing more British in Age of Empires 4 than picking Lancaster. It's Lancaster. I'm sorry, it's 2025. It's just the way things go. Welcome back to the channel, folks. For the final game between Dumu and Jif. That's right, this best of 3 in the round of 16 is going to come down to a deciding game. Jif, he took an early lead, but Dumu, swift and quick to even it up. Jif now falling back to the Japanese. Japanese that has been listed S tier or A tier, high A tier, on 2 high-ranking players tier-less just recently. Dumu, however, has gone for the House of L's. That if you go by the tier list rankings, should take a lot of L's. Hasn't been looking that way, though, when we've been seeing them. I think Lancaster, a civ that a lot of people still call OP. You guys can guess what I'm going to say. They're not. They're annoying. They're annoying as all hell, but I do not think that Lancaster is OP. They might be a bit strong here, though. What is that? Jif, he goes for fishing, which surprises me a little bit, actually, because shoreline fishing on Rocky River doesn't feel great. There's only two fish per pond. But Dumu, he's going to find it. I mean, the weird thing is, like, I feel bad for Jif because this play should be kind of obvious to not be desirable. What I mean by that is the play itself isn't obvious, but the opening from Lancaster typically is. Lancaster is a Dark Age spear spam civ. They love doing spear spam, even into Japanese. Japanese, remember, only pays 75 wood for a racks. But the catch, the caveat for Lancaster, the extra wood allows the racks opening. And the other thing is that they have great food generation. 20% buff gathering rate on sheep puts it up at basically a boar gathering rate by default. So Spear's going to chase in, and great micro. Dumu able to chase that down. We'll get the worker kill. And reminder, by the way, Dumu was as efficient as possible. Only one spearman pulled. The remainder went straight after the dock. So Jif is going to lose this very early. He's going to lose it in a jiffy. I'm sorry, I had to. I think he'll be lucky if he gets back what he put into this. Like, I mean, you can see he's probably going to get enough food to equalize what he put into it, but that's because of the villager. A villager that died. So, like, at that point, you would have been better off not doing this play. Because you could have put the resources elsewhere, and you also would have one extra villager. Really rough, and Dumu now it's going to start focusing on the age up. I imagine we're going to be looking at Lancaster Castle because that's exactly what we're always looking at because people like to win. Yeah, Abbey of Kings is just not really very popular. There's a few matchups where it can make sense. I think it's very situational, though. I just don't think you want it here because Japan is usually going to force you towards cavalry anyway. In theory, if you can do it and then eventually save the lords for the main fight, the Lords of Lancaster, the extra HP they would give to Knights would be more than enough to offset the Samurai's deflective armor advantage, but I just don't think it's worth it. And no, Dumu doesn't have idle TC. Maybe very slightly, it's that Jif has the double fishing boat, remember. And there you go. He's cracked past the 150 mark now, so he paid for the dock. He'll probably get one more drop off before it's gone. On a sports betting big screen at Las Vegas? Yeah, right. If I was, where's my Ruiz? Sakura, it's going to give Jif a lot of food to work with. Did he do well on the sheep? Yeah, he's got 17 sheep, which isn't too bad, but Dumu done better. He's at 21. In fairness, he does start with the extra 4, but still, like, this is Landcast. They would have been eating through a decent chunk of that already. A stone gathering underway. Really good spawn as well. Like the Lancaster castle on the front side, the stone at the back. Easily wallable as well, if necessary. So should allow him to just hunker down and start mana spamming. The question is, does Dumu just take it all the way? Or does he try to do like triple mana into fast castle? I think trip mana fast castle makes a lot of sense with King's College. Because now your number one assessment is that like it's Japan. They're probably thinking about castle. Unless you can confirm otherwise. And it looks like he might confirm it before losing even a single unit. Scout's going to... Yep, there you go. He sees the archer range. So big news. Dumu now knows that Spearmen are going to be countered. He could go Hobblars to contest the Yuumi. Hobblars is actually like surprisingly effective against Japan, actually, guys. The reason is that Hobblars have additional ranged armor, meaning that Yuumi by default do 1 damage. Normally, an archer by default against a horseman is going to do, like, what, 3 damage? But because Yuumi have 1 less damage and Hobbler have 1 more ranged armor, you do the bare minimum straight away. It's dead, though. 4 on gold. Yeah, he's going to get the hardened. When are Hobbler most viable? When your opponent is AFK. Now I'm kidding. So Hobbler, they have some use cases. We just mentioned one of the biggest ones is against Yuumi in Feudal Age, even in the Castle Age. But most commonly, Hobbler look great when you go Castle. Because when you go into Castle Age, with the King's College, it has a tech in it that allows you to significantly buff the charge damage of Hobbler, as well as their production rate. Like, Hobblars kind of get a bad rap, right? I think, like, Hobblars, they're situational, but... You know, it's kind of like saying Musafadi are bad. It's like, that's not true. They're very cheap, so if you're able to flood them, in the right circumstance, they're ridiculously effective. Hobblar are just like that. And we are going to get the hobbies, guys. Jiff, already a step ahead, though, does have Spearman coming through. Now, the question is, does Dumu try to do Yeoman? Yeoman is very, very expensive. If you can justify it, it's going to be pretty nice here. One of the problems with Yeoman versus Yuumi is Yeoman tend to thrive in environments where they can just kind of stay away. But technically against Yuumi, you can't. Yuumi are quicker than Yeoman, so they will gap close you gradually. Spears. Well, they're going to get a freebie there. Hobbler rides on through as well. Spears giving chase, though. Remember, we talked about the extra ranged armor. The trade-off is you have less raw HP. So, Hobbler are more hard countered by Spears. So that's another detail. You're usually looking for matchups where your opponent doesn't want to build Spears. That's where hobbies can look good. Those are rare, though. Like, either a Civ is willing to build Spears, or they aren't because they have a good melee unit alternate, such as French Knights or Delhi with Ghazi. Hobbies. Wait, he got the villager again? Oh, man, Dumu. Just a single Hobbler with a scout. Absolutely worth it. Hobbies that only cost 90 resources. Killed a 50 resource worker unit. Take those trades every day of the week. And he's going to try for it again. The Hobbler. Oh, no. Second one coming in. Wait. Jiff, he hasn't realized. He's going to waste time on the scout. Another worker goes down. I like how for a moment the Hobbler was like, oh, wait, this is a bad... Oh, wait, no, this is a great fight. I think Jiff is overextending hard. It's almost like he can't decide if he wants to protect the dock play or stop the stone gathering. You can see it in the way he's positioning, where he's moving very close to Dumu's base, but then he keeps getting backstabbed here. Dumu is using Jiff's plan against him really well. Raw worker count difference. It's a free worker lead now for Dumu. Jiff is close to an age up, though. Dumu, on the other hand, is playing a longer feudal and now going into Yeoman. I will protect him, but this means he's going to have to hunker down. There's going to be an opening here for Jiff to try and jump into. Offer the opening Mount Samurai. As long as he doesn't keep losing workers. Jiff, not again. The Hobbler. They get another. Yeah, I'm not going to trade out against the Yuumi. Villagers will have to back away. Should be enough to hold the choke point. And tech up is now underway, but that's now obvious. Dumu just saw the gold. He sees the 800 gold is gone. Why would you need 800 gold here? It's a little bit obvious at the stage, right? You haven't seen any sort of Uma Bannerman opening. So I imagine Dumu's probably going to get the next 3 manas in and then just go castle. I don't mind that. I know I said like I'd like to see King's College, but this is the backup plan is fine. Like the 9 manas would be really surprising. The reason why 9 manas is a little bit too greedy and why 6 makes sense is if you're going for the King's College build, that means you're spamming Knights usually. And Knights are a really expensive investment into Mount Samurai initially. So having that extra economy will allow you to come out ahead. Stables drop is coming through. Jiff's timing was a little bit misaligned here, so he's actually floating idle time. Yeah, he could have been like halfway complete on a Mount Samurai compared to where he's going to be, if not quicker. That does matter. Knights are a timing type unit. You get more value out of the first one than you get out of the next one, and so on and so forth. Same logic with French and Feudal Age, because the longer you wait in these type of games, the more counterplay opportunities you give. Knights, in theory, can get counterplayed quite easily. Oh, a villager. At what point does Jiv get wheelbarrow, man? It has been a little bit painful to watch. Just like, even just one level of wheelbarrow, I think would have saved at least 1 villager life by now, which... pretty good deal, right? Save a 50 resource worker unit for 75 resources. That's half of what you'd pay for textiles. He's just so desperate for the shoreline fish, but I'm starting to wonder why at this stage. I mean, he got another dock down here, but he never built a second fishing boat again. Uma Bannerman is now going to be coming through very early from Jiff, but it's just an extra night quicker. The Knights usually take 35, but Uma Bannerman default takes 15. So out of a Yorishiro drop, you can see here, you get it every 7 seconds, which is crazy. That, by the way, is a big part of why you see the popularity of the Japanese Uma Bannerman opening in Age 2. I mean, getting a Knight in Age 2 is always good, but getting it so fast is the really wild part. Wild dive here, Jiff. Does club down 1. Not optimal there. There was an opportunity to strike 2 workers, but he just wanted to kill an out. He saw the spearman coming. Question now is, does Dumu feel threatened to the point you go White Tower? Looking at this, I wouldn't think so. It's just 5 Mount Samurai. You only see, what, 4? And you've got 8 spearmen. Not to mention the static defenses to help you. 6 manas is pretty substantial at this stage. He even has Bill Hooks coming to make his life easier. Bill Hooks really important when you play Yeoman. By going for the Billman tech, it's going to bring the melee armor, ranged armor rather down to 3. Which means like even a feudal Yeoman is going to have half damage going through. A bit wasteful the spears there from Dumu though. King's College is on the way. One thing I will say that makes the Billman a little bit surprising is that you're not really building crap tons of spears, and I assume he's looking for Knights here. Which kind of devalues leaning into spears more. Could be that he's thinking a different direction here, just King's College for like overall eco-techs. He doesn't feel like he's been forced to go White Tower, so why would he? Yeah, Knights do see the target, not going to be able to engage with it. Monk drop now on the way, straight away from Dumu. Yeoman to be upgraded. He could muster the nobles now to form a front line, but doesn't really need it yet. Tiff, reluctance to go in there. And he is right to be reluctant. Jiff has missed something that I usually consider quite crucial towards Mount Samurai raiding. It's weird how often it just gets forgotten about. +1 damage. Why is +1 damage important? Because without an Uma Bannerman, you're going to require 3 hits. If you have +1 melee tech, which for the Japanese is that cheap Tatara, only 50 resources, you will 2-hit kill villagers. Which might have made that worth the dive, by the way. You get in, you club, move, club, maybe you get 4 worker kills and then rotate out the south side. Yeah, especially considering Dumu before that didn't have wheelbarrow. Relics are looking great, though. Despite Dumu's eagerness to try and get towards them, It looks like a 4-relic game for the Japanese. Not to mention the Yorishira drop in the TC, never to be overlooked. This is equivalent towards playing China and getting Song Dynasty on 1 TC. Fights you pretty quick. Dumu is playing Spears. Yeah, so despite the King's College, there's no value from it. Could he get value down the line? Feasible, but I think he'd be quite a way down the line here. He hasn't got much gold, so the idea of playing Knights, I mean, this is a 4 gold. It's a little bit risky, tiny bit anyway. I think there's just a lot more safety with the way he's going to have to play the map into probably just playing Spear Yeoman. He is going to encourage a lot of Yumi spam, but Jif has got a long way to go to catch up. And it's only going to get harder because Dumu's eco is at a stage where he can kind of match the Yeoman to Yumi spam because of the manners. Just that, Dumu's looking to punish him right now. Moving across, Jif does have Blacksmith techs coming in, but that's being mirrored by Dumu. Walls are scouted. Dumu will get there in time, courtesy just how quick the Yumi can move. The Spearmen actually have been slowing him down here. He'll be steering in range. Should be 2 worker kills, maybe a 3rd, if he's quick. Oh, clicked the wrong one there, but... Wait, Jif, what is that? Oh, no. He didn't notice the extra gold workers. Several go down. However, on the other side, the Mountain Samurai are in. And it is just as much blood spilt at the Lancastrian base. Villagers tried to shelter, but not going to be able to. Jif, all he needs to do now is hold. Just don't hemorrhage workers here. You're ahead. And getting further still. Additional workers going down. Dumu behind by 25%. And falling. Man, he just doesn't want to dive on the other side. Dumu against the outpost, scared already. Ranged armor 2 coming in. There's still an Uma Bannerman who's going to raid to the backside. Great position now for Jif. Dumu is not done. He's looking to hunt. Yumi not ready to contest this many Yeoman. Siege engineering is on the way. Dumu is looking to deny full access to gold, and why not? Look at this spawn. We never really talked about it until now. It paints an ugly picture for Jif. Mounted Samurai, going to be very difficult to spam on just the relic gold. Yeah, and he has no backup gold option. Like, this is one of the worst spawns imaginable for someone who's being oppressed. 3 small veins into the fat vein, all leading east. Gives Dumu a very obvious place to be. There's only one opposite gold vein that you can sneak to, but it's so far out there and so unbelievable. Dumu, he's going to snatch the safe relic. Jif, wait, did Jif not scout this? Jif, no. Jif. He never checked his own corner. He didn't know about this. That's quite the blunder, so Dumu's going to get a second. He did summon the Demi-Lancers, and we also do have Ram spam coming. I think Dumu's still looking competitive here. I mean, he's down by 12 workers, but we have to remember manners. Yeah, and having a healthy ball of Yeoman, blocking your opponent's gold, this is a dead obvious follow-up. Sync shots coming in. Rams forcing a reaction. Remember, the Mounted Samurai count is finite. Hard to replace these losses. He's losing fast. They do the commitment, but the Spearmen able to chase them away. Second wave now arriving. The Demi-Lancers are coming in. Rams are still 2 alive here, and there's no real melee force to contest them. The villagers need to be pulled. Sync shot. Still 30 seconds out, so Jif actually has more than enough time to clear that. Main fight, though. Dumu's now stabilized against that pressure that was coming in. The Demi-Lancers are going to drag a lot of attention, allowing the Yeoman to keep their distance and snipe down the heavy cav. Rams are dead. Jif's, he's got 5 knights left over. Second wave is coming through, though, for Dumu. He's just a few spears here to just chase him away. Man. Thank God Sync Shot takes so long to get. In those choke points, that could have been the hook, line, and sinker that was needed to end Jif. Credit to him. Knights do well. Oh, discredit to him. He didn't move. Oh, Dumu. That was a beautiful spread of damage. 50-50 both sides of the formation. And now the yeoman can stand their ground to just clear this away. Still, Jiff, he has reacquired access to gold. This is going to be important. The knights are the only reason he's still alive. If it wasn't for them, the yeoman would rule supreme. Yeah, critical that he kept dodging those bill hooks as well. The billman coming in, if they just got one stab, that minus armor would have been enough to make this trivial child's play to kill them off. You may have noticed a slowdown in Dumu's production here. There's a good reason behind that. He went for the extra layer of manners, so he's going to have access to the 9. He is also over-gathering gold in a really big way, but this is a very Dumu type thing. He loves doing this. Good dodge on the sync shot this time. GF, can he afford to keep trickling knights? I guess he's got a decent number of farms and he has got gold access again, so this is worthwhile trades. It's just got to be careful with this happening. If the yeoman just turn onto the Yumi instead. Still gold in a little bit of a bind. He has not actually used the Shire Levy yet. So, big reminder that this looks grim right now, but Dumu has more than enough resources to summon a wave of yeomen from that landmark. And I think maybe Jiff is aware of it. Backs off before overcommitting. For good reason. He's had the Yoroshiro running for a while now. Like, he's building a good, healthy villager lead. Sacred sites. Not just being contested, just trying to slow down the gold intake. If Dumu can fix his food, which he's trying to do now, Imperial Age comes into the picture. And guys, that's what I'm most worried for Japan right now. Even though he's got a lot of Yumi, if Lancaster reaches into Imperial Age, the spear spam is ridiculous. Like, it's hard to actually shut down quick enough, even for a massive archers. That was interesting. Was that a misclick? I think so. He built 2 Earl's Guard, and then he started queuing crossbows. So I think he maybe selected the racks instead. Yeah, I was about to say, because Earl's Guard doesn't... I won't say it makes no sense here, because Yumi struggle to kill them, but it doesn't really feel that valuable at this phase of Castle. Interesting. He is going to add in more. I guess it's just about frontlining then. Is he... he's lacking gold. That would explain it. Okay, so the logic on why Dumu is doing Earl's Guard overnight is just gold access. I think if you had access to these veins here reliably, that's when you play knights, because remember what we talked about? With the Collar of S's, your knights can beat Mounted Samurai. Or at least mirror them. And this does mean your Earl's Guard are going to lose pretty horribly to Mounted Samurai, but the idea is that you just have a sturdy front line, where a Spearman would just melt against Masayumi. Dumu, he's going to do it, isn't he? Nuclear launch code. There we go. No movement at all. What was that? 9 Yumi down, a lot more injured. I mean, this is the thing. Yumi, a lot more vulnerable to the sync shot than other archers due to the lower HP. Yeah, reminder, when they're in Castles, they have the health of a feudal archer. A reminder, that does not take long to cool down. 15 seconds out again. Jiff needs to be very careful about where he steps. Even more so because of what's about to come out. Dumu. He's summoning the reserves. That's going to be 17 more yeomen. Look at the military count suddenly. This is the thing that just always gets them over the line. Over that hump of spamming yeomen. Weird little stare down here between monks. Jiff. A little bit of a intense stare moment here. Is that what I think? Is that Imperial Age Japan? It looks like it. He's got the Shogunate. Honestly, he might need Castle the Crow. I mean, what do you get out of Tanegashima Gunsmith? Reboldaquins are worthless against Yeoman. You just die. A Bombard, maybe. You definitely don't want hand cannoneers against this many Yeoman either. You just die. And if Dumu's read on the timing is right, like, he will look to commit. A lot of your army is deceitful. 40 Yumi out of the 60. Yes, reminder, the Euroshiro drop from Japan is very powerful. Reminder that it is basically like having Song Dynasty 1 TC China. And we've seen how quickly that accelerates. But here we go. Jif's going to be accelerating to the 4th age. Tanegashima Gunsmith it is. So nothing to protect him if he gets attacked. The Mountain Samurai have also peeled off. It looks like Dumu is considering his own age up. He's got a decent chunk of farms coming through now. He's, what, 28 farms? Soon to be 35 deep. The walls are going up. The 4K secured. This is imponent. Okay, so now, who's stronger? I think Japan has some interesting times in Imperial. The amount of Samurai Uma Bannerman, like, once you have biology on them with their buff damage, they're kind of crazy. Other things, not so great. Like, hand cannoneers against mass yeomen, eh. The Yumi against mass yeomen, eh. Because this is the thing, you have to keep in mind, this isn't just us saying, well, yeah, it's going to be Imperial Yumi KP. There'll be Castle-Age Yeoman. This is going to be imponent very clearly. I'd say Jif's best advantage is in the Mount Samurai department. Like, even going Samurai standard feels a bit weird because you'll never catch Yeoman. And the problem with going Mount Samurai here is, with it being Wingguard, Dumu can pump a lot of spears. I mean a lot. Not just that, actually the gunpowder contingent is kind of, I don't want to say underrated, it's used so much, but the understanding of why it's so good is maybe underrated. Yumi to counter, but you'd have to dive into mass yeoman with these sync shots. Like, how are you meant to snipe the Bavaldicans easily? It doesn't sound very feasible like that. Even more so because you're going to be diving into choke points, which has commenced. Starts hitting up the manners. Dumu. Not confident to defend right now. No, starts to back up more. Jif looking for the punish point, but the sync shot! Big hit! Arrow Rain comes in, that's minus 10 Yumi. But the Mount Samurai are in. The Spearmen, however, are getting the fight they've been looking for. Yeoman just trying to trade out as what best they can, right? Hit whatever comes their way. The Mount Samurai count is low. There's barely any left, only 3, and then it's just Yumi. Yumi that are peeling off to try and deal with the villagers. As Jif tries to punish Dumu for the age up. Ultimately, the army's going to get cleared. But it's the economy lead that matters most here. Jif, 85 to 61 eco. Still more kills to be found. Sniping those workers down optimally with the remaining yeoman. Yumi, rather. Too many Ys. As in, why do I get the feeling this Civ is not done yet? 58 to 86 eco, but Scootage just came in. And the army size difference is insane. 52 yeomen remain. Only 33 Yumi. And the Mountain Samurai line is all but dead. And this is where this Civ gets disgusting. Garrison Command. Look at the price of that. 450 resources to get 8 Spearmen and Earl's Guard. Which equates to... What does it end up being? Isn't it 640 plus the... It's a 760? It's a ridiculous discount, actually. 760 resources for the price of 450. And you get them substantially quicker. And Dumu already knew his timing. He already had Military Academy ready, and he's already queuing up reserves. This is disgusting. This will never not be disgusting to me. With their economy and the way they function, it is ridiculous how many games I've seen turn around off of Garrison Command. Because it's not the first fight that matters. It's the second one. And look at the numbers ready for it. And Scootage will give you 360 gold per minute. It's 40 gold per mana. Elite Yeoman now. And elite army tactics on the way. He's even upgrading the Earl's Guard. Well, when we look at the other side, where's the Incendiary? Where's the Ranged Free? Where's Biology? There's just so many wheres and whys to this game from Jif. Tanegashima Gunsmith has got 10 reserves, but you know, hand cannoneers against the Yeoman. We talked about the issues there. You're just setting yourself up to lose a lot. Dumu. He's also got padded jack coming. This is a big one. The free melee armor gonna make it much harder for Mount Samurai to carry the fights. Burn on the wall here, Dumu. He's got so many Yos still. This isn't everything. This is half the army. Look at the rest. Oh my god, 25 spears. Jiff, this is the right call, trying to cut reinforcements. The problem is, your wall's already been broken. Dumu's going to start chasing in. And those Yeomen rather, the Yeomen are quicker than the villagers. Barely, but every little counts here to chase on. Elite Army Tactics also just completed, and the second wave is coming through. It's a double bombard pull that does absolutely nothing but die. Gunsmith value equals 0. Yeoman with a sink shot. Pretty underwhelming. Spears, held in reserve here. Are going to engage now with the Knights. Second wave is coming through. It's a lot of pressure play. Shogunate should be able to protect him on the primary TC for the time being, but this is a widespread, a palatable one at that. And Dumu, he's peeled off the Knights to go chasing. Yeoman sniping down what they can. But the main fight in the base is looking bloody good for Ben. Yumi need to rally over ASAP. The Yeoman numbers are going low, but there's an Earl's Guard switch up on the way from Dumu that Jiff does not see coming. This is a good fight at least. Jiff will clear the Yo. Some of them will find their way into the farms. Incendiary Arrow is also on the way, not to mention throwing dagger drills, which adds a small AoE splash as well as doubles the amount of shots going out. I would say actually, like, Earl's Guard were already effective against Yumi. With the dagger throw upgrade, even more so, because there's going to be so many targets stacked on top of each other with Yumi spam. We saw it with the sink shot, and we're probably going to see it with the daggers. I actually think that Yumi might be the most vulnerable unit to the AoE damage sources of Lancaster. So, Jiff, he survives the onslaught, now with 15 worker lead. Not really, though, with the manners. Now, this is the thing, like, and I'm not doing this to criticize him. Like, I actually think Jiff done a great job defending the way he did. It's more the nature of Lancaster that this wasn't good enough, and he knows it. He needs a counteroffensive now. But you just see how quickly this army replicates. It's almost like he didn't just lose everything. Because Garrison Command, every 22 seconds, adding in 9 units. It just replaces the losses so far. Sink shot scares them away temporarily. This time around, there's Earl's Guard in the mixture, which makes it much more difficult for the Yumi to get the optimal kill. These Earl's Guard, it's all about them. Dagger throws are on cooldown right now. Yumi doing a good job of cutting away. The spears are starting to reveal themselves on the front side. We still... Do we have Bannerman? Yes, we've got the Bannerman, but we don't have Incendiary? No, he has got Incendiary. It's just being a bit deceptive, I think. He's showing +4 at least, so he should have Incendiary. Oh, in the base, though. Jiff, another raid. He gets a few worker kills. So back up to 24, 25 worker kill count lead. And the Earl's Guard has now been revealed. So what's the counterplay? Jiff, he's pivoting into hand cannons. Now this, because of the lack of Yeoman, this actually could work, guys. We talked about hand cannons sucking here, but because Dumu is slowed down on Yeoman, HC can rule the fight. He's got the Bannerman already, which is going to buff him by about an extra 5 damage. Sorry, 6. Makes for a great counter to Spearman and also deals the Earl's Guard well. Oh, come on. As soon as I say that, Dumu seems to be astutely aware. He's got Silk Bowstring coming in, so he's going to be steering into anti-range here, essentially. The hand cannon is curious, though. What's the thought process there? Wait, am I seeing that? I am. Oh, boy. So this is where the spears of Lancaster are going to be broken. There's not many samurais it is, but guys, that is military tactics training. It buffs your bonus damage specifically, which in this case is 32 damage against Cav by 20%. So that's going to be an extra 6.4 damage per strike. And there's a lot of strikes. Seriously, this army remass is... It'll never not boggle my mind. And there's the upgrade in. Silk bowstring's complete. 7.5 tower range. Now more than a longbow standard has. Marching on the front side. That's big. University. He built it on the forward, so biology is a no-no. And yeah, no ensnare arrows. Sing shot. He's holding arrow rain. I think he has a second wave here. He's going in for the clash. Nightline just doesn't really exist. The blob is just insane. The Elsguard already just clubbing them down with those throwing daggers. A leak over into the economy. It's all unraveling here for Jiff. There's no counter raid this time. So anyone losing workers, there's only one guy. It's going to be Jiff. And that lead is just evaporating. Sink shot is a bait. It's only one shot there. Is a dive underneath the Shogunate, but the Yumi are just not trading well into this anymore, and there's just extra workers going down on the secondary TC. Jiff, despite the fact he has double Yorishira TC, is now behind, and the arrow rain from hell to get them all low for the finishing blow. Dumu will take the series from behind. He'll take Japan out back and shoot them from behind. It feels like Dumu just vicious and relentless, and shows you just how filthy Lancaster is once they hit that 4th age. That is ridiculous. Goddamn. That Civ. I don't know what you call that one. That was a good game. Always feels good to see Japan lose. I'm sorry. You do realize that it was just playing against Lancaster. Like, what? I'm shocked. Has Japan become that much of a scourge in people's eyes? Alright, so phenomenal game. And next up, guys, we've got another one that I think will deliver. We're going to be checking out B versus sort of. So let me update. Because I think this one will be very entertaining. Oh, man. By the way, guys, reminder, if you got Prime subs, make sure you're dropping them. They don't auto-renew if you thought they did. And also, it means you don't have to worry about those ads as we are going through all the series that we possibly can. I mean, you saw that correctly. Like, by the end of this, about Thursday, right? I think almost every series that is listed on there will probably be cast, minus maybe 1 or 2 maximum. So you'll definitely get more than your fair share for your money. Yeah, Prime subs don't even cost you anything. You've already paid Bezos for that. Oh no, another Lancaster pick. No, B, no. He actually banned Canal. He doesn't want to play it. So, sort of versus B. Let's see what they're up to in game 1. No, Demon Civ is nowhere near S tier. I feel like Lancaster's maybe like B tier. Maybe like high B tier. Which is perfect for B. Haha. Anyway. Give me a sec. So G1. Oh, my throat's rough. B is back. Did he ever leave? So I just keep an eye out. I messaged someone about figuring out when we go climbing. I don't know if we'll do it today. So G1 on Dry Arabia. Ooh, it's going to be the Otto Malian matchup. Yeah, the French ban is curious. Maybe, I don't know, for this map pool, I don't think it's like crazy necessary. Yeah, it's also weird that he banned French even though he picked IU. That I do find very odd. But anyway, let's get to it. Twink. Wait, the right way around? We are. Who's ready to watch the wildest player with the Ottomans? That's right, B is back. Welcome one and all to the return of Midweek Muster. It's into Season 2 of our $20,000 tournament circuit. Game number 1 between B and Sort of. It is going to be an Ottoman-Malian showdown on good old Dry Arabia. And Ottoman's already looking for that aggro beginning. This has always felt like the way. Ottomans with the cheaper racks play, easy to open up onto a sieve that builds a lot of their structures out of range of the TC. Now, question is Sort of going to read this and save the wood for an outpost, or is he going to be overly greedy? Because up until recently, this play tended to ruin Malian strategies entirely against Ottomans. But Malians, they evolved to find a solution in more recent timings. And wait, can you actually not use a Prime sub from your phone? That's kind of crazy if so. Because you can sub normally from a phone, can't you? Yeah, I feel like that's intentional behavior by Twitch. Reminder, guys, always come across to the live streams and drop off your sub bare minimum. Because if you've got Prime, you're just sitting on a free sub anyway. Sort of. Oh, he's being very greedy. So why is Sort of not reacting with an outpost? I think he's still going to have the timing, but he realizes because it's a back spawn, he can add in 1 or 2 extra houses. In fact, he just saw the first spearman. And correct play, the Swede cancels the outpost. So reminder, by the way, this is a fairly tight matchup, actually. Like, Sort of has been grinding relentlessly. For those who don't know, he's played 356 games in Season 11 so far. Ranked 15th in the world. For reference, if we look at, say, Dumu's account, Dumu's played 289 games. Yeah, like, Sort of is eclipsing almost everyone in terms of the grind he's been putting in. And I believe it. This guy usually puts in, like, what, 6-7 hours live on stream per day at least. And this is why this new build takes over. Like, when you play Malians, the outpost into the mill, you need a mill anyway to build cow. It doesn't matter. You don't really want it on the berries. You want to be eating cow anyway. So what you do is you slap this bad boy down here, you move sheep over, and now you're able to garrison the outpost to stop the spear attack. And B, he even brought the villager. Yeah, shout out to Puppy Paw, who I believe was the first person to do this. He actually used it against Louis on the ladder. I don't think I'd seen it before that. So sorry if you are someone who done it long before that, but in terms of what we saw when we saw it, it was the start of the year from the Canadians. Really creative build. He will just repair the pit mine. Villager is still idling here, so B clearly intends to try for the outpost anyway. I mean, at this stage, you kind of have to. You built 5 spearmen, you need some sort of value prop. Could he build the outpost closer? Probably half a tile closer would have been nice, but oh, ho, ho, ho. Sort of's having none of that, and B doesn't realize it. The villager pool coming in, and look at this. This is so smart. Sort of, he leaves the 5 villagers on the sheep, so now if you try to contest him, full garrison. 1 spearman down straight away. Great play by Sort of. Very expensive on the pole, but worth it to deny the wood. Because now B has to go back to gathering wood again to get enough to try for that outpost. He lost most of the resources he put into it. Actually, I think he lost everything. Maybe got 10 back maximum. Sort of tech up now on the way, but B lagging behind. Damn. Sort of's looking slick here. I think these are the type of plays that in theory are good, but we just talked about Sort of playing more iterations, at least on pub, than anyone else. And I wonder how often he's had to experience this. How often he's been able to rebuttal this. Because he's going to do it again. This outpost is not as greedy. But the villager pull is there again. Sort of. We'll go for the garrison. Baits the spearman in. Yep, he's got just the edge of range here. And Sort of with the micro. He's going to pull away the injured. Hey, never let it be said that Protoss spammers don't know how to micro. Sort of on point there. Denies the outpost for the second time. Cost B dearly. Minimum Madrasa now on the way. Some out of time achieved, but I don't think Sort of cares. I think he's more than happy with this outcome. This was great from him. And if at first you don't succeed. I like how each time he's playing like appeasement and reassessing. He's like, well, surely he won't pull for this. I think finally, B, you hit the number that makes sense. This is too many tiles away. Like, what? He's doing it again. I thought this would be reasonable, but apparently no. And why not, actually? In fairness to him, if there were 5 spears, this would be insanity. There's only 2. He doesn't care. Micro's away, the injured. Another outpost gone. B, that's 300 wood down the drain. No worker kills at all. Are you kidding me? I think he got that one. Yeah, he stabbed him in the tower. Oh my god. So B got something out of it at least. And if we calculate the worth spectrum on that. So hold on a sec. Let me, you guys want to hard math this. So it's 80 resources times, was it 5? And then plus the 90 for the racks. And then plus the 300. So his investment was 790 resources. So let's be generous and say that a villager gathers 40 per minute. Let's just put it at 45 on the average of the game going deeper. So this play by B will pay off in 17.5 minutes. That doesn't sound like a very good investment to me. And what's up, Too Easy? I appreciate the Prime sub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. Oh my god. 17.5 minutes for that to actually pay off. It's not worth. Like, for anyone, it's definitely not worth. Even if this game went 25 minutes now, that play by B will have not been worth it. You know, even if you equate the idle time, I just don't think the idle time comes anywhere near close to 790 resources burnt. Ranch is now coming through. Sort of is in cruise mode. He's already got javelins coming through. Archer production. A little bit ambitious, actually. I kind of wouldn't mind it sort of being even more greedy. But you do have to be careful in this matchup. Ottomans, we mentioned they're favored for this outpost rush. It's actually not just the outpost rush. B has the correct idea. Sipahi brutalizes Malians in the feudal age. Yeah, it's because of the reach and choke points. Great at just evaporating javelins as well. Sort of. Wait, are we getting cow quick? He kind of just built this ranch for the hell of it. If B cancelled the outpost and didn't lose the spears, it's super worth. If my mother had 4 wheels, she'd be a car. If Marine Lord had no hands, he would lose all the S tier finals. We can't, like, I get your point, but that's what you just described is a very different state of game. Like, it is insane how much he'd have to do. Sort of javelin plus Donzo scaling. Whoa. You trying to make comments about my mum, Seagull? Careful, if she's in chat, she'll slap you down. Aha, this is the thing. I can talk about your mum because she doesn't watch Twitch streams. But my mum actually does, weirdly enough. He goes for Ember? That would be very impressive for a guy who's playing Ottomans. Now, sort of here, like, we need Farimba here. I think Farimba is a terrible plan against Sipahi. I think, like, Farimba just has already lost a lot of his value with the Javelineer spam. And Javelineer spam against Sipahi feels really bad. B does have some timings here, by the way. The reason why I sort of chose to go Javelins is quite handy isn't just the archers. It's going to be good for the imams. And I think that's why he done it instead of just leaning more on Donzos. Technically, Donzos are actually even better at killing imams when you scale them. Because Donzos have more range on their javelin throw. And it is base 7. Which means you can reliably kill imams when you have 15 Donzos. Undermesh now as well. It's sort of, like, we didn't even talk about these walls yet. Like, this is quite impressive this early on, but I guess that's what happens when your opponent overinvests in Dark Age to the degree that B did. Usually these type of walls are a lot harder these days. But B's timing was just so slow, and this is painful, man. Like, these walls are actually ingenious, because against a Civ that's trying to aggro you, Malians, they get the best of the situation. Because they can outrange you entirely here. Like, if you come up and you start burning here, the Donzos have more range than the archers, the Javelins do. You can't actually counter snipe. So it's just a one-way trade of damage. And although Ottomans have got the double imam, like we highlighted, when you scale this comp up, you can't heal what's dead. And also, you could easily lose the healers because the positioning here, sort of, goes in with the jabs. That was a little bit greedy, though. Doesn't get the kill. Free HP, and that right there is sort of's own fault. He used the Donzo throw on the Sipahi. If he'd used it on the Imam, easy kill. And critical, by the way, like this play by B is a delicate one. I think we're reaching a phase where a lot of people who were attempting it a few months ago have actually steered away because if just one of these two 90 HP units dies, the whole play unravels. Because the Imam can't heal himself. It's not like the Ibid Dervish. Outpost up from Sword of as well. Just gives him that extra layer of defense here, as well as vision to see if he's being attacked at. However, behind this, we can see the B is getting ready for the next stage. Sword of, on the other hand, despite moving out the deer, despite setting up the second pit mine, he's not that quick on his timing, actually. And the Donzo Spearman throw, the javelin they throw, counts as range damage. Which is very confusing when they throw it at like a horseman or Sipahi. Because they're technically having, you know, in this case, 4 of their damage mitigated, but it's still an overall win because they're doing 14 damage minus 4. The same thing with dagger throws. Dagger throws from the Earl's Guard are actually counted as range damage. And the Imam, well, it's failed him, but in fairness to B, Mehmed's on the way. If he can keep one Imam alive, he has an immediate relic pull. What on earth is Sword of doing at? Wait, what? No. We got to talk about it. What happened? Was this the worker who built the wall? And then he couldn't get home, so he ran him out into the middle of the map? Alright, this guy's just playing solo survival mode in Minecraft on hardcore. I'm sure that the zombies won't come and find me on my open exposed location. Oh no, they won't. It's like, fine, I don't want to be Malian anyway. I'll create my own civilization of Ethiopians in this corner. I mean, geographically, the location kind of tracks. Attack out complete now from B. We have 2 military schools already. Vizier points have been very light-handed. It's only been the tier 1s, but this now means you can start ramping up into things like military campus, as well as the advanced academy. And the B didn't go Pax Ottomana. Sort of just seemed to skimp on villager production. B only got 1 kill. So sort of has to explain for, like, what, 1.5 villages extra? Yeah, no textiles either. I like how people think so little of Pax Ottomana. They're like, wait, did B get a Pax Ottomana? He's a villager ahead. What a great tech. He's got some way to go until he can get that 3rd point anyway. Sort of just looking to punish this age up. And also covering himself. Fulani isn't going to be its full load, but it's getting there. In fact, actually, he's lined this up perfectly to start building the Fulani when ranches could be totally full. B. He has got veteran Sipahi now. Not to mention the archers. Like, this is very difficult with the ranged armor as well. These guys do not go down easily. Not to mention their base damage good enough to start hurting javelins. Yeah, just a few Sipahi. Look at it with the 5 ranged armor. Javelins merely tickling. However, the Donzos will wash their spears in the blood of their enemies. The B continues to push. Grand Fulani yet to be complete. It's only just been started. There's actually a growing risk that Sortof's going to lose the entire army by the time he techs up. Doesn't look great. Range 2 just came through. He's going to keep chasing. More Sipahi flooding. Look at the Congo line. Rallying a second wave now elsewhere. This is painful, man. I mean, I know you don't really want to be into javelins when you're castle, but using them to defend yourself at the start is usually a critical component in surviving an age up. It sort of looks like he's going to have nothing. He's also started building Musafadi, which are worthless against Sipahi and Archer. The sofa idea is at least the good one. Tech up now complete. Donzo's all but dead. Sort of. Also now getting blocked off of the close by gold. This could be a ride by. He could just dive towards the back of the economy. For now, though, he's going to contest underneath the defenses. B doesn't really know what he's up against back here. If he only knew, I think he'd go straight for the corner. Sort of. You see the queue up. Just waiting for those veterancies to kick in. Sofa going to march forward. We want to target them down before they get upgraded. The Sipahi are going to get cleared by the spears. The veterancies are now in, so the archer's not going to be able to hold here for too long. Especially now that the javelins have been upgraded on their ranged armor. So sort of a bit shaky, but will hold. B, though, with map control, we should now start looking at relics coming home for the Ottomans. He's already got one home. Bit distracted with the dive. Hasn't realized he hasn't picked up the other, though. Needs to be quick about this, though. Yeah, both players just a little bit tunnel visioned here, but it really does feel like that type of game. Maybe a counteroffensive now coming through. I'm a bit worried for B against the Sofa initially, but ultimately, like, Ottomans... You know how I mentioned all these points in the game where they feel good against Malians? It's not an exaggeration that the list keeps going on. So we mentioned the Outpost Rush, but that's at least been fixed with the new development for Malians. Then we talked about the Feudal Age, where actually, like, massing Sipahi can feel really good against Jav spam. And then you'd think it would be different, right? Like, finally, Castle Age, Malians, woohoo! Not quite. Usually, Malian players don't want to scale javelins, but if you don't scale javelins here in Castle, you get eviscerated by Janissary. Janissary Sipahi is like a very scary comp. Because at the moment, Malian's like #1 desire is to spam Sofa. If you spam Sofa, gunpowder units kill you. Now, it does take a bit of time to set up. On an open map like Dry Arabia, it can be very difficult for B to find that transition. But rest assured, he's looking for it. But now it's going to be Spearman, and the reason it can be Spearman is because normally the counterplay that Janissary go for here is not Javelin to be Archer. Once the Archers come through, that's where things get a bit different for B. Wouldn't be surprised if he just plays Archer Sipahi into gradual Janissary. And finally, folks, if you are playing this matchup, there's a temptation to go Spears to counter Sipahi. With the free siege that Ottomans build, it's usually not advisable. Are they not taking relics? They are. He just hadn't been garrisoning them yet. Third one from the mid-maps on the way home. It's going to be 4 relic split. Sort of was finally going for the one that he'll have access to. The Mango is going to break past the Archers. Pathing's a little bit weird. Sofa. Ooh, can they get the kill? No way. He doesn't get it. He fails to get the kill. That's going to be 5. Make that almost 6 Sofa going down for a Mango kill that didn't occur. Awkward as well, considering that Sort of has got Archers that could be worried now. Maybe the good news for him is the fact that he just heard the Sprills go off, and there's the Janissary with the reveal of the Sofa, B steering. And the reason he can feel good about steering into Janissaries, guys, is you can tell that this is not a bait Sofa. The reason it's not a bait Sofa is there's no fish on it. No, the reason you can tell is that the armor. The armor tells you your opponent got imported armors. It's very unlikely that Sort of's going to build imported armors to only build 5 Sofa and then stop. So B has justification now to add in Janissary. Tell you what, it'd be one hell of a bait if he actually did stop building Sofa. But yeah, we can see very clearly there's a lot more spam coming. Problem with mass jabs, you always overkill. Yes, and within that, the issue with like the overkill is your attack speed sucks. So, you know, if you think about it, their archers could overkill just as easily against a lot of targets. Would it not be better then to have a better attack speed than have more damage? Right, this is the interesting thing. Like, usually when you're talking about melee units, base damage does better than attack speed. But when you're talking about range units, there's a lot of situations where attack speed is better than base damage. Not a catch-all, because base damage definitely has a breach point, for example. Hand cannoneers. But definitely for javelins, it's a bit of a weird one. I would mention the base damage doesn't really scale that well. I think it's +2 damage for going up in age. So when you're against heavily armored units, it's kind of the shrug. That's why we don't have laser beams? Yeah, we're waiting for Cat Civ for that. Cat Civ will bring laser beams, and then all will be delivered. Sofa. Very brave Sofa. B's army is just so large. Sofa's now raiding on the backside, but spin reaction is going to be good there. A fight over the center. The Sofa. Not high in numbers, so they have to give way to the Sipahi. Sort of. This is kind of slipping away from him. Despite the fact he's got Fulani, you wouldn't think it looking at the military count, but this is the potency of the passive production. B. He went all the way with it as well. Advanced Academy Military Campus. He steers away from Janissary. He sees, actually, you know what? I don't really need that many right now. The Spearmen are doing everything he needs to. Now that we're seeing more archers, I imagine we see a cut of Spearman production and a focus on more Sipahi. These Springalds even proving effective against the Archer mass. Like, the extra range is what matters. Archers can counter Springalds, but you'd have to dive into them. I.e., you'd have to run into Sipahi. And here's another thought for you guys. You're tempted to say, well, archers and archers, Malians will win. They have poison. The problem is, the poison's not as valuable against unarmored units as the extra attack speed. That's much more important. Because we mentioned attack speed equal better because you're going to overkill at this point anyway. Well, check this for attack speed. These archers attack every 1.4 seconds compared to 1.62, or dare I even look at the javelin up at over 2. Farms aren't going to get scattered out though, sort of. This is a good strike. If there's no military nearby, and it looks like there isn't. Yeah, he's actually everywhere with these flank raids. The villager's also wasting time on... They're not even killing the villager! Oh my god, B needs damage. Wait, is this really happening? If sort of just wakes up, there's huge raid targets. Few Sofa do go in. More idle. A growing worker lead that's only getting better as the Sofa just clean up! 7 villagers down over here. He still hasn't realized there's just a bunch sitting here right now. Sort of. Finally not too distracted. Does click them elsewhere. But the push continues. B. A big military lead. Not many Janissaries against the Sofa count, though. And the villagers, man, this is falling apart. B. He looked cozy. He looked comfortable, but the wall's going down. Not realizing quick enough. He's falling behind. An immediate strike back is required. He'll start to move into the Fulani. Army needs to catch up. Could easily burn through the ranches. Reminder that Ottomans do have that passive production, so the worker count isn't everything, but it's becoming everything at this rate. That's now a 20 worker lead for the Swede. Mangonel spooking him a bit, but not enough. Now the Sofa with the dive in. Some Spearmen held in reserve, but there's only about 20 on the front line. The archer count more than good enough to deal with that. Let's pulling it back. The siege is no longer participating. B is on the clock. He's still losing more workers. Finally, he's going to clear out those raiders, but the damage truly has been reaped here. A 23 worker lead. Fulani definitely capable of equalizing against the military school. And Sofa, they're not even done. They found even more. I mean, what you meant to do here is B. You're all in, let's dent it, didn't work. You're now forced to retreat back. He might have to consider 2 TC, which, I mean, you're going to be given over full map control if you do that. Insane from sort of. And the raids were, like, this is the crazy thing, the raids weren't even optimized. You could argue he was very delayed reacting, but then, this is the weird thing. Like, in a weird way, he might not have got as many kills if he wasn't delayed. You guys get what I mean? It's like, there's these units back here, and your opponent hasn't really glanced them at first. They don't do anything for ages. Then you start fighting. Then they attack. These baited, distracted by the main fight when it finally happens. So there's an argument that sort of in a weird way got more damage done. I mean, we saw how it worked down here. When B just thought he burned the outpost, didn't realize it wasn't just an arrow shot attacking him, but it was a wing of Sofa. Well, the Sofa definitely delivered sort of to the door of victory. A Janissary transition that B desperately needs just doesn't feel feasible against 50+ archers. I mean, the Spearman choice feels questionable, but he needs some answer to Sofa play. I mean, you could just build crossbow. Oh, wait. Don't really want to be building crossbows into 50+ archers. I do wonder if B would be better served by more mangoes at this stage, though. Probably too slow to produce. And also, yeah, mangoes... It makes it a bit easier for Sofa to just hone in on an individual target versus multiple targets for Springles. And when an army is much bigger like this, like there is an argument Springles are better. Yes, they don't get bonus against archers, but if you're hitting 6-7 targets, the maths equal for a good trade, right? With 16 base damage, most definitely. At that point, you're a very big archer. B. The Sofa are back again. We've been here before, B. Last time it cost you, what, 20 workers? This time, though, he has got the wall. And not just that, it's the Janissary Company. Yup, the clutch point! Okay, so that's going to defend him. Really well played by B to make that clutch choice. Remember, this is a one-offer. You get a bunch of Janissary, but only once. Still, there's a difference between his economy living or dying. Economy that is still 30 workers behind, mind you. Might soon be an entire age behind. Sword-off's almost pop capped. Archers, go for the trade. Mangonels, look for the hit on the backside. The Sofa wave is going to be able to hold here, though, and the archers are just falling into Spearmen. Nah, this has to be it. Surely B. He can't hold this area. Sorv's going to break through with the Sofa. That second wave just far too delayed, arriving to the fight. We'll try to save what he can, but there's not much left. Picked to the bone. Sort of is going to discover the Janissary wave, but he's got archers to now contest that. New Vizier point just came in. Wait, did it? Did he already use it? Oh, was that the Janissary Company one? Oh, yeah, he's capped now, isn't he? Oh, God, yeah, this is horrible. So there's no Pax Ottomana recovery plan. There's no cheaper TC recovery plan. There's just nothing. And yes, this one villager is still alive. Wait, no? There's no idol. I think he moved him. I think it was this one now. What a go. 2 TC now. Cool idea from B. I don't see a one which sort of gives him time. Because from here, for sort of, it's either like send it into the enemy base or send it into Imperial. And even if B could somehow mirror Imperial, he doesn't have gold. No, like, has he actually... Like, he's got 0 active gold gathering. It's this or nothing. This or this. And both of them don't really feel safe. What a game. What a crazy game. I mean, I'm impressed it looked this competitive after B's questionable value play in the early game. And by value, I mean who, like, I don't really think you can call it value. V, wait, are we... I mean, at least he's got some spearmen. He will eventually be at the outpost. This just doesn't feel worth it. Wait, no, he's not going to be the outpost. He has to get back home as well. Outpost has ruined every... I mean, the way this game began with Disaster Outpost, this is sort of just being like, hey, this is how you actually get value out of an outpost. So far in the farms again. B cannot afford idle time. He's doubled up on military. Sort of's going to go for the dive now. He finds extra kills on the way through. This is done. So sort of is going to be leading against B. B, who, reminder, is one of the fan favorites, regularly makes it to, if not semifinals, finals in KPMM. Is now at risk of elimination in the round of 16. Because these are only best of threes. Mangoes, a little bit of a whiff shot. but they will reload. And B just tries to dodge, but even if the mangoes don't hit, the archers destroy. Night spam is now coming, but poison archers can deal with that reasonably well. And that's interesting, a Musafadi switch. Wait, why is he building Muso into this? I mean, just spears would be just as impactful, no? Like, well, in fairness, Musafadi are cheaper than spears. Like, Donzo's are 90, Musafadi are 75. Wow, my brain just had an interesting thought. Guys, you do know that the Musafadi are meant to be the women fighters. And then Donzos are the guys. So Donzos get 90, Musafadi gets 75. Well, this explains the issue with the wage gap in a nutshell. Outrageous. Anyway, sort of is about to make quite the gap in this series. This should be the final push. He's going in on the farms. There's just nothing to gather. I think B should try to get a sponsor from Nike with the amount of running his villagers have had to do in this game. I mean, if they aren't running across the map, they're running off to the afterlife. And yeah, I mean, chasing archers of Janissaries. Oh, God. Finally, he waves that flag. Game number 1. It's going to be a win for sort of, and this one was quite the wacky matchup. Let me know what you thought of this one, guys. I think it was pretty intriguing, actually, that B was even competitive this long with that disastrous beginning. All right. That one's a really cool one for the beginning. I think I already know what we call that one. That would be... This player has short-term memory loss. Has to be about the tower. Alright, so let's mark that bad boy up. A G1 win for Mr. Sort of. Game 2. We're going to Rocky River. Lancaster versus Japan. Please don't get baited on Rocky River to build a boat on the ponds. Alright, there we go. Holy taskbar? Yeah, man. We're a busy bee. Alright, ready? Please don't build a Dark Age dock. Please don't build a Dark Age dock. Please don't build a Dark Age dock. Ah, he's safe. All right, guys. I had to check that. It's very important. Game number 2 of this series between B and Sort of. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Sort of a fantastic game number 1 Mali and Ottoman matchup. We now get into Japan up against B's Lancaster. An interesting matchup, actually. Japan... You think that they're going to be favored because of the spear spam opening, but I actually don't think so. And I think Sort of's right for not actually doing it. The thing about the Lancastrians here is they have a lot of food gathering rate benefits in Dark Age that they can leverage into spear spam. And the other cool thing is Sort of actually resisted the temptation to build the Dark Age pond dock that we've been seeing out of 1 or 2 players on Rocky River. It just doesn't feel like a play that really pays off against Lancaster. So instead, it's just going to be a feudal rush out the 2. How does B want to play this? Lancaster Castle seems like the obvious. Is there an Abbey of Kings play? I think Abbey of Kings is weird against Japan because it usually becomes cavalry focused and you can't really keep up with your lords. For anyone wondering, like, when can you actually use Lords of Lancaster? Apart from the obvious answer of never. If there was a situational time, I think it's in matchups where you either A, are feudal all-inning, which feels rare for Lancaster because their economy gains are just better approach. The alternative is when you're up against an infantry-based civ. Because infantry-based civs, that's when the Lords of Lancaster could keep up and give their very valuable aura. How are we looking on sheep pool, by the way? Oh, wow. It's going pretty rough for sort of so far. Luckily, he's going to have this corner that has no sheep. Okay, there's some down here. But overall, it looks like B has got the edge when it comes to sheep gathering. Yeah, he's even running along the center now. I wonder if sort of realizes that often the sheep spawn rather, is in the center. Like, they get spammed in the center of Rocky River often. I'm trying to think, Rocky River's not currently in map rotation, right? Was it in map rotation when sort of came back? Because that's what I'm curious about, is whether he has, like, a lot of experience with Rocky River. Because Rocky River was introduced with Sultan's Ascent. And that came in after he left. It is. Okay, yeah, it is. I couldn't remember. Yeah, so he should be familiar with, like, the spawn pattern in the center. And it's definitely showing. I mean, Lancaster, you have to add in an extra 4, but let's take that off, and you're still talking about 19 sheep to 10. Sort of is in a terrible shape when it comes to food. He's also been cut off. So it's going to be mirrored down the flank by B. That means he should be able to get... Oh, my... Dude. This scout path should be illegal. Yeah, so he knows there's nowhere sort of can go. He's going to get an extra 4 sheep. I hate sheep RNG. You know, we already had an epic matchup between Jif and Dumu with these two civs on this map. And I feel like this is just going to be a robbery based on sheep. Maybe sort of... Actually, no. Okay, that's not bad. He actually did recover. So he split the final 2. But still, it's 12 sheep to 26. And B has already opted for the greedy boy approach. Why wouldn't you with 26 sheep? He's going to be going for the Lancaster Castle. With this spawn as well. Like, gold and stone like this. The funny thing, guys, is he could have actually placed it here just as easily. But he understood that if he places it on the 4, there's no way sort of can attack him with this type of spawn. In the words of a Frenchman, holy crap. What do you do about this? I guess sort of... Wait, is he going 2TC? I don't know about 2TC. This could be the Daimyo Rush. No, it's way too much stone for that. It could be Daimyo level 2, where you get the Umabanaman. Because that would give you 3 heavy cavalry units against Lancaster, but like you're talking about a civ that wants to build Spearmen anyway. I always feel weird about the Umabanaman against Lancaster, because the arrows are going to shoot off your deflective armor. So you'll always take real damage by the time you're engaging. Yeah, this seems like 2TC with the split on economy. Like 15 on wood. Is 2TC really the way against Lancaster? It's definitely an interesting approach. I'm trying to think if I've seen anyone try this with Japan against Lancaster, and I don't think we have. This might be the first time. And he's going to do it out on the deer as well, so extra food to be gained. I guess that's one way to alleviate the sheep concerns. Like, he did finish with 13 sheep compared to the 24. I like that as well, actually. That's kind of cool, guys. He's just dropped a TC in the middle of nowhere. And he drops more food there. You might be like, why? You've got 2,450 deer. Yeah, 2,450 food of deer is great, but they're going to run out fast. And then what? You have to walk all the way over here, all the way over, definitely not stone, all the way over here to gold. Whereas in your base, you've already got gold in range, you've got berries, you've got a tree line that's bigger and closer. So I like the fact that he kind of just optimizes around having extra food close to the second TC, so that the value return is quicker and longer. And B, not going to be long in the feudal age. This is a castle build. Which was, I think, probably my biggest concern about this idea. Because look, B just ran in, he sees the stone. So even without confirming the TC, he should know that that's a lot of stone. That's a suspicious number of stone. Well, not really that suspicious, right? It's basically enough to cover a TC build easily. I reckon this is going to be a white tower. Like, this actually, the way that Soros played this could very easily just be a classic Earlsguard cheese. Because what does B do other than like that? Like, what's the alternative that feels more valuable? I don't think King's College, like, necessarily feels more value. He could do it for safety, but realistically, just spamming Ulsgaard into a second TC will kill it. Because even if your opponent starts spamming range units to kite you, it's Yuumi. You don't care about Yuumi. Yeah, there you go. White tower. And yo, thank you, Cthulhu. Cthulhu Snack. Appreciate you, mate. Prime subs, always welcome here. Smart as well. Means you get over 100 hours of content each month without any ads. And also, do you want to know the biggest bonus? You rob Bezos of some pennies and some dollars. Thank you, mate. So it's sort of going to be okay. Sort of? Yeah, that's his name. No, if you can get this tech timing lean... Oh, wait, what? So what I was going to say is if you can get a lean tech timing, you could probably get into, like, Onimusha. Actually, no, dude. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Someone subbed. You deserve the truth. Do you want to know the truth? Onimusha, an anti-heavy unit, actually doesn't counter this. Not the white tower. That's obvious. Ulsgaard actually beat Onimusha. So it looks weird from sort of, because he needs to age up, obviously. But the samurai idea isn't terrible. Because you at least get deflective armor. And you do get things like Odachi. The negative of this, though, guys, is like you can't reach your target easily. Ulsgaard are quicker men-at-arms for some reason. This is going to be rough. Seriously, like, if he goes Onimusha, I've watched it happen. I've watched a Japanese player just cleanly rush castle into Onimusha and lose to Ulsgaard White Tower. And it's a lot of Ulsgaard. 5 already, another 5 in queue. That's ridiculous. Triple racks? Ulsgaard just trying to drag him out of range of the tower. Even if they can't, they got the dagger throws and the re-engage. Why Onimusha don't counter? Because Onimusha get outranged. The dagger throw has 6.5 tower range. It does 17 damage, and Onimusha has 85 HP. You only need 5 Ulsgaard to kill. 5 Ulsgaard is the perfect amount to kill an Onimusha. That's not hard to achieve. You start the game with 3, add in 2 more, you're killing an Onimusha. And Onimusha are really expensive. Club down. I mean, the samurai. It's tricky for sort of, like, he didn't really have an alternative. With the double fort gold, he had to make his claim here. He's just doing a good job as well of keeping the injured alive. They've got refreshed daggers ready to throw again. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, they can just be a permanent pseudo crossbowman, never dying. Dagger throws. Does get a worker kill for his troubles. Sort of. Now going to end up losing that outpost. B. Yeah, I don't even know you're backing off. Like, either pull the injured injured Ulsgaard away or leave them here. It's just so many, and it's only going to get worse. Undermesh is already in. B's gathering 12 on gold, so he's going to be able to afford range 2 soon. Outpost is gone. Villagers going to have to run away. Sort of. He's like, shh, 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 don't tell him. Shouldn't Onimusha have more range than 6.5? No. Onimusha are like, was it 5 or 5.5? They don't outrange Ulsgaard. This is the other thing. Like, Ulsgaard counter crossbowmen. With the rush build, they counter crossbowmen. So normally, if you want to beat Ulsgaard, you have to hide your crossbows and get enough out to hold. So, for example, like Civ like Shushi and Chinese are great at this because they can mirror the castle timing, and then they supervise to get up to 8, 9, 10 crossbows. Because what you need is enough crossbowmen to insta-kill an Ulsgaard to make it a worthwhile trade. Because the negative of Ulsgaard is their wind-up is really slow, as you're seeing on the dagger throw. So they do stand still for a while. But when you're trickling in crossbows, it doesn't work. And these villages. All right, can we just go next game, man? Like this just don't even look fair anymore. This is bullying. The scout as well. Love that. B just keeps vision. And oh, wow, look. You want to fight us with your feudal army away from the tower? Don't mind if I do. This is going to be like, what? 2 Ulsgaard maximum dying? Maybe 3. Yeah, you send the injured one in. And the next wave also hasn't arrived yet. He's got gathering in the center. He's also splitting up on the map. If sort of can find a way to tech up, 18 samurai is going to go a long way. But that if is the size of the moon. I think as long as B just kind of gets the main group together, he can beat this army and then push into the golds. Sort of is sneaking the flank, though. Unfortunately for him, there is a soul villager, a soul Elsguard, rather, coming over for the villagers. B, he's just trying to get range for a dagger throw. Why not? It's free damage. Oh, Elsguard actually gets baited back towards the TC. Which would be great for sort of if he was doing anything but building samurai. Is he out of food? He actually might be. He's down to 8 sheep. No deer here. Yeah, he's got a food problem. More farms coming in now, but that means a longer feudal age. You know those type of games you get where like it doesn't even feel like you're competing anymore. It feels like you're playing a survival game. With the inevitability that eventually, wave after wave, you will die. That's how this is starting to feel a little. Upside is sort of is getting a pretty big villager lead now. Downside is your opponent's building manas to equalize that. He just unlocked the final mana level. So 3 more coming in soon. And if B micros this correctly, he's got ways of easily sniping with the daggers now. Even without, like, military count is what? Even Stevens in the fight? Yeah, 18 versus 18. This is not winnable anymore. Before, sort of had number advantage. That's now gone. Look at the spread. He's feudal age, 15 minutes in the game, and he's touched every gold vein almost on his side of the map, bar this one. He's just been forced that wide, and now B's done with the whip and focused on the dive. Crossbowman coming up behind this, which is a perfect way of clearing feudal samurai. You need to learn this Elsguard build. It's ridiculously strong. When you're up against an unknowing party, it's just a free win. Even when you're up against a knowing party, you see how it can work. I mean, in fairness, like the idea is against a knowing party, this is much harder to pull off now because if they get castle as well, they can contest. But we talked about the Onimusha not being the relevant. I think Mad Samurai would have been the way, sort of. This 2 TC builds, not looking so sexy. Not against White Tower Rush. And this should be the point where he realizes the farms are now idled out, which means sort of doesn't have food income. And it's not going to stop. There's just too many Elsguard. What is it with units that have guard in their name ending up in your base instead? Right? Same with defensive landmarks. They're always the thing on defensive building. They're always the thing dropped in your base. All right, so mark it up. Strike back for B. We're going to go to a deciding game numero 3. If it loads. Okay. So, HRE versus Byzantines to close this out. This has been looking good for HRE. Especially on a map like Gorge. Because of the spawns, like if you get the forward resources. Is our Swede about to taste victory or defeat? Let's hop into game number 3 to find out. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for B versus sort of in the KPMM. That's right, your go-to place for your weekly dose of Age of Empires 4 esports action. Sort of with the Byzantines up against B on the HRE, and it is going to be the classic opening in this matchup. HRE with Dark Age Rush. Sort of. They've already nibbled at the bait, folks. That's not a good look. Stoneford, Berryfoot. Oh, no. Timeout. If I'm sort of, I'm asking for a remake based on Spawn. Hey, B, what do you mean? This spawn is perfect. Look, the berries, the stone. You put one cistern, you buff all 3 resources. Guys, this is the worst spawn possible. Against a Dark Age aggro Civ, this is a nightmare. And sort of is going to wake up screaming because of it. Spears are already on the way. The reason this is a nightmare is Byzantines are the most vulnerable Civ in the game to an outpost rush. Because they gather berries delayed. They gather them when the Grand Winery goes down. They need to. It's their best play. Tower wipes that out. It also is going to wipe out the other vital element about Byzantine strats right now, which is cistern spam. Yeah, I think if Sort of wants to feel good about this, he's going to need to look for a Hippodrome build. But the problem is he didn't open up on the berries, so he's not doing that. And in fairness, it's like a very, very hard matchup to do that in. Other matchups, the spear spam is slower because the economy is weaker. And the timing is slower because the spearman is slower. This is what makes HRE brutes in these matchups. The spear spam is quicker due to the buffed economy. And the attack point is quicker due to the buff movement speed. This is hard, man. This is really hard for Sort of. The good news is he hasn't activated Akratoy. But we are getting the spear spam. It already feels a little bit suboptimal for Sort of that he built the racks after the cistern, though. I guess you could argue this is worth for the production rate. That will get him the Limitane quicker. I don't like what B's doing with this villager. Didn't this happen yesterday? I think it was 2 or 3 days ago. We have seen this. And by the way, like last time we saw this on Gorge, it was, I think between the two of them, 30 plus spearmen in the Dark Age. It was ridiculous. You could see this again. Funnily enough, in that game, the spear spam looked pretty good for Byzantines for a while. What's the thing with everybody doing D-Rush now? They realize that there's more value in early game play than they previously rated. I think that's good, though. Like, Dark Age actually having value now is important. Dark Age sucked in previous AoE. Like, this is the... Guys, you realize this is, like, the best year of Dark Age in Age of Empires 4's history. The cheesy outpost rushes with, like, Mongols in the opening year sucked. And then Dark Age didn't matter for the last few years. Like, I even begged them to just design someone to skip it or speed it up. Akratoy coming from Sword Off, though. B, if he just cancels... There we go, he cancelled. That's big. That's a big improvement over Game 1. Remember, Game 1, he was very stubborn. He would not cancel the outpost, and he ended up losing 300 wood in the Dark Age because of it. But this is good. Forcing idle time on the villagers for your one villager, that's value play. Now, is he going to try for an outpost again? Maybe. Spearman spam is coming, and Sort of is at risk of being outnumbered. The Akratoy also just ran out, so the villagers are not good tanks anymore. Not a great retreat there by B, though. Ends up losing one of the spearmen. Go to YouTube and look for me? Hell yeah. Gotta remember to have those notifications turned on so you know when we're up. Twitch and YouTube, baby. Dark Age action is the best. I used to hate it. So, spear on spear spam is pretty lame a lot of the time. At least historically. But the difference is, like, the level of micro has really leveled up. And also, it's not just mindless spear spam. It used to be, on some maps, it was just dented spear spam. Now there's a lot more elegance and thought behind why you're spear spamming. I think I said spears. They are going to clash again, B. 1-to-1 exchange so far. The Limitane have more health, but HRE have more movement speed. Villager is going to have to break off here. And B, he's got a lot of spearmen. It just doesn't feel like it. Where are they? Oh my god, wait. Did he miss rally? He had 3 of them at home. Oh, that's huge. Wait. Could have this a bit... No, I do not think this is intentional. Like, in theory, it's a cool idea if it was. Because Sort of's now overextended. Reminder, by the way, he's gathering berries. This is likely a hippodrome, but a belligerent hippodrome, right? You don't really want to be doing it to mass spears. Think he was healing? Oh, actually, that's a good idea. That's kind of sick. Good brain. Good thought. Yeah, difference maker as well. Like, actually, we haven't seen someone do that before, but like we talked about the marching drill to get across the map. Why not both ways? Get back home, get healed. It's a 4-spear lead now. And look at the difference it's making on economy. B. He's ready to pull the trigger, sort of looking stuck. Give me an outpost commitment again, before questionable, but now with that healing, becomes feasible. And I love this. I didn't want to jinx it, because I've called him on mine work before, and then he goes Arkan. I love seeing mine work here. It's risky if you're up against Lombo spam, but you already see your opponent desperately gathering the berries, so you're not really worried about mass Lombo. Which means things like All Pike is going to be useful. Melee tech is going to be phenomenal. The archer timing afterwards as well, just very justified, because it means he'll be able to get into Steeled Arrow like that. Spear's going to be pulled. Cancels it at the very last second to bait him in. This is just a mini game for B. Like, yes, let's see how much resource I can bleed you for with these outposts. Let's get a bit more defensive this time. And reminder, as long as he cancels it straight away, who cares? You get the resources back. And then this is just like so painful to watch. Because if it is Hippodrome, all pikes is the perfect counterplay into it. Smash coming in. Where's the Akratoy? It's off cooldown, sort of. He hasn't used it though. The tech out complete. The cancel comes in again. No wheelbarrow. This is really hurting now. 15 villages. One of them even off in no man's land is going to get chased down. He's dead. And remember, this means he's automatically got the movement speed upgrade in H2. So now he has a huge advantage on chase. All pikes. Gonna be that 1-2 stab to the jugular at this rate, sort of. Last bit of food being dropped off. He's ready for attack. But he has not got much of a lifeline here. It's Hippodrome with 6 sheep against 16 spear all pikes. This is a 16 spear all in. Be in a phenomenal position now. Archery range being prepped behind this. Usually risky against Hippodrome, but not with this type of advantage. The almost out of sheep, but not locked in the base like you would be with Arkan. He can move out onto the D. Easy peas. I don't know, man. Sort of. I'm trying to figure out how he gets out of this. He's got 1 Merc pull. Longbows could try to tickle away at this, but like your opponent already has archers, and H3 archer spam counters longbows quite well. Okay, so he's going to go archers. But B's already read that. He's going men at arms. Another thing to keep in mind is horseman for H3 is pretty good here. All pikes affects horseman 2 for +2. Which is half of what Hippodrome gives. But the difference is that all pikes is permanent, whereas Hippodrome Triumph is temporary. The ball pull now be getting access to resources that sort of can only dream of. Another outpost now coming up. B just looking to get full information to know exactly where sort of is going to be going. Because he understands that economy has to come out soon. Even more so when it's Hippodrome. When it's Hippodrome, there's not as much value in Olive Grove transitions early on. Anatan are going to march across, but they're yet to be upgraded, and they are shield walled up, which means that they cannot run away. No, he at least gets the information about the men at arms, but still, horrible exchange. He's super fragile, this map. With these type of spawns, yes, but the idea is meant to be Hippodrome. It just sort of resisted it, I feel like. He was so focused on protecting at least the stone, if not the berries. Going this Limitane strat, like I wonder if it would have been better from maybe to just open archers in H2. I'm not gonna say it solves everything. I think H3 has a good enough economy to contest you there. But I think the thing that was sick out of B in this game was the spear pullback. When he sent them home to get healed, that was so smart. Most players wouldn't do that. What they do instead is they put the injured spears at the back of the formation and then use the movement speed to try and minimize losses. But that still has a risk with it. He evaporated that risk with the heal. And I think sort of actually knew. That's probably why he's Limitane chased across map. Spears. It's going to be free worker kills, isn't it? Archers. Look for the hunt. Spin with the chase down as well. So that's going to be -2. Make it -3. Sort of now sneaking out to the north side. That lack of wheelbarrow is hurting. B looking to bring more pain. Men-at-arms numbers are increasing. Western contract just completed. Means he can queue up the Lombos, but it's going to take an entire minute to get them out. How many prelates? 4 prelates? So B, like this is the thing as well. He's built 3 extra prelates. He's still ahead on workers like this. And also it's the eco buff. The system is buffing a chunk of the economy, but only by a mere 14% compared to 35. Make no mistake about it. B is miles ahead where it matters. You can even see it in the numbers. Like sort of had this giant gap. Finally getting back out to food. B is going to exploit that fully to leap into castle. Doesn't need to be Burgrave. He can just do standard Regnates and upgrade them in arms. Sort of could go Javs. Not really as worth when you're defending like this. Lombos just feel better when you're anchored, usually. The more a generous approach. Also, on top of that, your opponent already built Spearmen, and you're struggling to kill them. You don't have enough archers. Lombos can at least trade out against the enemy archers because they're not going to dive the TC. The problem is, because it's now a castle transition, you will get dove. But if it was feudal only, you could anchor with Longbows nicely, especially with horsemen to back up. Because the idea is like Longbows clear the spears, horsemen beat the archers. And wait, he actually is doing Burgrave. I mean, you could go Regnates, but in his mind, this game is just over. He's got access to the map for food. So he's going to look to gun it. That's also interesting for the charging. Remember, Burgrave got an interesting perk added to it a few patches back, where the landmark now gives 50% increased charge damage for infantry. That first club for the men-at-arms is truly going to hurt. Villager just being cheeky, baits the Lombos out of position. Horseman raid completely ineffective. He's not activated Triumph this whole game. I don't think he's going to activate Triumph at all this game. Because I think this game, it's over. GG called. Sort of started off so strong, but whimpers out dead against B in this best of 3. GG to B. Able to turn it around, gets the 2-1 victory. Damn. Admirable attempt by sort of, especially that opening game was pretty epic from him. But yeah, B just very clean, very fast with the last 2. Who's faster, H3 Men-at-Arms or Ulsgaard? Ulsgaard by 0.01 movement speed. So, another series done. But guys, we have got more. In fact, let me double check our schedule. Because there are a few options. So we could do Myriad versus Philisberto. Should we do Myriad Philisberto? What's my in-game name? Killer Pigeon. Why? You're not going to find any data on games played, mate. I don't play. Spend all my time creating tournaments. Oh, thank you, Chomp Mafia. I'm glad you enjoy it, mate. Why? Because I think people are a lot more interested in me creating tournaments, etc., than me playing the game. You know how I know that? How many of you turned up to watch me play Battlefield, huh? Huh? Even though we were Recon lobbies. Top spot practically every game. Come on. All right. Anyway, Dry Arabian next. So we're going to have... Let me open up the data. KP is the first person to achieve conking. That's true. I actually was the first person to do it in historical battles. I didn't bother to use all the side stuff as well. Once I did, like, we improved the timing, and then it became kind of boring. So, you know. Like, I have that. I'm technically, I'm world first. No one can take that away from me, ever. Which one? Agincourt. The one that matters, of course. Okay, so game 1, Philly versus Myriad, is going to be Shushi versus HRE. Interesting. Wonder if HRE will just play aggro. Or do some sort of funky mime work. Agincourt, the one that matters, spoken like a true Brit. You're damn right. Alrighty, here we go. Well, this one's actually rather exciting, folks. Welcome back to the channel for what I think would be one of the closest round of 32 matchups we'll have in our $20,000 esports circuits opening week. That's right, KPMM Season 2, week number 1. And it's going to be a strong matchup. Myriad on the HRE. Up against Filisberto, prolific and infamous Mongol spammer, not playing Mongols. No. He played enough Mongol fast team to say, wow, Nestlings are pretty good. So it's going to be Shushi time. Yeah, this is an interesting one, actually. HRE versus Shushi. Does HRE just play full aggro? They do. Full aggro. It's going to be a spear spam. Now, that does surprise me a little against Shushi, just because they have taxation. Taxation means technically they don't need gold access. Obviously, being slowed is harsh, though. So why is Myriad doing the spear spam against a Civ that has tax access? It's all about blocking pro scouts. So he's trying to delay or block pro scouts and also force an investment by his opponent into the feudal age. I do find this matchup quite intriguing, by the way, because I think HRE has a few different ways to go. You can play for aggro in feudal, but there's also an interesting minework type build where you can play for bartered armor. Because if you get bartered armor, you actually can test Shushi Lancers reasonably well. I'm not going to say you beat them outright. I think you back it up with Spearmen. And the cool thing there is marching drills makes you very hard to kite. Very hard to outmaneuver. And yeah, the back gold seems to be something Myriad is aware of. So let's give me a ring of roses. Philly has the awareness of a blind duck. No? Oh no, he sees it. He actually saw the racks right at the beginning. So he knew he was up against this, and you can actually see it. Yeah, Philly pulled 6 out into the gold. Well played. Great scouting start from the NA boy. If you guys are not familiar with Filisberto, by the way, high-ranking NA gamer. In fact, at this stage, he actually might be America's highest hope. Oh, God. Yeah, sorry, America. He's ranked 426 right now. In fairness, though, like people like GUA haven't been as active or been able to make deep runs. In fact, GUA lost to Lash 2-0 in the round of 32. Filisberto, I don't know. I think the issue maybe is like consistency of finding enough time to play with him. Maybe sometimes, like we've seen, he's capable of getting some dubs. Myriad, I don't think needs as much of an introduction. He has been making plenty of people question their sexuality with his intriguing profile pictures when on official broadcasts. Outside that, he's been making people question how good they are at the game. Because Myriad's definitely no pushover. For those wondering, he's actually ranked 108th right now. But last 2 seasons has finished in the top 35. Yeah, always reliable. I think Myriad, like, he's a solid player. I think for Myriad, maybe the next step is kind of finding that creative flow in, like, openings. Right? I think that's the difference we see is when we talk about the bees, the vortex, etc., is how they exploit the first 5-10 minutes. Whereas Myriad, in my mind at least, has always been a player that's quite comfortable with the mid-late game. And maybe part of that is bias of when I discovered him back when he played English Ottomans, which in fairness was the meta at the time. What I will say outside of the strategic element I've noticed Myriad, dude likes clicking. Myriad is like me in that regard. I am an APM guy. So because of Dota 2, like I play Dota 2 and I click. I'd be like click to move my character. And Myriad's actually like a Dota 2 guy as well. So maybe it tracks. But I've noticed that when I've been standing behind him, this guy, like there's APM and then meaningful APM. I don't say that to flame him because he still gets a lot done meaningfully. But yes, there are cases where it's probably just a little bit overkill. If he can master that on a micro battle level though, I think you'll see him take the next step. Now it's going to be a step up into Arkan. Meditation Garden's already there. Wait, what? Actually, like, this is pretty ridiculous for such a close spawn. Kind of the dream, actually. Wood, gold, berries when you're being Dark Age rushed right in your base like this? That's ludicrous. So about, like, what? It's 25 gold, 36 food, and then 19 wood? 20 wood? For Dry Arabia, that's considered a very good meditation garden. Myriad? Very early farms, by the way. Is he just hunkering down? This feels like the childish kid who giggles like, ha, I made you do the thing. Like, ha, you built an archery range. I'm just going to run home now and build all my farms. Surely this is Pro Scouts, no? I mean, if it was, he'd already be researching it. Myriad has no sheep, guys. Like, oh my dear God, no. This is horrible. Wait, where are all the sheep? I'm very confused about where sheep are right now. Could someone make bar noises loud enough to attract them? Because Myriad has got 2 sheep. Philly's got 13. The maths isn't adding up. Someone missed something. It's like 2 sheep here. Are there some along the very edge? Is it just like a weird low spawn sheep count? There's only like 2 or 3 sheep unaccounted for. Something's not right here. It's probably like an open area that both of them are scouted, or one of them scouted and didn't see. But there we go. We are going to get Pro Scouts now. Yeah, I was going to say, like, going mass farms here is a death sentence against Pro Scouts other side. But credit to him, like, look at the timing, actually. Myriad, this is a win. Pretty much Myriad tech timing for Pro Scouts. You are going to be slightly behind on your scout count, though. And no, Philosbo is not a new guy. It's just, historically, he's known for playing Mongols. There was, a few seasons back, Mongols was actually pretty good, and then they got nerfed. And that's when Philosbo actually became a Byzantine main for a season, funnily enough. That's right, he just followed the trend. But for Philly, at that point, he just started to get a taste for playing other civs and kind of developed. And nowadays, he's more than just a Mongol one-trick. In fact, Philosbo first came to our attention when Donati basically used him as a welcome ruck. If you guys can recall that game, it was the English shortbow rush by Donati, ironically rushing the Mongols and outpost rushing them. That was one hell of a game. Recommend looking for it on the YouTube side if you haven't seen it. That was a year and a half, 2 years ago. Okay, so Myriad. More farms coming in. You know, someone really needs to make an honest man of this lad and marry him. And it's very simple why. I want him to have a child so that we can start calling him Miri Dad. There you go. Not Miri Daddy, that's creepy. Archers on the way. I quite like this. You can kite, you can avoid the Duke. Need to be a little bit careful of the horseman, but ideally, like, Archer Spearman for HRE is very nice in this age because of the mobility. What are we talking about? Whatever I want to. That's the benefit of having your own channel. Spawn-wise, probably a 50-50 split, actually. I think Philly's quick enough to get these up. Especially with the Spearman, the way that Mira's kind of playing them a bit wider. Yeah, and for Myriad, his are just safe enough. They'll be able to do this one uncontested and then anchor on this one with what should be a stronger army. Question is, who's going to have the stronger tech timing? Because it looks like it's going to be Philly. Yeah, remember, he's got a 20% eco buff compared to the 35%. Myriad's is definitely better, but also Myriad is more heavily invested in this age. Oof. Not great there from Philly, though. And suddenly, Duke Palace Guard production. Man, he's feeling the pressure. These Spearmen are surprisingly frustrating. It's the movement speed. Because, yeah, like, any unit we can talk about being as quick as a Spearman on the charge-in, but it's also the get out. It's much easier for Spearmen in small counts for HRE to just poke in, get out, not die. Mount Lu now coming through. This really has just become the norm now. It's weird to think there was a time where Shaolin Monastery was meta. But, you know, with Pro Scouts meta in particular, the extra food gen, it just makes sense to get these better production rates. It also makes the food go longer, right? Because you're now getting taxation for food also. This is the thing. I think ever since the game, or a lot of games at least, became about a Pro Scouts race, this made the difference in so many ways. Because you can afford it now and you get more. And the other thing is, like, if this is castle and castle, it's going to be night spam. If it's night spam, Shaolin monks are worthless. Dive in. Myriad looking for a little bit of damage, a little bit of punishment. Bit of an ambitious dive, but wait, he gets the taxman. That's high value, remember. 150 resource loss. Myriad not too far off his own tech timing, but the gold is a problem here. Ends up losing a worker in return, and a lot of out of time there. So Philsberto, plenty of breathing room, and this is big. This is what we talked about, the supervision. This is the tech that makes Mount Lu Academy so good. Doubles your supervision buff. Meaning, for example, Palace Guard, instead of taking 23 seconds, are going to take 7, 8 seconds max to build. A Lancer, for example, right now is going to take you 14. You'll take that down to 7. Or 7.5, I believe it was. And that's all courtesy of Pro Scouts. Like, if he didn't have Deer Gathering Rate, I don't think this tech would make much sense. I think it would be too expensive. Because it's great that you're producing units that quick, but also the trade-off of producing units that quick is you're spending a lot more resource. Like, if you're producing a Lancer every, let's say, 8 seconds, that's 240 per. So you're spending, like, what, 2,000 resources a minute or something? Less than 2,000, right? But it's a lot. Wait, my brain. Yeah, not 2,000, 1,000. Definitely efficient when it comes to number of production buildings, though. Mirrored with the Regnets. Wait. Is he about to be the Miri Daddy to many children? Because it feels like he's trying to get the breeding center. Like, this actually looks like a Palace of Swabia macro. He's got over 1,000 food in reserve. And wait, where's Philly's taxmen? Oh my god, what? He's only got 2. Where's the second? Yeah, he's taxing the buildings. That's really rough, guys. That's horrible, actually. At Philly, he's got 20 workers on food. This is worth a tax, man, because it's like having 4 extra workers. It's also, you're taking a limited resource and increasing it by 20%. Philly has whiffed in a big way. That's horrible. I think what happened is when Myriad dived, remember, he killed 1 taxman, and Philsberto just didn't process it in the moment. A huge loss for him. Dive's going to come in. Myriad will look to reinvest the resources he's holding on to. Men-at-Arms are being upgraded, but need some time. Palace Guard should be capable of doing some damage. Archer's going to trade out with the Chug. Knight's queued up as well. With the TC here, the crossbows as well, Myriad will stabilize. Because the problem is, Philsberto, he's trading out against the trash. If he doesn't kill the crossbows, he's in trouble. We'll find 1 or 2 worker kills, which is nice. But now with the Knights arriving, Philly realizes the timing isn't quite there. Regional Inspection was working well. He's up to 15 now on the PG count. Lancers also arriving. Myriad needs a few more crossbows. This is a bit shaky on the defense. Yeah, it's a lot of injured, but he needs to start finishing what he's starting here. He's going to be the first of the relics. Myriad has 1 already coming home. Philly, he's actually pivoting away from PG into crossbows now. But he's second to do this. Like, this is awkward because you've already given huge justification to your opponent. If you now just mirror crossbow count, you're going to be behind, is the idea. As long as Myriad doesn't overstep, and this is the thing, Palace Guard are quick, but crossbows are a quicker variant with the marching drills. Needs to be careful with the micro. You want to be using archers as a pseudo frontline here. Philsberto actually hesitated to commit. This is looking a bit shaky now. Philly, the Palace Guard timing, it didn't really do damage. He found a few worker kills, sure, but the trade-off of relics is what kind of concerns me, because now you're losing map control at a critical point. when there's still plenty of relics up for grabs. So he needs to try and get at least 3 home quickly to minimize the value of regnants. Yeah, love that. He splits off the archers to target down the crossbowmen. Smart play there. Just protects his front line. And meanwhile, his crossbowmen just deal with the pass guard. It's turning into a bit of an overextension now that the archers are dead. Needs to be respectful of that. Yeah, I actually think Murad maybe totally forgot about frontline. Like, he has men-at-arms building, but they weren't coming to the rally point. So we'll end up crossing some crossbows. And now 10 crossbows for Philly. Like, where did this come from? Oh, wait, that's right. Regional inspection. It turns out producing crossbows every 6 seconds is pretty good. Yeah, this is the crazy thing about that regional inspection. It allows your taxman to turn a production building into a Burgrave, ironically. Actually, better than a Burgrave. Murad will now look for a pivot into Horseman. More farms coming in, but... I think he's out of food. The deer are all gone. Like, this is the awkward part. And this is usually why, like, Sushi China for the Pro Scout split feels a bit better. If we're splitting the resources by 50% each, well, as a Chinese player, you get 20% more on that 50%. Right? That limited resource, you extend it. For HRE, you eat it faster. So that does mean you could technically get some advantages, but you need to use them quick. Now, good news is usually HRE feels a little bit better about their farm transition than Sushi. Because for Sushi, they need to stack up thousands of wood and then hard commit it across. Whereas HRE is the type of civ that will gradually add in more and more farms as the age goes on. So theirs is a bit more fluid, right? I think flexible actually would be a better word. Whereas when you try to farm transition with Sushi or China, it's very rigid. As we're seeing here, like he's trying to spam into it now. How many people on wood? Huh? Philly, what is your economy doing, mate? Oh, God, no wonder. Yeah, he's building walls and moving them out. Yeah, I looked at the count. Is he trying to resist a full farm transition? He is. He's only got 7 on wood. There's a lot of idle time in his base right now. Yeah, that looks so weird. You click on here and see only 7 workers on anything in a 54 economy. You're like, what just happened? Oh, folks, I believe we've got a hunker down in tech. This game does not look like it's going to end in age 3. Who likes imp? You like imp? Yeah? By the way, Philly. 3-2 split. Minimize the Regnant's impact. I do like that Cistercian Abbeys is coming in. So Mirai's going to start using the Regnants to buff more farms. Now, if there's no harassment, Myriad still has an advantage to strike here on the tech. If you go into Imperial Age, right, you're going to be going with the Palace of Schwabia, which is going to just buff your economy like crazy. I do wonder if Philisberto preempts that and then looks to go towards Stone here. It looks like instead, though, he's getting ready for aggro. And guys, remember, if Philisberto wins this game, it's all because of the Grenadier that has not been upgraded. Actually, sorry, wrong, my brain. No, it is upgraded. I'm trying to... I always forget with this. They do get the hard case... No, they don't. They have to pay for it. I kind of feel like they should just make hard case bombs inclusive for Sushi Grenadiers. Because the only time they get built otherwise, folks, is when it's a misclick. Which is a little bit sad. Which civ is better in Imp, H3 or Sushi? Oh, Sushi and Long Imp, for sure. HRE is better at the start of Imp because they just burst production really well in terms of villager. Like, they will ramp up to 140 pop much quicker, is the idea. But then once you get deep state of Imperial, Sushi's ridiculous. The thing with Sushi is once they get towards the point where they're getting the unique techs out of the library in the hyper late game, you're talking about powerful cavalry. Like, the Imperial Guards are actually kind of nuts. Very expensive, but like if your economy is deep, you can afford them. And they will run over most things that the HRE can put out. Because it's just pop efficiency at that stage. It's like hyper late, yeah, they're ridiculous. And another thing to remember is the Imperial Guards, they have majority melee armor. They're 10 melee armor. And what do HRE love to do in the late game? Men at arms, horsemen, spearmen, they are a melee mosh pit civ. What, you guys don't want to buff Shushi? Come on. They buffed HRE back when people thought they were broken. They gave them the gun boys. Perfect time to give Shushi a buff. You guys remember when China was fine and then Ottomans got nerfed and they buffed China and then China took over everything and China has remained that way for over a year? I don't see the problem. Let's just buff Shushi. Why are we getting poor man farms, Philly? Philly? What is that? And why is it not actually... Wait, why is it not even in the gap? We will talk about this later. Wait, what? Alright, that is a definite misclick. And some of you still question Voldemar's one granary placement strategy, okay? But like... Who is the goat of this? It was Johan, wasn't it? It was you, wasn't it? I remember that amazing game. HRE, I think you built, what was it, 3 lumber camps around the Archon? Bless ya. I think you still won that game as well. He doesn't have to worry about that problem anymore. These days, because Johan only plays the Bastards. Horseman? Oh, gonna be chased away. So whose economy is better? Oh, right now the numbers are kind of deceptive because Philipsburg has a lot of villagers building farms, not working them. Once he gets to work, he should easily compete with the HRE income. Inspired Warriors deck for Myriad, though. I mean, Crossbow's base damage isn't bad. It's not crazy, though. Usually Inspired Warriors on HRE is more worth it when you're talking about things like Knights, and then eventually Hand Cannoneers or Black Riders. It would be worth it for the armor alone if he was up against, say, Chugmas. Less so against crossbows, but it's still a reduction. I mean, in fairness, the crossbows are pretty worthless for Phil's bow. There isn't any real armored units to kill. There's 6 men at arms. Yeah, the horseman's kind of a problem for him. So he's going to try to march forward now. Men at arms are going to bait the entire army. The horsemen, they dive in. Oh, they're ignored. Philly? He's not even pulling the villagers away. Oh my god, what a hit. Myriad, over a 10 worker lead now, and he's still going. What the hell is this? Myriad finally realizes, but too little too late there. Damage already done. That was insane. And Myriad, he'll still win this fight at the end. Sure, the horse's going to die, but look at the crossbow count. Nespi's now coming out, should force him back at least, but if I'm Myriad, I don't mind going home. I go home with a 20 worker lead. I go home with a 20 worker... We're not going home. We're just going to die, aren't we? Is he... Okay. Did he really just try to dive and kill the Nestaby? He did, didn't he? A bit ambitious there from Myriad, but I think he's on a high after taking a 20 worker lead. Maybe about to go on a hiatus from aggro, though. As after a hit like that, it's a perfect time to think about Age 4. He's more of a decorative guy? No, come on. If he was a decorative guy, he would have added in, like, little wall and then outpost and then a little wall. I've played enough of Emperor Rise of the Middle Kingdom to understand what makes good feng shui. Okay? See, I find it concerning when someone called Kitten Paw says they love me a pigeon. That's a trap. What the hell, Johan? Worst Sierra City Builder? I kind of feel like Pharaoh is a bit overrated. Caesar's goated for sure. There are some mechanics of Emperor Rise and Middle Kingdom I didn't like. Such as the feng shui. But it was definitely the prettiest game. Also, I don't know, wasn't Caesar 4 worse? I remember just looking at that game and not wanting to play it. I watched some gameplay, I'm like, nah. Caesar free. Forever. Yeah, actually, I just remembered I got Zeus ages ago on GOG, but I never played it. Zeus I never played. Caesar 3 was king for me. I'm not saying that Pharaoh is a bad game, by the way. I just think people overrate it a bit. Flash coming in. Crossbow count is still sturdy, so his men-at-arms count not impressive. Myriad. He's doubling down. Like, I thought this was going to be Imperial, but it's not. No, he's... I get where Myriad's coming from. Like, he's militarily advantaged because he's economically advantaged. He can afford more. But I don't think he's respecting the Nestabes. Luckily for him, it's only one right now from Philly. I think Philipsburg just needs to kind of slow down the assault here. Because his Nestabes isn't even getting to fight. Like, if this thing just starts spreading damage, the crossbows start to just die. So yeah, it does slow down. Decent exchange, considering how far back Myriad should be overall. Philly should be overall. Myriad. He's setting up for Elsbach. That's why he didn't tech. Yeah, he went 2TC. I love this. Black Riders are pretty sick. We talked about like the late game and Shushi being better. Black Riders might be the one potential strike back point H we have. For example, we mentioned the Imperial Guard's Horsemen for the Shushi. Remember, they have very low ranged armor, so like actually going Black Riders is a decent counterplay. What do you mean Pharaoh overrated unsub? Dude, like... It's a top city builder game. It's not the top one. That's what I'm going to say. There are some things I did like about Pharaoh, such as the design around like the Nile. I thought made very intriguing problems to solve over other editions where you had too much farming. But I do think it gets a teensy bit too much praise. Now, you know what's good? SimCity 4. Oh, what a game. I'm still bummed out at how good SimCity, the last one they made, could have been. But how much they flopped it because of the unnecessary always online stuff. The, like, interacting with other people's cities thing could have been so cool. And wait a second. What are we doing? A keep drop like that? Myriad. Oh, what's possible time? All right, let's go back home quick. More troopers are coming. Luckily for him, Philipsburg is not steering the entire army. I may have spoken too soon. The horsemen are on the way. Myriad will get away with most of the workers safely. Safely. We got to keep running. Maintains that worker lead. Just needs to sort the gold. Like, this is the problem. He's ready to tech up, but... Oh, God. Wait, no, he does know. So why is Myriad... I mean, I guess it's because it's high-value gold source. He wants to keep safe reserves, but... Should we just take the safety and go for Elsbach? Keep now being dropped. Does Philly... No way. Philly, he doesn't take the gold again. Okay, so Myriad's going to get everything he needs and more. This is huge. The gold, the stone, both very valuable for Imperial play. Quintessential even. And wait, what? Myriad, no wonder he doesn't have any gold. 15 land stakes? Makes sense against horseman spears, crossbows as well. Goes in for the swipes. He's swiping harder than you guys would on his profile on Tinder. Look at him go. Clears the front line. Philly with the good start step away. Keeps the distance though. There is a small retinue hitting into the base now. We've got spread on placements to try and defend against that. And a counter assault now underway as Myriad pushes forward. Still, that was everything. I don't think the land stake was worth it. He could have went Imperial with that. No, it kind of felt a bit underwhelming in the end. I also think they weren't buffed with the Inspired Warriors tech, because, like, interesting enough, Land Snakes are decent with Inspired Warriors buff. 15% buff, that's extra, what, 2 damage? But you're talking about hitting 3 or 4 units, so it adds up. I still can't believe Philipsburg was only 1 TC. And I think that's why Myriad kept double downing, right? I think he was expecting Philipsburg to go 2 TC to recover the losses. And then he'd catch him in the middle of it and kill him. Props to Philly for resisting that temptation. Dare I say, when you watch land snakes in games like this, they just feel like the worst unit in the game. It's such a hard one. I feel like if land snakes were buffed, like this is the thing, if land snakes are meta, they're way too good. It is one of those units that's always going to be incredibly difficult to balance. Situationally, if you find the perfect, like someone's only doing spears, yeah, they'll run them through. Problem is, most civs that do that, such as Lancaster, have Yeoman as well, which counterplays Lanch. Keep on keep. Fight over the 8k. Yeah, Phillisbow's castle drop isn't really achieving anything, though. Myriad. He's got enough to hold on here. His backline is just trading a little bit better due to the buff. Yeah, so there are moments in this game where you reflect upon what you've done and ask why, and this might be one of them. Phillisbow's castle doesn't really do anything. It's a bit rough. Killi versus Lash about to start live. Ooh. Do you guys... Should we hop into that after this game? We'll do that after this game, yeah. And then we can come back to this one as well. Live games take priority, of course. A bit of a hunker down moment. Philly is going for a raid on the back, but I mean, it looks like Myriad's in control. He's locked in both 8k veins, and these are 2 gold heavy civs. Horseman already bringing the base. They're going to go for the backside. This is going to get ugly. We're going to use a little bit of 2x just so we can catch up, so we'll be ready to cast that next series. So many farms as well. Myriad up to 55. It's fully fleshed out. Phillisbow, meanwhile, pain of idle time here. In a game where you urgently need to be finding a way into the next stage to try and stay alive. Here with a spear switch as well. I wonder, does he just go into Elsbach now and then just set up siege next to this? Because you can just get 1 or 2 culverins and delete the castle. Dude, what is with the allergy towards Imperial out of both of these guys? Imperial is your friend. Horseman. Whoa, wait, what? Spearman on a coffee break there. Treb goes down, so no real damage done to the castle. Which means Phillisbow still lacks gold. He has 1100 back here, and that's it. He could sneak for the 4k, but yeah, Myriad, great job. He's already eyeballing it. I feel like this is where we're probably going to get the age up. And there it is. Elsbach's coming through. Gold gathering on the top side is going well. I mean, he's just got everything he needs to just rush Imtex. At which stage, Phillisbow shouldn't really be favored in this. Second castle drop. Phillisbow building Shushi castles like he builds Mongol outposts. In a line. And true. Myriad could make a lot of Elsbach riders, or Black Riders rather, with the Elsbach. He's going to have access to 24 pop slots straight away. 32 pop slots? Oh my word. What? And he's got the gold for it as well. This castle achieves nothing? Not true. It connects the line, the little Maginot line up to north. It also gives him lots more wood. It secures his wood. Plus extra gold reserves in Philly. Buddy. Nah, let's get out of here. Myriad. Oh, he's gonna ride in. Horseman upgrade isn't there just yet. It's a lot of spearmen though, so a bit brazen, but he gets an entry. This is the thing about Horseman against castles, man. The castle area will be protected, but what about past it? He goes for the farms again. Every time Myriad is expecting Phil's bow to save up for an age up, he isn't. Wait, Myriad? Anyway. Screw that lumber camp in particular. I'm sure it had a lot of tax in it. More gold access. He's just strip mining. Fortification is on the way. Yeah, so he will be able to get the kill before this becomes a problem. Army is trying to react now. And we're getting it. Black Rider's on the way. Outpost will get burnt crispy. And gold gathering now commences. Filisberto. He needs this. This is the real reason he hasn't been going Imperial this whole time. Mira's going to look to frustrate. Screen emplacements are problematic, though. Culverins are going to be able to start moving in to deal with the emplacements. And Marching just makes it so tricky to catch you. Now, these aren't elite crossbows yet, but that's going to be fixed. He's already got the elite archer upgrade. So much map control. There's just no real pressure onto Myriad. And Philly, wait, I was a bit worried there. He actually queued up the library with barely any gold, which is insane. Temple of Sun makes a lot more sense here. That's also going to give him the extra range on his bombards, which will allow him to trade out against Culverins. And I think he forgot about the Sacred Site. Myriad, like, the problem at this stage in the game is usually your prelates are just rally to one location, you select them all. Because the problem is, with prelates, I'm pretty sure they still don't react to select all army. Yeah, see, look, I just use select all army. No prelate selection. So he's probably just been selecting them all, using them in the main group or the control group, and just kind of forgot about this. Because although the Inspired Warriors buff has been important, they haven't really been dying. So it's almost like, the best way to describe it is the prelate's kind of an afterthought. Black Rider's now arriving. Trying to punish him for that age up. Myriad in a good position right now. And Culverins are starting to clear the objectives. The defensive line that Philly's been relying on to stay in this game. Horseman, a free ride in. This time, Filisberto can't really afford to send the army immediately because he needs that gold. Yeah, which means Philly... Wait, that's a lot of workers. Oh my god. Elite Horseman will munch this up. There's no textiles. Philly! He's distracted by the main fight. Black Rider count getting up there as well. Remember, you can build 32. We've got 13 so far. He's got the gold access to go all the way. And the Horsemen are sending Filisberto all the way back to the Stone Age. The worker losses are adding up. Almost a 30 worker lead now for Myriad. Archers might be cleared, but they can clearly be replaced by Black Riders. Crossbows are not going to carry it through. GG gets called, and game one will be a lock, stock, and smoke and barrel win for Myriad and his Black Riders. Well played. Damn, that was a really cool game between the two. Need to think on that one for a name. Okay, so we've got Lash versus Killi, guys. We're going to switch over to this because it's going to be a live series. Live series take priority. Let me have a look and see what we've got here. So one sec. Also, because you guys are gambleholics. Have they started drafting? What? What? Yo! Who is that? Anonymous gifter, you absolute legend. 50 gifted. Mate, you just made my day. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Whoever you are, know that it is deeply appreciated. 50 gifted subs. Absolutely incredible. You've even got someone speaking Spanish saying thank you very much. Oh, dude, what an incredible community member. Whoever you are, I wonder if that's the same person that keeps Anon gifting every once in a while. 50 gifted. You absolute legend. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate you. Oh, dude. Let's put a chipper little hop in my step. Thank you very much. So, did I get the right draft for Killi versus Lash? Oh, for some reason it didn't load. Let me fix that. Alright, so we do have the draft. Oh, dude, what a legend. Hell yeah. Well, there you go. The 50 people that just got their hands on a subscription. Enjoy it. And also, like, this is now, like, how we get you hooked on things. This is how addiction works. You're like, oh, man. A month from now, when you go back to having to, like, watch ads, you're like, oh, God, I hate ads. How could I get rid of them? And now you'll know. What a legend. Hell yeah. All right, live series, so we can do predictions. Let's go game 1. Lash versus Killi. And we're going to be having Byzantines versus Mali. Let's get into it. And we are back. Welcome, one and all, back to the channel for your midweek muster dosage of action. We've got Killi versus Lash in a best of 3. Lash, an orderly player, and Killi, one that brings the chaos. Let's see which will rule supreme as we hop into game 1. Dry Arabia for a Malian-Byzantine matchup. Mali and Byzantine is kind of interesting, actually. Like, Biz is a civ that has recently struggled in a lot of matchups due to early aggro play, but I would not rate Malian as a civ to attack. No, like, this is interesting. This is a matchup between 2 of the most vulnerable civs to Dark Age rushes, which means a peaceful time. Earlier on, we had some people concerned about the amount of Dark Age rushing in the meta. Well, this would be the matchup where you'd feel safe. You just got to agree with someone in a pub ladder to do it. This, of course, is in tournament play, so I'll probably play a bit more dirty. But for now, it is just safety. We're going to use the 2x to catch up because we're like 2 or 3 minutes out from live. Reminder, we do cast a lot of these games Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, a mixture of live as well as recorded. And you could be watching live, catching every single one, because not everything makes it up to the channel. We cast way too many games. If I had to put a number on it, we're probably casting like 30 to 40 games a week. That's a lot. So who benefits more from this quiet, peaceful Dark Age? I kind of feel like Byzantines do pretty well off of it. The pit mine's high value, though. Pit mine already generating 90 gold. At this stage, it's probably going to feel better than level 2 System. Then the Mansa buffs you up. But like, then we get into the nitty and gritty of like scaling towards level 5 System versus rushing cattle. And whether you can rush cattle quick enough against Biz. I'm curious to see how Lash wants to try and apply this age up. Because one thing that I have noticed is typically a lot of the time when you're up against the originator civ, spamming that mercenary doesn't feel good. It actually feels pretty weak. And considering that Malians will have plenty of javelins, I wonder if instead we're going to see Lash lean Horseman plus Lombo. Horseman Lombo is kind of interesting just because you can snipe Donzo and then move in. And also, in fairness, it might be a good gold spawn for it. Like, this feels a little bit far-fetched for Killi. He didn't get a reserve goal behind him. The other one's super far forward. And the one closest to the first pit mine, rather, is still a big gap to cover. You're not going to feel that safe here. Unless he maybe leans towards deer. Stage up complete. We can slow things down just a biggity bit. What is up, Camian? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Appreciate you and welcome back to Swarm. Oh, man, what a good day. That 50 gifted subs. And plenty more on top. You guys are all legends. I wonder. Could Lash just full greed it? Like, this is interesting, actually, because I think Byzantines is one of the civs that can probably get away with 2 TC up against Mali. And it's weird the way that it works, because the logic is, like, Byzantines is probably one of the easiest civs to get 2 TC, because a lot of the time people can't tell they're 2 TCing when they see them on stone. Right? Like, it's not very indicative, because they need stone anyway for systems. Doesn't feel like that's what Lash is going for here, though. He even has assistant out towards the deer, almost indicating that he's going to gather it. Which Killi has just noticed, who already has a stable, so we're probably seeing him focus on getting pro scouts, and this might make him rush a bit more. And yo, Huffy Tuffy with the 5 gifted. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate ya. Hope you're having a good day. Damn, all the gifties coming out. That's like, what, 57, 58 subs a day. Legends. All right, we now just need to fabricate that to every day. Cool. Can you imagine? So Limitana beginning does make sense, just to try and block pro scouts. However, it's a very widespread. I think this spawn is really good for Killi to play pro scouts. Limitana are going to struggle to actually protect more than maybe one deer stack. Really depends on like how much he wants to invest in Limitana too. He did just go Western contract, so we are getting the Lombos as expected. Lombos are really nice at defending against the Warrior Scouts, just because it's a range unit in position. And also, this does set up nicely for like a 1-1-1 build, where you go Limitane, Lombo, into Horseman. Looks like instead, the Lash might be thinking about just being greedy. Official word is KPMM week 1, not week 31. So I need to talk with my admin about this, because he did square it up as week 1, so season 2, week 1. I'm wondering if it sounds better to have it be season 2, week 1, or if it sounds better to have it be like week 31, week 32, etc. And yo, you guys are going crazy! Huffy Tuffy with another gifted. Psych Red with a 10. Thank you very much, man. Look at you guys go. Choo Choo goes to train. You guys are legends. We're now, that's an all-time high. Hype Train level 9. That's the highest we've ever had. You're incredible. Thank you. But yeah, with the naming convention, it kind of sounds more impressive. You go like 31, 32, 33, etc. My only other concern is like season 2, 1. That means that it'd be KPMM S2 or S2-1 or something, or #1. So like the acronym becomes really long. So I'm not entirely sure. Some just got their paycheck. It's starting to feel like it. What else you got? What's that? You wearing some Nikes? Yep, deposit them, ship them to me too. Oh, what's that? Wow. Oh, whoa, yo, you just got like a new handheld phone? Well, I'm not using S9 Plus. I need an upgrade, so yeah, I'll take that as well. Your firstborn? I don't know. Are they old enough to work in a sweatshop? If not, then pass. All right. Killi is going aggro, by the way, which I was kind of expecting. If you have not watched Killi before, it's very simple. If there is an opponent in the game, he will attack. Killi is not the type of guy that likes to wait to the late game. There's always a risk that he'll want to have a nap and fall asleep mid-game otherwise. So, always looking to attack. He's almost like our own little version of Doubt. He's posturing for it. Lash doesn't know yet. And he's going to try to sneak in now with a Sofa. Sofa, decent raiders ever since the damage buff. Yeah, the reason why it was important, they used to do 15 damage, right? When they done 15 damage, it would take 4 hits to kill a villager. Ever since the +2 damage, it now allows them to kill in 3 hits. Really big difference. Killi is looking to bulk up a lot of archers behind this, but he's sneakily doing... Have you guys seen this? When have you ever seen a Mullion player do this? He's bulking archers and not even revealing it. This is so dangerous if Lash was going castle. Because then you just add in a few counterfracts and laugh at him. It's kind of sick. Killi is basically prepping for a situation where he either catches his opponent off guard and kills him in feudal, or he needs to go castle, and everything is built he wants in castle. That's really smart. I don't think Killi has even given a subtle reference to what he's doing here. The only way Lash would know is if he checks and sees like the +1 on the TC. That would give it away. But his scouting has been a little bit slow. He sees this and he just assumes it's a tech up. But it's so much more. Yeah, because if it's Javelins versus Lombos and you're both going castle, Lombos actually do really well there because Javelins, like their slower attack speed kind of hurts them. They overkill the Lombos. So Lombos trade out in the fight generically better is the idea. But Archers, that's an entirely different ballgame. Archers against Limitane on top of that, right? And there you go. He just got conf. He just saw it. Okay, so Lash now knows. And Killi immediately springs into action. This guy got up to 25 archers before Lash realized. So far, One of them is going to go down for the double, make that triple Limitane kill. And what is up, Camian? Thank you very much for the gifted sub. Look at you guys still going. You're incredible. We're at level 10 on the sub train. You guys are wild. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate everyone. All right, now we need to get a Monopoly Millionaire so we can go for level 69, Kappa. Actually, no. I wish there was a level 6.9 to be reasonable. 69, jeez. I don't even want to know what the calculation is for, like, sub-train levels. That'd be wild. Archers. Now moving the trade out. Marv, you legend. You came in with more gifted subs. Thank you very much. Appreciate you, bud. I appreciate this from Killiardi. Bloodthirsty, always. Lash, look at the macro. He's ready for an age up, but this is now dangerous. Archers, look at the trade-in. Chasing onto those Lombos. Trying to bait the engagement from the Horsemen. Sofa, harassing onto the tower. Killiardi's going to start stepping back now. Sofa will dive in to stop the repair. They need to play blocker here. Lash, he has an age up on the way, but Killiardi is not far behind him. No, no, no. This outpost is going down. Lash is going down by 5 villages. And his age up advantage, Killiardi, of course, would be the person to add in more Sofa. Thank you, Anonymous Gifter and Taco. Appreciate the subs. You guys are going crazy. Love it. Sofa, they're going to find the kills. Killiardi is loving life right now. Golden Horn Tower is almost complete, yes, but now Killiardi can just mirror the age up. Look at the state of this. He's practically full on the ranch. And has a ridiculous lead. This is crazy. 44 to 34 villages at 12.5 minutes. Now, Lash does have the buff of system, but it's irrelevant in the face of ranch power. Man, it's raining subs as much as raining kills for Killiardi. Fulani now coming in full. Imagine he'll be prepping the wood to just rush relics. He's definitely in a good position to do it. But he's not done. No, he's hunting for more. This is Killiardi at his finest. Sure, he took a little while to start attacking, but he done it for good reason. He laid the ground. He laid the footwork to walk all the way into Lash's base uncontested. And once that Fulani completes, folks, it's going to be Sofa galore. He's even ramping up more archer production because, of course, when you play as the Malians, you've got toxin arrows coming anyway, so it's not bad to add more archers. This is like an underrated element of Malian's castle transition. Most civs, you want to move away from archers because things like crossbows come to mind, but for Malians, the archers is as close to a crossbow as you really have. At least for a range unit, unless you want to go for Musafadi melee, which would be kind of greedy into Lombos, be kind of greedy into like a range melee comp from your opponent. How am I feeling with the sub-train? Pretty good. It's nice. It's a good start to the KPMM. I'm glad to see the support coming through. And appreciate all the people turning up for the streams as well. Like I said before, the goal is to go bigger and bigger and better with KPMM. And we're off to a good start, I think. So many things. Getting ready to throw the kitchen sink. Lash on the back berries is a problem. What on earth are we doing out here? Killiardi, he has got the Warrior Scout. He sees. He knows. He looks to strike. There is no textiles here, Lash. Unraveled. And surely rattled. The Sofa just ground the chase in. The only negative here is the Warrior Scout slowing him down. Actually, no, it's not right. He's got the 1.75, so he's fine. Lombos have to body block just to stop their hemorrhaging. Killiardi just gives him like the double finger stare with the eyes. Says, oi, keep an eye on this because I'm coming again. Moss drops now. I don't know how Lash comes back now. Like, this is ridiculous. He's got relics at least, so he'll be able to scale more Lombos, which is nice. There's not much else here that's looking good for him. Wait, did Vortex announce his retirement from streaming or something? That's a bit unfortunate. I mean, the problem is, like, when you stream, you're revealing strategies, you're taking away time from scrimming, right? So, like, your opponent can, like, more easily scout what you're doing. So I kind of get it. It's also, like, if he looks at the money he's making versus what he could do if he just put that time into, let's say, having a part-time job or full-time job, etc. Like, this is always the challenge. The problem is you need to do more than just, like, go live. I think Vortex did do some YouTube content, but it's very hard to grow a YouTube channel in AoE4 now, I feel. It doesn't feel like there's enough users to go around compared to the amount of content creators there are. How is Lash not just dead? I feel like we're not far away from that point because the problem he now has is the Lombo group scaling a little, but it's not replaceable. He just doesn't have enough olive oil access that if he loses this wave, he can get it back up. And that's the problem realistically here for Lash. Is his Lombo count feels truly fine. But yeah, I think for Vortex, maybe like the go-to is, and pause that, we'll talk about afterwards, this Clash coming in. Sofa, Cataphracts dive to the back, but mirrored by a few of them, and now these Sofa, they've got import armors. The Lombos barely register into them. Archers can just move in for the trade out. You can't run away from Archers with Lombo either. This is death. I think this is the dive that convinces him, because Archers are much quicker at clearing villages than the Sofa will be. Lash desperately scrambling to hold on, but with 290 food income, it's an impossibility. He's dead. Game number 1 will be going to the Killmonger Killiadi. And Lash, I mean, he's going to be having a ringing in his ear from this one because this was just ridiculous. 25 Archer smuggle into a rush. A classic from a person like Killiadi. I like that as a name for it as well. The 25 Archer smuggle. Or like the 25 Archer ambush, actually. Archer ambush or Archer smuggle. Alright, so game 1. To Mr. Killiadi. And that was Mali win over Biz. We have Marine Law building up French community, Wham building up Canadian community, Myriad and KP for the English community along with Dumu, Anatan for the Russian community, but now known for the Spanish. The problem is like what's the growth prospect like how long is that going to take? What's the reward, etc. Right? Like these are always the problems with these things. Like I've struggled with this as well. Like you guys have been incredible for support. Thank you, Huffy Tuffy. Even more subs coming out. Taco as well. Appreciate you guys. But like we've talked about this as well, is that, you know, unless this type of sub intake is semi-regular, like I don't make enough off of content creation alone to sustain my living. So I'm actually supplementing with other things. So imagine that from Vortex's POV as well, right? I imagine Vortex generates less cash than I do. So this is one of the challenges you face. And, you know, like the thing I was going to say is actually the route to success for Vortex, like there is actually a logical route here, and it's that you don't create content currently or rarely do it. You smash performance wise, and then you get signed by a big Spanish esports org. That's actually not a bad idea. The reason is that, like, if you think about it, like Marine Law does well without Gentlemate's assistance, sure, but there's no denying that he does substantially better because of Gentlemate's existence in the scene. Does that make sense? So, like, that wouldn't be a bad idea. I think in general, like, then with some of the players in the scene, there needs to be a bit more proactivity on, like, trying to find a team. It's not easy, don't get me wrong. But, you know, if you're sitting there waiting for them to come to you, it's probably not going to happen, is the other thing. Like, the biggest challenge is we need new players coming in. If you don't have new players coming in, you don't have more people filtering into the content creation scene. So, like, no way for new people to see you or whatever, right? Just read Vortex Discord that he'll be back to stream next Monday. Okay, good. That's awesome. But, like, I also wouldn't, like I said, I wouldn't hold it against him if he just focused on playing. It's like if you don't think you can balance both, then don't. But like ideally you should be trying to create content. But like I honestly I think for a lot of these players it makes sense to try and find time to seek sponsorship or whatever. It's not easy, don't get me wrong, but it's probably a much more reliable way if you don't want to go down the full YouTube content creator avenue. Is this a tournament or something? Yes. This is part of our $20,000 esports circuit. Let's get ready to go, though. I need to do predictions, payout. So game 1 to Killi. Let's get ready for the second. Huh. Let me flip that. Game 1 was full of ambushes and surprises, and I'd expect nothing less but brutality as we hop into the second. It's Killi versus Lash. Welcome back to the Midweek Muster. Killi, an early lead after an crazy ambush of Archer Spam. We now get into Ibid versus Japanese on Frisian Marshes. Frisian Marshes is a map that has been just great for Japan overall because of these dock openings that we're seeing come out here. Ibid has been a bit more situational, but definitely nothing to be smirked, snarked, or looked over. And I'm also curious, with the new build we've been seeing from players like Recon with the Master Smiths, could we see that out of Killi? Because to me, the Master Smiths build, a build based on aggression, is something right up someone like Killi's alley. Could be very effective here as well. Just the timing into, like, what, standard archer play, plus maybe spears, or you go into a few desert raiders. Aggro definitely rewarded on this map as well. Remember, Frisian Marshes, the gold designed to spawn forward, so you can't just sit back and do nothing. You have to anchor in. And also, even if Japan anchors in with outposts, the other thing that's nice for Ibid, similar to Bassids, they already have access to siege engineering by default. And no, Vortex is not playing this tournament, but apparently he's looking to sign up for the next KPM. So looking forward to seeing him there. Haven't seen Vortex for a while, this front as well. Killi, no Plunder Pond either, by the way. Like, this is the thing, and Lash is checking for it. Because Ibid plays Pond really well. Remember, their docks are only 75 wood. The trade-off is, like, for Japan, their fishing boats are cheaper, but it's a weird one. Right? Like, normally you pay 75, so you save, what was it, 19 wood per? 19 wood per, you times that by 3, you're not saving as much as the Ibids would for building a dock cheaper. It's like, actually, weirdly enough, IU is kind of better for dock play on this map than Japan, in theory anyway. Killi, that sounds like greed over attack, and come on. I had hopes of Master Smiths, it hasn't leaked over. He goes the other military way. It's the classic, good old-fashioned Desert Raiders. Why Desert Raiders here? Desert Raiders can be pretty nice against Japan because of their desire to go into mass cavalry in Castle Age. It also holds up reasonably well against Yumi because Yumi are lower base damage anyway. They still hurt, but there isn't as much threat per shot. The main thing, though, is about that castle. Because also, Desert Raiders can trade out quite well against Onimusha. So you strip away a lot of options. You can follow up with Camel Lancers as well. At the moment, a lot of IU players are just trying to play mass camels all the time. Any update on BC being a part of this tournament next time? He knows where to find us. Sign-ups are there. As long as he's willing to flex on the open scheduling and adapt to that environment, there's no problem. I'm not playing aggressive wouldn't be Killi. Oh, that's the thing about Master Smiths. I don't know if he just doesn't realize it. Like, it's a very aggressive build. Master Smith saves you 1,000 resources in Feudal Age. It's crazy. Like, economically, there's no better value exchange, and it's immediately something you can put into aggro. But it might just be that he thinks this map is too good defensively for him to utilize that. So instead, he's rather kind of like raid and stranglehold his opponent than all in him. Hey, you came from love Age of Myth, but you're new to Age of Empires? That's awesome, dude. Love to see new people coming across all the time. Age of Empires 4, in a lot of ways, is probably one of the most accessible RTSs on the market. It's definitely not perfect, and I would laugh at anyone who says it's perfect, because I just don't think there aren't really perfect games that easily exist. They're definitely super rare. But the thing is, with Age of Empires 4, the pacing being a little bit slower is more inviting to new players. Compared to like Age of Myth, where someone could be diving your base a few minutes in the game, a little bit harder to do with the design of TCs in AoE 4. What's a perfect game in my opinion? Oof. Well, this is the thing, right? Like perfection, what is ever truly perfection, blah, blah, blah. But if I'm not copping out, I mean, Wham, Heroes of My Magic 3 is always rated high. But like even then, like I can acknowledge the flaws of balance in that game. Like I said, there's no such thing as a perfect game. Anyone who tells you there is lying. They're just not seeing the faults. It's like rose-tinted glasses. Remember, it's not about hitting perfection. Like, this is something I had to learn years ago because I'm a perfectionist. I've always struggled with it. It's not about hitting perfection, it's about striving for it. That's the difference. There's beauty in the pursuit of perfection. Can Killi have the perfect series, though? Desert Raid is already arriving. He does scout what Lash is doing. So confirms the second dot coming in. Lash, he has gone for the archer range. So this is our concern, right? And why we thought Master Smiths would be a little bit better. So Yuumi coming through to contest the Desert Raider build. Now, we did say that the kind of scale point is a little bit different with Yuumi compared to standard archers because your base damage is low. But if Killi is just raw Desert Raidering and Lash is just raw Yuumiing, I kind of favor the Yuumi. Unless Killi plays for attack timing. He has, by the way, now gone for docks. And not just that, he's gonna go for a ram. Okay, this is cool. Chess is probably perfect? I don't think that's true either. You're gonna have a hard time convincing everyone that chess is perfect. Some people will argue that the fact that like the game's rules never change makes it imperfect for them. Because some people prefer that. Like, even chess doesn't have... like, you can argue a perfect game in the way that, like, how you respond to your opponent. But, like, even that's kind of muddied down by, like, okay, it's perfect because they're imperfection. Even these pros who are playing this game right here, Lash and Killi, their goal isn't to play the perfect game. Their goal is to minimize the imperfection. Desert Raiders. Yuumi are going to be able to aggro into this. He forces the cancel on the ram. Killi now switching to Horseman. There is, however, also a Rax play. So Lash has got Spearman, which also got revealed. Game rules have changed so many times. Have they in chess? The core rules haven't. They've never changed the way a unit moves, no? Whereas, for example, Dota 2, like, they'll rework a hero, change the way it works. Or, like, with Age of Empires 4, we have a rework for Zhong coming in, don't we? I mean, I'm no expert on chess, right? Like, I played a bit, but not too extreme. But I'm pretty sure every piece in the game and the way it moves will always move that way. I guess you're talking about elements around, right? Like the rules and times, etc. No, I'm not sure what I'd say is like the perfect game from like what I've played perspective. Like, what's the closest? What's the best? It's kind of a hard one to call. If a game is fairly complex in rules, then it is impossible to balance. That's why chess is probably perfect. I mean, like, we're going around in subjective bollocks of, like, what's perfect is up to the person, beauty in the eye of the beholder, etc. Like, what makes something perfect to one person makes it imperfect to another. That's the whole point of subjectivity of perfection. But, like, arguably, calling chess complex on its own doesn't do it justice. Like, its initial rule hold and understanding is simplistic. Once you figure out how the basic movements work of the units, then you open the door. That's what always makes a great game. And that's why I said, like, the pacing of AoE 4 is very important. Because it gives you more time to absorb and process what's happening. It's definitely complex. But, like, being able to take that breathing time to understand the beginning of what's happening, it goes a long way compared to other RTSs that require you to have 300 APM to even begin. That's not inviting to players at all. More docs coming through, by the way, from both players. This is a lot of Yumi from Lash. Killi is obliging, though, and it wouldn't be Killi if he wasn't. Look at the horseman count. Spamming up the wazoo. The other thing I love about the horseman strat here is, unlike Yumi, horseman will kill the docks. Yumi will not. Yumi have to kill the fishing boats, which is much harder. He's going to move. Actually goes for the fishing boat snipes. Okay. I thought he'd just go for the dock. But he forces the reaction, so Garrison's going to come out now. Dock's going to get denied. And the Yumi are marching on the other side of the map, but Killi now has his own archer reaction coming in. He's going to have to pull back for the time being. Does pull away. Oh, no, Killi. Does he not have this? He has got the scout. So he saw a few Yumi and assumed the whole army was coming by the looks of it. Villager is going to go down over here, and too many fishing boats from the greedy boy. Killi queues up an archer ship. Might want to cancel that, though, unless he thinks he can force a pushback. Even then, I think it's quite hard to get an archer ship value on such a small area. Love the fact that Lash is just using the mobility of these Yumi to flank raid. And yeah, Rocket League actually has a lot of deep skill expression, but it's very simplistic to pick up. That's why Rocket League is such an incredible game. It follows basic principles you can understand, and it's also easy to begin. Definitely very hard to master, though. That was really smart, by the way. Killi, he was targeting the Yumi. The problem with archer ships, they always miss when you're running away from them, but if you hit the front unit, it'll hit the back one. So smartly played, because it got rid of most of the spearmen, which means Killi can actually wipe out this army. Needs to as well. Lash is using this time to tech up. Floating Gate coming in at home. Killi looking to pin him in the corner. Lash not entirely aware of just what he's running headfirst into here. Steeled Harrow plus the undermesh, and he doesn't have undermesh himself. And they jump into action. So Killi, there's a good start, but he's going to need to find a follow-up punishment for Lash. He's killing the Yumi alone. Doesn't feel like it's good enough. No, because your own tech timing is going to be slow. He gets in. He's also got the Dow waiting, so he could even intercept. If they even last that long, they could just get melted. That's smart. Lash is just using the Yumi to get rid of the Desert Raiders so that he can enable his Mount Samurai. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to clear all. We have got a second group chilling on the gold, of which Killi has way too much. Some group of Yumi are going to find their way into the workers, though. Might even get himself an eco kill. Yeah, nicely done. So Lash now with a slight worker lead and an age lead. And Killi, this is the type of game where you might actually be forced to go into the advancement wing. Just because of how slow your tech up time is going to be otherwise. He's looking a lot better on fishing, mind you. Which is why Killi is still ahead despite the worker kills. Oh my god, no. He goes growth. Greedy boy. I see where he's coming from, though. Like, if you have to play advancement, you're getting no upside, really. You're already slow to your tech up. So, is it not better to just get the full value down the line and now hull your army in the meantime? Because if this army still could trade out well and you reduce your opponent down to 0, you cover the delayed tech up. And then you're just 7 extra workers ahead. Killi, the fact that he's got Desert Rays, I think that's the thing that actually makes Irobids more sustainable and long feudal than Abbasids in these situations. Is actually having that camel that can contest heavy cav. Because yes, like Abbasid, they have got the camel archers, but a camel archer compared to a Desert Raider is not really a fair comparison. Right? Like a Desert Raider is going to be able to hold his own and do damage. Oopsie, sorry. Just checking some in the background. That was a weird follow cam. Range 2 coming in from Lash, though. He might have to dive. Killi has pulled the horseman pretty far wide. He just saw the archers, like, this would be a good time to get home. Instead, he goes after the eco. That's so ballsy. This should be enough horsemen to one-hit kill a fishing boat, I believe. Yeah, good reaction to Lash. So that could have been like 2 burns already instead. He seems paranoid though. I mean, he has the scout, so he'd have early warning. Hit comes in on the front side. No gold. Killi? He might want to... Do you want to cancel the Desert Raiders to get veterancy on archers? No, he's going to move out here. Okay, so gold on the north side. He'll have access. Docs are getting harassed in the meantime. Lash is going to start steering around the flank. Desert Raider upgrade has been prioritized along side range 2. Killi. Workers are in a pickle. If you're going to go down, he's reluctant to fight up against the veteran Yuumi. Desert Raiders are going to come in for the clash. Melee mode activated to block out, and they're trying to deal with the samurai. Archers are steering north side. Notice the target fire. Lash is trying to get rid of the Desert Raiders straight away so the Mat Samurai can win the engagement. Horsemen are now diving into the base, but the Spearmen waiting. Good start to the clash for Lash, but he needs more. Dive in the TC now. It's really about worker kills because that's where he's still behind. Yuumi, stick to the targets. Archers are going to have to stand their ground. Veterancy's kicking in just a few seconds. And the Desert Raiders have been upgraded, but they got completely wiped. So Killi, not going to be getting value there. Has at least got Camel Lancers now queued up, but Lash, pretty formidable position to find himself in here. Just a lot of idle time. Killi about like 20 plus villages not working. Not just that, the Mad Samurai, they're still up. They've got the +2 armor. If they find that wood line, disaster begins to strike. Camel's finally spawning out, so he will get rid of the divers. One dock did at least go down, but that was the pond that was already extracted. So really, the horseman raids didn't do much of anything for Killi. All right, what do you think, guys? 1s if you think Lash is going to win this game. 2s if you think Killi is. Because this is, like, still quite a fairly even game. The military lead is a bit deceptive because the Yuumi quality. Spearmen are now coming in. That's a smart raid by Lash. Note that Camel Lancers don't get stopped by spears, though. Their charge still connects. They are still going to get hit pretty hard, though. And in fairness, Killi's military count is a lie. It's a lot of Dows. He's building more as well. Yeah, this is shaky, man. His army size does not impress. What happened to the horsemen? He headbutted them into spears. He kept trying to raid. He's trying to intercept relics. That failed too. Yuumi. Still getting good value trades. The Mad Samurai are getting roughed up a little bit now that Camel Lancers are in the equation, but the Spearmen are fixing that. And I wonder, are we just getting 2 TC from Lash maybe? He's got the Stone Gen for it. It feels like a viable play. He has actually got a Euroshiro drop, so it might not be necessary. That means that Lash is building a worker lead. And reminder, Killi, he went for Growth Wing in this game. In Castle, which means he was meant to be at least 7 workers ahead, if not more. Sure hasn't shown itself now. 56 workers to 62 on land. Killi is in a really bad position now. He's been gathering on the fish, which is now running out. So this temporary economy is going to be dead to him. At which stage, like, what have you really got? You're going to be behind by, at this rate, 12 eco? Stone gathering. Killi. Probably a castle to stabilize and then maybe a TC alongside it. Wait. Killi? Killi? Killi, no. No. He's 1 stone short. He didn't drop off all of them. Oh my god, no. The castle's going to be way too late now. Spearmen coming in to deal with this. They've got the Bannerman buff as well. Killi trying to target fire them down, but most Camel Lancers already dead. The Mount Samurai clumping down the remaining archer. Count here, and I mean, he's got enough stone. I'll give him that. Oh my god, Killi. What now? You can't build a castle anywhere that matters. going to try front on the gold, isn't he? Which is going to be envisioned. No. I love ambition. But I'm not a big fan of insanity. And that right there is pure insanity. There's no way, Killi. We compared him to Doubt. The Doubt of AoE 4. I didn't mean like this. Oh, God. Well, that was a flaming disaster. What a crazy game. Lash able to strike back. Well played. That means we get a deciding game as well. Get a refund on account of Killi making dumb decisions? Bro, chill. One sec. All right, nice. So, deciding game. That's a commitment name. Here to watch AoE. What's up? Are the tournaments only with land maps? Yeah, I mean, these ones, like, don't really have much water. I think Canal's the only one we have. Like, we get these small ponds of water, but they don't really count in people's eyes. It's like, they're not water maps. But we are going to Rocky River, deciding map. And it is going to be Lancaster versus HRE. Let's mark that up and get ready to go. Okay. This Civ is boring. All they do is SimCity all day long. But if we put them in the hands of one of the most aggressive players in Age of Empires 4, maybe, just maybe, they'll do something not greedy. Let's find out. I'm literally going to 4x speed. I'm so curious now. Lash has got a greedy Civ that can also aggro, though. HRE in game 3 for the German. Killi with House of Lancaster. We're just going to 4x speed as we catch up. I'm going to start the predictions as well as we are casting this live across on Twitch. And I am hoping for something other than utter greed from the Finn. Because if anyone is... It's Abbey of Kings! We've done it! Oh, guys. No, wait. Don't. Killi, why are you gathering the stone? Bro, why are you gathering the stone? This was meant to be it, chat. This was meant to be our moment. Oh, God, it's going to happen, isn't it? It's... I tried, chat. I tried. Wait, is this 2TC? wait. Did Killi accidentally pick Lancaster instead of English? The stone would split? I don't know. This early, there's a lot of stone for the tech up timing, right? Maybe not. He's got 3 on the Abbey of Kings. I am curious, though. Like, Abbey of Kings with Lancaster is very different to Abbey of Kings with English. With English, Abbey of Kings is all about greed through anchoring down, right? So you just, like, give yourself that protection of healing, and then you have the king to raid. But the Lords of Lancaster don't heal themselves. They're not great raiders. So normally when Lancaster goes for Abbey of Kings, it's more about an all-in attack point. Lash, on the other hand, has gone standard Archon. Means he's a little bit more vulnerable to being attacked. Especially with his spawn. Fort Gold, Fort Berries, Deer really far away. Lash has 3 on gold, so it looks like we're getting pro scouts from him. If this is an aggro build from Killi, this could be 15-minute and done. Like, it has that type of potential if you play it right. The only tricky part, I think, is, like, normally when you think about good feudal comps, you think about the archers. And one thing that I have to always bring it back to with Lancaster, I know people like to act like the yeomen are broken, but they are very expensive. They're very hard to justify. And there we go. Tech up complete. Lords of Lancaster coming. He's gathering gold, but that doesn't mean he's thinking about manas. It's that you need gold for the lords. So quite feasible that we could just be seeing a mass lord into extra aggro build. First mana coming in is going to be towards the tree line. This is correct. You don't want to build it out in the gold. Remember, if you go Abbey of Kings, you don't have any arrow fire out of the manas, so you want them to be in range of the TC. And he's got it so in range that even Spearman couldn't torch it. Second mana at the back. The other thing that actually makes the triple mana really nice and lean for attack is the savings along the way. It's not just that it's going to return resources to you, it's also saving you 50 wood because it's a house. That's a really important detail for early aggro scaling. First Lord is on the way. Second one yet to be queued. And that's a lot of sheep. Killi 23. Lash only 13. Did he go for Pro Scouts, though? It seems like he resisted temptation. Instead, it's going to be Archer play. That's very smart from Lash. The reason why Archers is going to be very effective here is the Lords are absurdly slow. They are a feudal age tank. In more ways than one. They just don't really move. They don't die easily, though. But the idea is that Archers can just whittle you down. Like, think of this strategy from HRE, similar to when they play against Order the Dragon, Men at Arms strat, is you can kind of scale Archers and just kite kill, kite kill, kite kill. Yeah, that first poke not really feeling worthwhile for Killi. Second Lord is on the way. And, dude, I'm so on board with this. I didn't want to jinx it, but Hobbler is a pretty sick idea. Unfortunately, something has left Lash sass. He's already built the racks. Yeah, because this is the thing. If you actually get the read right on Mass Hobby, Hobblars are insane here. So Hobblars hard counter the Archers, but the other important thing, guys, is with the Lords of Lancaster, Hobblar don't have less health than Standard Horsemen. They equalize. Because each of these guys is going to give an extra 5% health. A Horseman normally has 125 health. With 4 Lords, you get 120 HP on a Hobblar that's normally 100 HP. So you're only 5 HP worse off, but you still get the extra ranged armor, and you're still substantially cheaper than the Standard Horseman. It's pretty cool. Negative is if your Hobblars have to change to raiding, the Lords won't be there. But for a direct fight, this is really crafty. And Lash is a little bit lean on his spear defense. Does he know? Lash, he doesn't have a clue. Wait, no, he does now. The Hobblar just jump in. Killi doesn't wait. Game 1, he waited until he had 25 archers to reveal the strat. This time, there is no patience from the Finn. It's the march out, but the Spearman is going to be there to receive. Now, the other sick thing here is if he doesn't lose the Hobblar, it's still an Abbey of Kings. And an Abbey of Kings can heal. This is pretty crafty from Killi. Very hard. You know, you think about Ghazi with the same concept of you can heal. The reason it works so well is A, Ghazi hit a lot harder. B, they're a lot harder to kill. Ghazi has, what is it, 140 HP? That's 40 more HP. So another way to think about it is like that's 2 extra Spearman strikes to kill. It's so easy to lose Hobblar to Spearman formations by comparison. Killi is going to begin looking for raid. Lash. He'll be quick to react. This is going to be a test of how much the arthritis is set in for Killi. Because ideally, you're going to want to get to the point where you're actively raiding with 2 groups of Hobblars to spread your opponent thin. And not a great start there. Doesn't lose the hobby, though. You could peel this one off and send it home. It'd be worth doing. Yeah, there you go. That's the micro we want to see. So they're going to go all the way home to heal. While the new waves of Hobblar just keep poking in. Also does have Undermesh. That's going to be the 4 ranged armor. Important here considering Lash did prioritize Steeled Arrow. The other interesting thing about this strat, guys, is if he gets a little bit of map control as he scales this, there's a natural play into King's College. King's College is going to be really nice here because it will allow him to go into the bonus charge damage for the light cav. Lash, this is just so annoying, right? Like, he knows there's going to be poke raids, so you can't overreact to them or he'll be too weak to charge in. I am a bit worried this spearman count isn't quite high enough yet. He's got 5 spearmen. The Hobbler count is kind of nuts. And on top of that, the Lords can tank those spears and the archers. Kuyadi does see the threat. Yeah, he's keeping an eye from the backside as well. And this is cheeky. Killiardi, he is going for castle. He's making Lash freak out. Like, this is a lot of spearmen now. I think you just white tower this, right? Because if you white tower, you can full aggro. I know I said that the King's College feels really nice, but there is maybe a little bit of paranoia here that with the spearman bulk increasing, if you go King's College, you could get dove quite easily. Hobbler raid, not very impactful there. And it is going to be white tower. Okay. Clever Killiardi. I genuinely think this is the right call. King's College would be a death sentence because Lash has been camping in the middle of the map for a good reason. He wants to be ready to jump the moment he hears that age up. Now, when he hears it, he's going to be like, oh, I can't dive this. It's white tower. On top of that, Killiardi could gradually just scale his manners around that building. Hobble up. Show their face and just look at the health. 122. They are practically horsemen at this stage for a lower price, a much lower price. The age up complete. Earlsguard hit the field. Now, this is an interesting thought. Earlsguard spam versus HRE men-at-arms. Someone asked the question earlier, which is faster, Earlsguard or HRE men-at-arms? The answer is Earlsguard. Earlsguard are faster by 0.01. That doesn't really matter. What matters is if your Earlsguard count is good, you can snipe men-at-arms one by one. It takes quite a few dagger throws because you do 17 damage and they have, like, what, 4 armor? So 4 armor, let's make it the 5. So you're doing 12 damage per strike. They have 155 HP. That means you need 13 daggers to get a kill instantly. That's interesting. Because look at Lash's eco and look at Killiardi's count. At this rate, by the time Lash gets an age up, Killiardi would have enough Earlsguard to kill. In the meantime, these archers spearmen have to try and hold back, said Earlsguard. The spears are going to be good, though. They can chase down Earlsguard. The tricky part now, with this 2-layer comp, technically 3, Killiardi can bait you to have to engage with your spears onto the Earlsguard, and then the Hobbler just eat the archers. Nice burn there. That was brilliant. Just broke the gate as well. Bigger gap. And the Earlsguard, they are sniping the villagers. Tries to go for the Lords. This got a lot harder. Recently, they buffed the armor per age on Lords of Lancaster, so they're not as flimsy against Archer Mass as they once were. He starts off by tanking with them. More Earlsguard are on the way. Regnitz is being built up, but Lash cannot hold the ford. He has to back away. Which means he's backing up to expose the Regnitz, actually. Dive continues. They're now veteran Hobbler. Look at the health. 149. When they're close by, Lords of Lancaster count is getting a little bit low. Soon down to 3, but it's taking so long. No, he just got the range 2. The archers do 1 damage to a unit that has almost 300 HP. Tech up completes. Lash has to run, though. There's nowhere to run and hide, however. It's a flood. Killiardi with almost as many Earlsguard as there are HRE units. In fact, he's about to have more. This is done. This is over. Killiardi with no chill. And that's right. Lords of Lancaster can actually win. Abbey of memes no longer. Hobbler plus Lords of Lancaster actually might be the most consistently successful way we've seen Abbey of Kings used by Lancaster. And when you see games like this, you understand fully why. G to the G. That was sick. What, like Lancaster, Abbey of Kings done right? I don't know. Like, this is the thing with these type of games. That's what I mean, right? Like, it's a stomp, but it's also like Abbey of Kings, this is how you do it, sort of thing. This is how you do it. But seriously, like, I don't know. That's not why I always have a mixed feeling about those type of ones. Like, it's stompy, but it's also like, I could see people watching that like, oh crap, so that's how you do it. That's how it works, sort of thing, you know? Yeah, GG's turn. So, up next, I think what we'll do, we can go back to the Myriad versus Felisberto series. Ads, is it over? It's over. But this is the importance. With the aggressive pacing of which we are seeing in games of AoE 4 these days, it's very important to be subscribed to the channel so you don't have to worry about that. I can't get rid of the ads. You can, though. Alright. Let me just quickly F5 this. We'll add in civs. Hello, Recon, Mr. Trash Panda. TG's, mate. Unfortunate with Wham. The outpost rush was ambitious. It's a cool idea. I think you also were very unlucky with the spawn that Wham got. That was like the perfect spawn. Marlian Scout's got some potential. It's interesting. Like, I think I said when I watched, I was like, someone's been playing too much Poseidon. You know, like, it reeked of your Age of Mythology experiences, you know what I mean? I was like, I see. But I was saying, like, I don't know if you remember the game. When we watched the game of you against, like, of you with the Wooden Fortress opening against Byzantines, right? Like, I was like, I remember a certain HRE versus Rus game between Recon and Casva. Immediately gave me a flashback to that. So game 2 between Myriad and Philly is going to be on front range. So we've got Byzantines. Game 1 was Dry Arabia, and it was HRE versus Shushi. That was the left side win. And then game 2 is on front range, which I don't think we have loaded into here yet. No. So we'll just hop into this one. Was it on Hill and Dale? No, it was Mongolian Heights back in those days. I need to get some more water soon. I should really eat soon as well. Maybe we make this the last one today. Which is like, what would we have cast then? We would have done Killi, Lash, Anatan, B sort of. Dumu, Jif. So we wouldn't have done Corsas, Voldemar, Scatterbrained, and then Nibidons. I mean, that's actually not a bad position to leave yourself in, and then quarterfinals, which... Oh, I need to update the bracket. That shouldn't be... Quarterfinals are best of 5s. I'll fix that after this. But let's get to it. The Mongol spammer couldn't resist it. The moment that his back went up against the wall, he went running back to Papa Mongols. Welcome back to KPMM, folks. Season 2 underway. First week. And we've got Felisberto, prolific Mongol spammer, turned multiple Civ gamer, playing Mongols and playing it against a Civ that he actually abandoned Mongols to spam, the Byzantines. Like, these are actually the two Civs that Felisberto knows better than any other Civ in the game. Myriad on match point already. If he wins this, Philly is out, and Myriad will book himself a date up against Numidan. It is going to be Rax opening from Myriad to compete with the Mongols. Because remember, Mongols, like, they were the classic contester of Byzantines. When Byzantines first came out, you always saw these spear spam rushes that Byzantines struggled to hold back because of how expensive the Limitane was. They typically ran out of food. Any idea what's happening with Drongo? He stopped uploading videos for a while. Drongo, I believe, has divested interests. He doesn't just do Age of Empires 4. He has things like the One More Turn channel for Civ, and I imagine something else as well. So yeah, it's a little bit different with him. I mean, people keep saying the kids, and I imagine that's part of it, but it's also just like, it's actually Drongo does multiple different things. Which, I mean, it from YouTube perspective definitely has its value. Whereas me, I just keep crazily all-inning one way. But don't worry, guys. Later this year, we become a Battlefield channel as well as an AoE4 channel, right? Right? I'm tempted. Battlefield was a lot of fun. It's definitely not a perfect game. It's got some flaws. Might do a review piece on it. Breaking down, like, what needs to change. But what needs to change is this Byzantine strategy. We keep seeing this Limitane choice instead of just, like, accepting Hippodrome as a reality. Yeah, it's interesting as well. Like, actually, there's an argument you could maybe place an outpost and kind of guard your berries anyway by being on the gold gathering, but that's obviously only temporary. He's gathering the gold necessary for a tech up. So I wonder if Myriad's going to keep contesting. Has got Limitane chasing him out for the meantime. Food count is also, like, I don't know. I think Myriad, I'm wondering if he practiced this map a lot. Because answering Mongol spears with Limitane, a food-expensive spearman, on a map where you don't have much food is ridiculously ambitious. Look at the sheep count. He's down to 3 sheep compared to 8. Neither of them have gone up to the mountains yet. Even if they do, the mountains, from what I could tell, spawn like nothing. I think they actually intentionally spawn 0 sheep. So this is all the sheep on the map. And then you have to pull deer. Deer that are not in range of the TC. Not, well, mostly not. One is. Yeah, so I kind of see why Myriad felt he needed to guard this. But I honestly do wonder if a Hippodrome play would have made more sense. His concern there is probably that there's not much wood on this map, so like an archer transition is difficult to sustain. This is ridiculous though. Philsbow up to 10 spearmen. So Myriad does choose age up. He's looking for the village end. Jackpot, jackpot! No, 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 no! He doesn't realize. Ah. Well, Myriad is definitely thinking about Hippodrome. He doesn't actually... Wait, he doesn't have enough to attack up. Oh, God. I think we're just at that stage with Front Range right now. Front Range, for those that don't know, this map is going to be used for the King of the Rockies. It's the new map introduced for that event. So we thought it'd be cool to let people practice, prep, etc. on it. But as a result, like, a lot of these strategies aren't necessarily fully fleshed out yet. They're going to take some effort. I think they're going to take some time to develop to that point.
Schade, aber das war ein...
What the hell? For some reason I had a Lash tab open somewhere subtly in the background. Outpost is going up. Guys, this is the type of outpost that kills Byzantine players all the time. He's rushing the berries to try and get rid of the threat, but like I don't think this is because of the threat necessarily. It's because he just doesn't have food. So he's going to lose access to this soon and then he's dead. He needs to kill the outpost. It's not an option. It's a necessity. Nice cancel. Filler's bow. This is what you want to do. You just want to keep idling him out over and over. As long as Myriad doesn't kill the worker, you're fine. And that's ballsy. Silver Tree. Rarely seen. Makes sense on this map, though, because of the ease of trade. It's like you've got a natural wall for half the map as Mongols. Saw the player base for Battlefield this morning. They lost 96% of the player base. Already a dead game. Yeah, you do know that the beta is closed now until next week. This is why sometimes it's very... No, actually not sometimes. This is why often it's actually important to get more information than just reading the headline. Yeah, this is not a winnable fight for Myriad without the villagers. And Philly's just baiting him perfectly. He's just holding him hostage with his outposts. Spears are going to pull out the torches now. That's going to force the commitment from Philly. But numbers are even. A lot of injuries on the Limitane. No, the ships come out. Myriad. He felt it was close enough. The outpost continues to be committed to. He will cancel it again. Yeah, I don't think Philly realized that the villagers have been pulled that much. In fairness, though, he has got a tech coming. Movement speed arrow is going to be used. The Limitane are now outnumbered. And there's still more spears coming. And not just that, hardened tech doesn't take long, guys. So, like, the moment this completes, it's not about an outpost anymore. It's just you can't be here. He switches it onto the golden wood. It's Philly. Like, are we at the point where we just... This guy goes home, I wonder. It kind of feels like it. Mira's just getting baited hard as well. Double Limitane commitment like this, it's not likely to get the kill ever. Hardened tech is now in. And he builds the archery range. Okay, this is sick. Props to Philosberto. This is really smart. Because you know your opponent's going to be looking for a tech up. You also know he's going to be steering into archers. But you're ahead. If you start building archers now, how does he mirror you? You've got the Conscriptio effect, but that's only going to be, what, 20% at level 1? That's nothing. Not just that. Myriad needs farms. He can't just add in archers. He doesn't have the food for it, really. Not sustained, anyway. Actually, not even to begin with. Look at this. Outpost coming back in after the arch range has been built. Production begins. This is full bullyish. Yeah, it looks like Myriad was thinking about sneaking a Grand Winery on an 8-stack. That's just not going to work, though. Is this just a Civ misalignment with this map? Quite possibly. Because I don't think this is just a Mongol thing. This is going to be most Civs that play aggro opening, I think. Mongols are definitely better here, though. Like, it's a great read by Myriad. For a start, the Khan can run out to the middle map quicker, so he'll gather more sheep. And the other thing to remember is that the Mongols double produce, thus using stone instead of food to build spearmen. It just gives them a lot more runway. Villager's going to be chased onto, but the archer's there. It's going to be a fail. Myriad has no army. He has Hippodrome with no food to build an army. He's only got triple olive grove. Oh, we might not see Philly play as much Mongols these days, but he gives us a firm reminder that he still knows how to play them well. In Philly, it's just a matter of getting vision now for the tree line. Archer's going to give it a poke. He actually dives to the spearman. Not really necessary. I think if the Khan just comes in and punts the Falcon, he has everything he needs to know. The trader's already on the way. Fiddler's bow. Never one to stare away from greed. Free traders already. Second outpost coming in. If he gets free outpost, the trifecta, Myriad won't be able to gather anything. He's already got arrow slits on the way in the first one. The villager's got the weirdest rally point I've ever seen for no reason. Is going to be coming in. Can you do something about the Falcon, or is it invulnerable? It's invulnerable. Falcons do Falcon things, man. I still think the Falcon needs a health bar. It's too good. Ever since the Khan Hunter changed, most definitely. Like, Khan Hunter's introduction, they have Falcons as well. So it just gave you a very organic way to get 24/7 uptime on vision. Philly has the right idea, just trying to block any attempt to get onto food. Myriad is just trying to make this a full farm transition, though. I mean, given enough time, this works. Starting to spam Horseman, but we have got Philosberto now going into the Keshiks. And yeah, the Khan is not going to let that one go up. Horsemen walk out into the spears. Bit gruesome. And Myriad hasn't realized... Oh, no, they don't show his idol. They don't show his idol. That is a very happy Khan. For good reason. 2 worker kills. And now access to the final tree line. We've got an outpost on the east side at least. And a Merc house coming in. I mean, at this point, Myriad could get double Merc. He's just not going to be quick enough. Dive in. Outpost goes up. More workers to be targeted down, though. Has got the Akratoy. Akratoy coming in clutch here. But Philly, even if he can't find many worker kills, the lead continues to build. The Merc house just still isn't there, guys. Like, this is really important. He's close to having a double Merc pull. But now he has to wait ages for it. Keshik's also arriving. This is going to sound really delusional, but I think Murad could still turn this around. It comes down to the horseman. First, Murad needs to know that the trade is happening. If he realizes that, Expilatora's horseman is a great way of just buffing your intake. Because Expilatora's gives 30 gold per kill, and traders are worker tagged, so you get gold for killing them. On the trade route for Philly, it's going to be 91 gold plus 9 food. 100 resources each time for the traders. But yeah, if Mirad wants to make that timing that I just described happen, he's going to have to be fast swinging out of this. Like 3 or 4 horsemen heading north ASAP. The tricky part, though, is Philisberto is wedged an outpost in a place that makes it very hard to get by unseen. Mirad also is just not looking great on wood. He has at least secured the outpost area here. This one's still harassed and blocked. Farm count for Mirad, like, it's kind of just a shame he had to go for the Hippodrome, right? Because, like, the farm count, despite the harassment that was in there, like, 16 Grind Winery Olive Groves would feel pretty damn good here. Second group of longbows is coming in soon. He needs to protect them, though. Spears will be enough to scare him away. Vili has got the undermesh, also has the melee attack on the way. And what is up, Wicked Skies? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Appreciate you, and welcome back to the Swarm. Time for another sub-train, choo-choo? Philly's up to 13 traders, guys. Like, this is... It's like we often forget just how quick trade ramps up for Mongols. It's very cheap as well. 96 resources. So basically, as soon as he makes one trade, he's paid back and made some. He also has yammed it up, at least partially. I think, like, what, 1 outpost? Yeah, only 1. Would love to see more coming through. It's definitely efficient at this stage. I mean... I feel like Mirad has to be left alone for 10 minutes to stand a chance, but even then, all I can think is just how many traders there's going to be in 10 minutes. It's a lot. There'll be 30 more. 30 more traders. I just don't think you hold up against that. So I like that Mirad's at least getting horsemen, but hopefully this is for some sort of flank attack. Guys, yet to spring into action, though. And what is, Joaco? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Thank you. Appreciate you. Reminder, those Prime subs, they need to be done manually each month, and it doesn't cost you a penny, because if you've got Amazon Prime, you've got a sub to give. And what better way and place to spend it than the channel that provides you more days of tournament AoE4 than any other one? Wait, have we cracked that now? I think with 40 weeks, we will have cracked that. That's 160 days. We win! We win! Almost half of the year will be tournament days. Oh, God. Philly, like, what has happened with this Keshik count? This is just Silver Tree disease all over. 16 Kekiks, only 11 Limitane, and yeah, now just the burn-in. Easy torch down, and also it's going to be sustaining for a lot of the pain. Toke's going to come out. Mainly just gets the archers on the hold, but most importantly, he keeps the outpost up. The problem is, I don't see a world in which Philisberto doesn't go Castle Age now, and then just roll over Myriad. I mean, what's to stop him? You and what army? No, really, what army? I think if Philly just hits him from 2 angles and... Wait, what? I love this from Philisberto. We saw the archery range. He's doing it with stables now. It's just smart. Like, we usually see people struggle to get that all-in win condition because they're pushing across the map entirely. It takes a long time to reinforce, as we're seeing with the archers, but when you build like this, the reinforcements are basically already there. It's less than half the distance they'd otherwise run. Just a very creative approach by Philly from a very advantageous position. Keshik's winning up against the horsemen. Blockers are coming in on the berries now. I think Philly, he can make this very easy by just getting siege engineering. Another outpost to be taken out. Smart by Myriad. He needs that Yam or a Gon. Otherwise, he'll always get kited by the Keshiks. Philly once more into the breach. Eventually, he'll lose traders to the wolves. Eventually. This Yam just so obnoxious as well. You know, with Yam, guys, you basically become horseman movement speed. So horseman can't poke, slowly catch you at all. Is Philly just allergic to rams? We're allowed to make that smug remark. He always likes to come in and make them. Because a ram does just make this, like, much easier. Anyway, he's finally willing to commit. Keshiks. Wipe the floor with the outpost. Villager's going to go down instantly. And archers will have to start backing off. He's forced Myriad's hand. Triumph has been activated. It's going to be a big one, but it's not going to be big enough to beat the Keshiks. That should be the nail in the coffin that sends Myriad down. There's just not enough troopers here. No spearmen to hold against 20 plus Keshiks. Castle Age overrated, my friends. Who needs it? Full feudal send. I'll be sending Myriad back to the lobby to draft for a final game as Philisberto will not go gently into that Dark Knight. And instead is the Mongol Dark Knights that rise. Well played, Philly. Cool game. So, that brings us to a G3. So we just had Biz versus Mongols. Final map is going to be Frisian. And what? Probably, is it House of Lancaster versus Knights Templar? Let's see if I'm a genius. It doesn't feel very hard to predict. Yep, House of Lancaster versus KT. You have to fish here, but Lancaster can just rush Spearman to kill that. I don't know, this feels pretty good for Lancaster, I think. New civs! What more do you need? Knights Templar, House of Lancaster. It's entertainment. Let's hop into it. Deciding game between Myriad and Philisberto. Philly goes for Knights Templar on the swamps. Makes a lot of sense. A civ that can use the ponds well, but unfortunately for him, he's going to get handcuffed. Myriad has picked the perfect type of civ for denying what Knights Templar want to do on the opening. It's going to be a spear rush. Yeah, this is... I think this is what's been making Lancaster look so good on this map at the moment, is there's a lot of civ picks currently on Frisian that leverage the ponds. We're seeing Japanese, we're seeing Abbasid, Iabid, Knights Templar. These are all civs that gravitate towards fishing. Knights Templar in particular, because if they ever get it, they look borderline busted. But the cool thing about Lancaster is with that 20% buff food gathering rate on sheep early on, it allows them to vomit out spears at an insanely competitive rate. And he already knows exactly where he's heading. Myriad scouts it out. Gets the full confirmation. Lets him know it's worth going for additional spears here. Just needs to sort his wood. How could Philisberto win a game against Myriad? You should have seen it, mate. Mongols versus Byzantines, and it did not even look close. But Myriad definitely in a favorable position considering Philisberto did commit to the dock. Goes home for the racks now. Like in theory, what Philisberto has in mind works here. The problem is going to be you haven't got fishing online yet. You do get some food off of wood gathering, but unless you get the fishing online, you don't need that much wood. And thus, until it's online, your food economy is just worse than Lancaster. It's a very important thing to keep in mind here. Not to mention the timing is pretty ugly. Myriad's already at 3 spearmen. So he's going to be 3 spears ahead of you easily. In fact, Killi didn't even optimize the food. He was thinking about wood. I mean, the fishing boats, I get the desire. Like, the problem here for Killi is the moment he built the dock, he was already 150 in the ground, right? So he has to build more. But the negative of what he's just done here is it makes it very easy for Myriad to just keep pacing ahead of him now. So spear spam's just going to continue. This right here, I think, is like a classic of sunken cost fallacy. Because realistically, the only way that Phil's boat should now win this spear off is if Myriad just stops producing. Which he's not going to do until the dock is dead. Killi, even adding in an extra fishing boat. Keep in mind, the more fishing boats he adds, the more it enables Myriad to add more spears. Because at that point, the logic is like, oh, wow, okay, I've invested like, 400 resources in this play. What have you invested? Oh, only 250? I should stop. Oh, wait, you invested 500 now? Okay, I'm willing to go up to like, 700, etc. Obviously, those are like higher than you do on a small pond like this, but you get the idea. Could Philly actually defend this? Myriad did take a break, which is a little bit of a mistake there. The problem is he didn't have his scout in position because Myriad was looking for more food. So, it's info you know versus info you don't. Like, we could see that it would have made sense for Myriad to just keep spamming spears. Neglectful not to. But for him, from his POV, he didn't have confirmation yet of Phil's boat's count. Like this as well. Just trying to idle out the fishing boat so your opponent isn't getting the extra food. Goes back to hitting the dock. I wonder if it would have been better value just to attack the dock straight up. It's down to half HP. A villager's going to need to be pulled soon. More spears soon to be on the way. Philly has the right idea. He just needs to keep pumping. You can't stop. Like, you have to act as if your opponent is always adding spears. You can't take the risk that you get discounted on the count. But that is a rough start. Myriad, on equal numbers, able to flex the micro there, using the bush against Philosbow. And also the torch fire as well, just disadvantageous for Philly. That's docked down. So Myriad, he just needs to move out on the gold now. Like, he's done a great job, but this is getting a little bit awkward. Lumber camp's coming in. That should be mining camp set up. And now it's going to be a tech up. Philly, ugly trades. Every time you watch, it's just Spearman and Blue going down. Now try to snipe the fishing boat. It's difficult to do because they can just camp in the center, sort of. Another problem here now, guys. Do you see it? You have to add in more racks. If you're Phil's boat, you actually don't have a choice now because you're stuck in the Dark Age. He only has 7 sheep. No cap, full honesty. I think Mirai didn't even need to age up here. If Mirai just kept adding in spears, the game would already be over. Or shall we say, borderline about to be over. So what does Phil's boat now do this? If you can get to feudal age, like Archer spam's pretty nice here. He gathers 0. He can't gather gold. He was spamming spears after a dock opening, and both of his golds are out of range of the TC. Look at the TC range. There's no gold gathering here allowed. Not until he has enough spears to convincingly win the fight. The problem is Myriad is going feudal. And that's going to be Abbey of Kings, so the Lord of Lancaster, but also Hardened Spearman. It's the Lancaster Castle? Yeah, if he the Lancaster Castle here, he'd die because, like, the difference in Spearman count, right? If he just kept building Spearman and then waited until, like, 11 minutes and then done it, yeah, Lancaster Castle would win the game. So tech up complete. First Lord on the way. Hardness status is coming through. Philly just needs any damage he can get because he knows what's about to happen here. An unwinnable fight is what's about to happen. Philly. He's not ready for the age up. Probably going to be, like, what? The Hospitalet? No, he actually goes Kingdom of France against this many spears. So a little bit surprised he didn't take Hospitalet. Hospitalet is quite nice these days. The move speed, invaluable in the villages. And that outpost is ambitious. No way. Against this many spears? He loses one villager straight away. And yeah, the torch is just out. He's looking for the pin. Philly. You're not going to be able to repair. There's just too many spears. Runs away. Will be another worker down, though. And keep in mind, he's still Dark Age. This spearman will lose. Has to go for the garrison. Surely. Not even trying. Oh, my God. This is a beatdown. Keep in mind that Myriad hasn't even added in Yeoman. He could, but he's just adding in Lords. To make the difference in health even bigger. He's even paranoid there might be more docks coming. And fairness, he's right to be. Philsbo did sneak a worker out. And manas are already coming in for Myriad as well. So economy inflates. Damn, we've had some very one-sided games. I mean, it's not uncommon. But like Game 2 and Game 3 in this was quite surprising, actually, for that. Farms at 8 minutes. It's not unheard of for Knights Templar because of all the wood gathering, but it doesn't feel great. Especially when you know mana spam's coming, which is just a lot more lean and efficient for your opponent as well. Myriad? I mean, what's there left to do here, but just kind of send it. Yep, archery range is coming in. Love this. I think like this is actually the best way to play Yeoman in Feudal, by the way. The reason is that when you play Yeoman in Feudal like this, you don't have to be concerned as much about how easily they die. Right? Yeoman are fragile because they're expensive, but when you build 4 Lords of Lancaster with Yeoman, they get more health than they would in Castle Age. That's pretty important. Goes a long way. Remember, you get 20% more health because 5% per Lord. Which means for Yeoman, you're sitting quite pretty at 94 HP. That's right, no, 84 HP. Pretty nice. That's like having military boot camp on a better archer. Even this spearman, 19 bonus. Billman also pretty crafty. Not going to be necessary because Philsbo, although he had the French commander, he hasn't built knights because he can't. Killi does have the archer league currently. Only one yeoman shown up so far, but they are quick to reinforce. These spearmen, lords as well. Able to push him away. We do have a scout in. Myriad now knows about the extra docks. So he could just steer there, come back later. Does he see it? I mean, according to Capture Age, he should, but it's really weird sometimes with stealth vision. Or fog vision, rather. So it might be actually that the Myriad subtly does not see the docks. Billman only affects upgraded armor? It just affects armor. But these guys don't have armor. So it doesn't matter. This isn't like Dota 2 where there's actually a value towards like negative armor impacts. He's going to be moving north now though. So Philly could gather gold. But he's now going to be running out of food. Remember, Philsbo only has these 6 farms, 2 sheep, and then a little bit of food gen off of all this wood. Myriad, meanwhile, survival techniques and castle just around the corner. Very, very clean game by Myriad. Dockburn's going to be coming through. And he has to come out to react to it. But now you're playing more into the middle of the map, and that means you don't have production advantage. It looks good on count for Philsbo, but don't be deceived. The extra health here does matter. He's going to get Galley out, though. That could be good if the Doc wasn't already dead. And, uh-oh, we may have overextended. He'll be able to clear the spears. The Lords are a different affair, though. Does immediately look to snipe out the Yeoman. He's just shy. Wait, he might be a little bit too low on the damage to get the one-hit kill. But Yos are gone. However, they're gone for a reason. Myriad, despite having similar military count on land, is going White Tower. Yeah, so we'll just look to reset. Philsbo wiping the sweat from his brow like, whew, wee. That was a tough one, but I survived. Just about. Like, I think that was close to being a shaky engagement for him. But now we're talking about Yeoman scaling, Lords of Lancaster about to be auto-upgraded, and then Earlsguard as well. We've seen a lot of these White Tower Rush Earlsguard builds this week, haven't we? Is this the third one we've had? I believe they've been 100% hit rate, if I'm not mistaken. And Philly already used his Mongols in game number 2 to get that point on the board. Only gets the one. White Tower up for Myriad. Bad news in for Philly. Hasn't got a new dock up yet. Doesn't have the food income to hop up in age, and it is just going to be that Earlsguard spam. Knights as well. Kuyani went hobbies first? True. But it always ends in these fast or semi-fast White Tower rushes, it seems. Do love that Abbey of Kings is seeing some play, though. German. Veterancy is going to be there. Ranged armor 2 as well. I think it's fairly safe to call Philly dead here. Bar a miracle of outplay. He would have to be on point so much. Even the Lords now with the 4 armor barely take a dent. Tries to trade with the backside, but Myriad can now just run away. Remember, he has more range, more movement speed. There's no way your archers can get on top. You just ran in range of men-at-arms instead. All that to snipe a single Lord. Now Yeoman able to snipe the Chevalier with ease. Philly behind on military, behind on age. And about to be out of week 1 of season 2 of KPMM. I know I keep, like, I feel awkward now because I keep saying House Lancaster's not broken. And if they keep winning like this, I can already see the comments. KP, they're broken. Guys, they're not. Chill. They're strong. Actually, not even like ultra strong. They're just very frustrating. This build will need some adaptations to make sure you don't get counterplayed. But great play in the Dark Age, in particular by Myriad, to starve out Knights Templar. They're pretty good. I put them like a mid of the tier list pack Civ. They're decent. They're not crazy. Alright, so let's have a look at the bracket and see where that leaves us. So I'll add in the scores and we'll update this now because we've had a few more series played. If you haven't seen them, by the way, you can catch the YouTube VOD later and you'll be able to review all these. But we still have got some other ones as well. So we just had Myriad versus Philsbo, which confirms for us that it is going to be Myriad versus Numidon. We saw Dumu versus Jif. That was a 2-1 for Dumu. Made a marvelous comeback from behind. B versus sort of ended up being a 2-1 for B. And then Killi was a vicious 2-0. So, I'll push that to the front side, and you guys can see this is the state of things as we know it currently up to date. So we still have Core versus Sass. We also still have got Voldemar versus Scatterbrained, Numidon versus Myriad, and then obviously all the quarterfinals. Oh, that's what I forgot to do. Quarterfinals, by the way, are not a... They're not a BO3, they're a BO5. That was just a mistypo. So let me fix that now as well. Otherwise, I'll keep forgetting to. Oopsie. There you go. Trying to think what the best series of the day was so far. Killi Lash was quite entertaining. Individual games, there's some really good ones. Like, I think the... Like, what was it? Sort of B Game 1 was really, really good. Recon Wham, despite it being a 2-0, was, like, very intriguing because of the experimental approach coming out from Recon. Like, what he tried to do in that game made it quite entertaining. I'm trying to figure out whether we do more today. I think there's still some options. So most notably, there would be, I believe... I think we could have Myriad Numu. There's also... Maybe Voldemar series? Could be an interesting one. The problem is I need to eat, man. You say just one more series, but you're sitting there like scoffing your face like, yeah, just one more series. I haven't eaten, sir. Been live 6.5 hours. So I've got to weigh that in. And besides, we'll probably have a longer stream tomorrow anyway. We normally do, right? Like, Tuesday isn't exactly a short stream either. I'd rather have a little bit of padding on, like, what we can cast. Because, like, for all I know, Core Sass, Voldemar, Scatterbrain, Numidon, Myriad, they could all be, like, stomps, right? And if they're stomps, then, like, it's gonna... We're not gonna have much fallback content anyway. But, like, presumably, quarterfinals should be played tomorrow. But, like, if it's a 7 or 8 hour stream, we could potentially, like, cast everything anyway. So, yeah. I think... Let's play it safe. Do I? Damn it. My brain is like, do I or don't I? I really should eat, guys. No, I need to eat. I'll DoorDash you Chipotle. I don't even know. Does the UK even have DoorDash? Also, you can't tease a man and then be like, joke. You son of a bitch. I think I'm going to be like reasonable, guys. Because we've been live now 6.5 hours. Almost 7 hours. So let's call it. Let's not overdo it. I reckon, like, what will probably end up happening this week is maximum 1, possibly 2 series will not be cast. So tomorrow, we should have, hopefully, Anatan Killi scheduled. B series scheduled. We'll probably open the day, maybe with Numidon Myriad, we'll see. And then Core Sass. Yeah, I'm indecisive. I just want to go eat food. Because the alternative in my brain is like, I could go eat, then come back, and then cast 1 series maybe, and that maybe takes us up another 2 hours from now. But like, also the thing is, like, I've got a bunch of emails and stuff I need to catch up on because that's how Mondays work. So yeah, I'm gonna call it, guys. Good stream though. Thank you for the support. Incredible amount of subs. You guys are absolute superstars. I think Should we raid someone small? Let's raid a small streamer. I'm gonna end the stream now, though, guys. I'll be back tomorrow around midday-ish. We'll probably be live for more KPMMs. Yo, what is up, Sherman? Coming in at the end with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much. Crazy day of gifted subs. You guys are all superstars. Thank you very much. But yeah, YouTube kick. I'm getting the stream now. We'll be back tomorrow around the same time we came live today for more midweek muster action. We'll be checking in the quarterfinals, so do not miss it. Twitch, hang around. We're going to find someone to raid. See ya.